This mysterious youth casually strolls into an S-rank dungeon currently under total military lockdown. Without breaking a sweat, he systematically wipes out every monstrous nightmare lurking within. As he emerges, he's instantly surrounded by a squad of elite hunter inspectors. Yet, not a single one of them can stand against him for more than a few heartbeats. In his previous life, his entire reality was incinerated by demons pouring out from the depths of hell. Back then, he stood as the final guardian of the human race. But after a cataclysmic showdown with the ultimate overlord of the underworld, he faced a bitter defeat. But thanks to his unwavering devotion to the like button, he was granted a second chance through reincarnation. He woke up as a young man in a parallel world. All right, enough with the prologue. Let's dive into the action. The realm I once called home has been reduced to ashes. Every living soul was forced into a brutal game of survival against the darkness. I spent every waking moment of my life doing nothing but hunting those beasts. It was a relentless daily grind of slaughter just to see the next sunrise. Slowly, the days bled into months of constant warfare. Years stacked up, and a whole decade vanished in the blink of an eye. Armed with nothing but a lone blade, I could cleave through any horror. Fear was a luxury I couldn't afford. The Titan in Mui peered down at the sword god, eyes glowing with a predatory crimson as it rumbled, "Surrender. The world you're trying to save is already a graveyard." The architect of the apocalypse watched him teeter on the edge of the abyss and made him a chilling offer. "It's a tragedy to see such skill rot. Become my personal executioner." The sword god felt a surge of righteous fury. He spat on the offer, baring his teeth as he roared, "Don't make me laugh!" With a burst of adrenaline, he charged into the fray. The sword god propelled himself into the air, his blade singing as it left its scabbard. The beast lashed out with a massive arm to crush him, but he was too elusive to pin down. Instead, the sword god carved a jagged red line across the back of its hand, a move the monster never saw coming. Face tight with exhaustion and grit, the sword god pivoted mid-air to plan his next strike. But before he could reposition, the Titan swung back, landing a heavy blow that sent him hurtling through the air in a violent arc. The beast wasn't done yet. As it rained down blows, the monster sneered to break his spirit. "No matter how much you writhe, you're still just a bug beneath my heel." The sword god felt the impact rattle his very soul. The force of the strike made him cough up a spray of crimson right then and there. Yet, through sheer, stubborn grit, he managed to flip mid-flight and stick a perfect landing. Finding his footing, the sword god launched himself back at the behemoth. With only his trusted steel, he pressed forward, ready to trade his life for a killing blow. The monster, radiating an aura of overwhelming power, looked at him like a speck of dust and raised a hand. With a flick of its wrist, it swatted him aside like an annoying insect. But the sword god, fueled by a relentless spirit, dragged himself back up. The beast held back the final strike, choosing instead to watch him struggle with a cold, detached amusement. Suddenly, the sword god's gaze locked onto the shimmering pendant resting on the monster's chest. His eyes, as blue as a clear morning sky, ignited with a sudden, sharp clarity. The monster watched him settle into a low stance and raise his sword. The sword god had been waiting for this precise window and vanished into motion. He launched his blade like a high-velocity arrow. The steel buried itself in the center of the beast's chest before spinning away into the stars. The monster's massive weapon came to a screeching halt, mere millimeters from his throat. The pendant erupted into shards, and a jagged, glowing fissure split open across the Titan's chest. The monster stared back with bulging, hate-filled eyes, letting out a piercing, high-pitched wail. You rat!" That final desperate throw had drained every last drop of the sword god's energy. The shattered remains of the pendant continued to disintegrate into glowing dust, swirling around the dying god. The monster shrieked in absolute terror, "No, make it stop!" Despite its frantic struggles, the beast began to crumble into a cloud of gray ash. As the monster finally dissolved into nothingness, the tension left his body. The sword god collapsed onto the scarred earth of the battlefield. His piercing jade-blue eyes slowly began to dim as focus slipped away. Lying there among the drifting embers and smoke, he looked up at the vast sky and whispered, "What a beautiful sight to go out on." A young man now walks calmly under the soft glow of a warm sun. Beneath a mess of unkempt hair, his brown eyes look out at the world with a weary, detached indifference. Lost in thought, he inadvertently crosses a boundary line, triggering the shrill alarms on a fence marked with a restricted sign. Namsan Gate, Rank C. Suggested party. 3 members minimum. Access restricted to civilians. A sharp automated warning echoed through the speakers. Please present your hero registration credentials and biometric ID. Unauthorized individuals are not heroes. For your own safety, stay out. Thuan Dongsan Management. He stepped toward the shimmering threshold, treating the blaring loudspeakers like white noise. He lowered his center of gravity, coiling his muscles into a high-tension combat posture. With a thunderous crack, he vanished in a blur, leaving nothing behind but a swirling plume of dust. Alarms shrieked in a frantic rhythm, announcing a forced breach by an unregistered intruder. Do-jun remained unfazed and pressed deeper into the zone. He didn't slow his pace until the concrete gave way to a dense, suffocating forest. Just as he prepared to venture into the heart of the woods, a voice cut through the rustle of leaves. "Hold it right there, kid!" Do-jun turned slightly to find a squad of uniformed operatives closing in. A middle-aged man with dark hair looked him over. "Are you wandering around lost? I don't know how you stumbled in here, but we're heading out. You'd better tag along if you want to live." Do-jun simply observed them, his expression unreadable and silent. A girl in the back whispered, "Check out his gear." The guy with the buzz cut scoffed. "Seriously? He looks like a total amateur." They looked Do-jun up and down, letting out a collective sigh of disappointment. "I know the support crews get creative with their outfits these days, but that look... And is he really carrying a school backpack? Give me a break. Tani. Maybe he's a rookie porter whose party ditched him? Even so, he's hopelessly underprepared." Do-jun had no interest in their petty chatter. He cut through their gossip to clarify, "I appreciate the concern, but I've only just begun my task." A blunt, cocky youth in the group barked, "See? Called it. He's a total reject." The dark-haired leader looked at him with pity, offering some fatherly advice. "I've dealt with plenty of kids like you. I know the rush you get entering a gate, but don't get overconfident. Thinking you can clear a dungeon because you watched some pro clips online is a one-way ticket to the morgue. Go get a license, do the drills, and pass the trials first. This is a rank C gate, kid. If you want to play hero, find a rank F." Do-jun's face remained a mask of cold indifference. "I know you're trying to be helpful, but don't expect a thank you from me." The squad froze, caught off guard by his sheer arrogance. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the group. The 2 younger men exploded in anger. "Who does this little brat think he is? Boss, let me teach him some manners." The veteran held them back. "Let it go." He watched Do-jun's retreating figure and spat, "Fine, let him go. If he wants to spit on sincere advice, let him learn the hard way. He's about to find out that reality doesn't come with a pause button like his internet videos. The world is a meat grinder." As if on cue, a grotesque beast with buffalo horns and the face of a predatory ape emerged, leering at Do-jun with pure malice. Dwarfed by the monster's shadow, Do-jun calmly set down his pack and let his eyelids flutter shut. The ape-faced horror swung a massive arm, aiming to crush him. Do-jun shifted his weight a fraction of an inch, letting the blow whistle past his ear. His eyes snapped open, his irises shifting from a dull brown to a piercing celestial gold. A heavy fist slammed into the earth where he had just stood. Debris exploded upward like a thick curtain of fog. As the haze began to settle, the beast froze, paralyzed by a sudden inexplicable terror. Do-jun lunged forward, his deceptively lean frame carrying the force of a falling star. In a heartbeat, he buried a punch so deep into its skull that it left a massive, hollowed-out crater. It was as if the creature's very essence had been deleted from existence. The hybrid horror collapsed, dead before its body even hit the grass. Do-jun glanced at his hand and muttered, "Some things never change." He stood over the smoking, broken remains of the beast, staring intently. After a moment, he reached down and retrieved the monster's crude, heavy blade. He stared into the polished surface of the steel, catching his own reflection. He looked at himself through the metal, as if checking to see if he was still trapped in a nightmare. Then, with practiced precision, he drove the blade into the motionless, decapitated torso. The wet sound of tearing flesh followed. He worked with grim efficiency, digging deep into the monster's chest cavity. Moments later, he extracted a crimson-stained stone, glowing with a pure inner light. It was a common, low-tier magic crystal. He let out a dry sigh. In my previous life, I wouldn't have even bothered to step over something this pathetic. Do-Yoon yanked the zipper on his backpack open. He shoved his meager belongings aside to make room for his new loot. As he worked, a low, rhythmic thumping began to vibrate through the soles of his shoes. It was the heavy footfalls of the dead monster's vengeful pack. 3 more emerged from the brush simultaneously. One lunged forward, hoisting a massive rusted axe high, a brute preparing to deliver a killing stroke. He slipped underneath the swing, the heavy blade missing him by a hair's breadth. He focused his energy into the palm clutching the magic crystal. Suddenly, he hurled it under the stunned gazes of the beasts. The crystal whistled through the air and sent a monster's head flying. The creature's debut was its final act. It exited the stage before it even began. The remaining 2 lunged in unison. Do-Yoon casually tossed his backpack to the side. It was clear our hero was about to start a one-punch massacre. Meanwhile, that earlier rescue team was still trekking through the woods. The girl in the group slowed her pace, whispering anxiously, "It's that rude kid from the entrance. What if he's actually in danger?" The hot-headed guy snapped, "Wait, are you seriously losing sleep over him?" The veteran leader tried to calm them down. "If he's an intruder, the control center's rapid response team should be closing in by now. This is a rank C gate, so they'll deploy high-level agents, rank B or better. As long as he hasn't completely lost his mind and charged a horde, he'll be fine." The guy with the buzz cut nodded firmly. "Spot on. That cocky brat is probably trembling like a leaf right now, praying for the pros to bail him out." Deep in the woods, a scarred, bald monster was the one trembling after a single punch caved its entire face inward. A beast with a crown of spikes tried to seize the moment, leaping from the shadows behind him. It was tragically slow compared to Do-Yoon. Its rusted blade sliced through nothing but empty air. Seeing its target vanish into thin air, the spiked monster felt a sudden chilling sense of dread. Do-Yoon reappeared instantly behind it, his leg coiled like a spring. He delivered a devastating kick that shattered its jaw. A red mist erupted like a sudden rainstorm. And just like that, the one-sided execution ended with one beast facing the sky and the other buried in the dirt. Do-Yoon retrieved the heavy stone blade and swung it upward with effortless grace. With a sharp, analytical gaze, he tallied 3 more magic crystals for his collection. With the immediate threat cleared, he decided to hunt a few more targets. After a while, his backpack had noticeably bulked up. Do-Yoon wandered the ruins, tracking scents with a look of pure boredom. The haul was modest, 12 low-grade shards and 16 medium-low-grade stones so far. An agent from the center suddenly spotted him and signaled his unit. "Target located! Over here!" Do-Yoon heard the human voices and tilted his head curiously. In a flash, 3 more specialized agents surrounded the clearing. The brown-haired lead agent spoke with authority. "Gate Control Center, state your hero credentials. If you're unregistered, you're coming with us for questioning." Do-Yoon raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. "Gate Control Center? Never heard of them." The agent's voice dropped an octave, heavy with warning. "Follow our lead or else." Internally, he groaned, "Not another amateur. This is going to be a headache." A spark of irritation flickered in Do-Yoon's eyes as he considered retaliating, but he ultimately dismissed them with a cold stare. "Scram. You're getting on my nerves." The lead agent didn't hesitate. "Cuff him!" A blonde agent lunged forward with restraints, shouting, "Don't make this difficult! If you resist arrest, we are authorized to use necessary force." As he spoke, he reached out a gloved hand to seize Do-Yoon's wrist. Holding the steel cuffs high, the blonde agent warned, "Any broken bones from resisting are on you. Let's do this the easy way." Before the steel could touch his skin, Do-Yoon intercepted the man's hand. The agent felt a bone-crushing grip tighten around his forearm. The blonde agent let out a sharp gasp, his pupils dilating in shock at the raw power. Do-Yoon looked him in the eye and said flatly, "Stop pestering me. Get out of my sight." Seeing their comrade pinned, the other agents instantly drew their weapons. The metallic shink of blades and hum of tech filled the air as they revealed their full gear. Do-Yoon glanced at their equipment and thought dryly, "Level 4 magic sealing tech? That wouldn't even hold a common orc. Du-jun applied a fraction more pressure, expertly twisting the blonde agent's wrist joint. He raised his voice slightly, offering one final, unmistakable warning. If you value your health, turn around and walk away. The moment the words left his lips, the air grew heavy as the agents launched a coordinated strike. Du-jun casually swatted away a blade just as the agent on his right threw a haymaker. He tilted his head by a fraction, letting the punch whistle harmlessly past. Simultaneously, quick as a lightning strike, he brought his knee up. He buried his knee into the agent's hip, a perfectly executed strike to the center of gravity. The agent on the right completely lost his footing, his balance shattered. Du-jun followed through with a snap kick that sent the man flying back into the brush. The agent on the left watched his partner go down and froze, his mind struggling to process the speed. The agent glared at him as if he were a high-value terrorist. Du-jun simply matched his gaze and gave a curt, mocking nod. In the next heartbeat, his form blurred into a smudge and he vanished into thin air. The agent's eyes darted frantically, his heart hammering against his ribs. "He's gone!" he shrieked in terror. Du-jun rematerialized instantly at the agent's flank and buried a fist into his side. The agent took the full brunt of the strike, doubling over as he clutched his midsection and coughed uncontrollably. "Look at me, agent," Du-jun said coldly. The man groaned, trembling as he struggled to find his voice. Du-jun pressed him. "If I get my hero license, I won't have to deal with you pests anymore, right?" The agent wheezed out a reply. Yeah. As long as you follow the rules inside a gate, there's no reason for us to hunt you down." Du-jun's gaze sharpened. "And what about fissures?" A sudden icy chill raced down the agent's spine at the mention of the word. Rifts to alien dimensions, where nightmarish entities bleed through, have fractured the globe. The rare materials harvested from the monsters within now fuel the world's power grids. Because of this, zones where the state has locked down the passage and corralled the beasts are known as gates, whereas the wild, untamed territories are labeled as fissures. After absorbing the explanation, Du-jun summarized it bluntly. "So basically, as long as I'm not in your system, you'll keep chasing me for illegal entry or whatever." Seeing the irritation mounting on Du-jun's face, the agent stammered out a hasty clarification. "Yes, exactly. If an unlicensed individual breaches a gate, an automated silent alarm triggers at the control center, and the nearest response team is scrambled. Fissures, however, are far harder to reach. The Hero Association keeps those under heavy surveillance, too." Du-jun didn't give a damn about the bureaucracy and sneered, "So what?" The agent, now silenced, felt a wave of deep regret. This kid is an absolute psycho. Damn it, I should have called for backup and reported a Class S threat the second I saw him. Just as he finished his internal rant, Du-jun palm struck the agent's face and prepared to throw him. He tossed the grown man away with as much effort as one would throw a dodgeball. Du-jun watched him tumble, dismissing the man as a complete non-factor. The agent hit the dirt on his knees, gasping for air. He roared through the pain, "You arrogant bastard! Next time we meet, I'll kill you myself!" Du-jun didn't even bother to look back as he continued his stroll. Everything flashed back to the moment that monster's chest jewel shattered. The beast had let out a final, agonizing howl. "Don't stop it now!" As that scream echoed, my own consciousness began to unravel, feeling like I was being pulled into a bottomless vacuum. Death, this has to be the end of the road. With a sense of finality, the sword god shut his eyes and waited for the void to take him. But after a long silence with no grim reaper in sight, he opened one eye, feeling more confused than dead. To his shock, he was suspended upside down amidst a sea of azure clouds, staring at a timid youth. The sword god barked, "Who are you?" The boy, looking small and fragile, spoke up. "My name is Seo Du-jun, and I'm about to die. If you take over for me, I can finally rest." The sword god didn't miss a beat before replying, "Not a chance." The boy, Du-jun, looked completely lost. The sword god sighed and laid out his harsh reality. "I have absolutely zero reasons to keep living. I spent a decade in a bloodbath only to be stabbed in the back by the heroes I called brothers. My home is gone, my friends are ash, and my family is buried. No matter how much blood I spill." "It all leads back to nothing, doesn't it?" The same thing will happen to you. His words hit the boy like a physical blow, freezing him in place. The boy pleaded with him. Even if my life is a mess, I can't let my grandmother and Yoon Deong suffer anymore. The sword god's expression finally softened as he cleared his throat. Fine. What then? Keep it short and sweet. What exactly do you want from me? Shocked by the sudden turnaround, Dojun's face lit up with a spark of hope as he rushed to explain. What I need is for you to... The Gasan Thuan Key Michelin Technology Complex, CEO. Known today as the Hero Complex, the money flowing through gate resource trading here dwarfs even the biggest tech giants. After filling his pack with crystals, Dojun navigated the bustling streets, backpack slung over one shoulder. He walked until he spotted a salvage shop. This one looks as good as any, he thought. Inside, a smug-looking clerk saw him enter and chimed, "Welcome to our shop." Dojun stepped up to the counter and got straight to business. "I'm looking to offload some magic crystals." The clerk perked up instantly, shifting into sales mode. "You've come to the right place. We offer the highest buyback rates in Seoul, actually the best in the country." When Dojun dumped the contents of his bag, the clerk's smile faltered as he looked at the raw, blood-caked pile of stones. "Seriously, kid? You couldn't even rinse them?" he thought, though he managed to maintain a polite tone. "That's quite a collection you've got there. Give me a moment to categorize and grade these. Can I get you a coffee while you wait?" Dojun nodded indifferently and took a seat, watching the man inspect the loot. The clerk's fingers danced across his calculator at light speed as he began his tally. 12 low-grade shards, 16 medium lows, and 5 high lows. My cut is 40% of the total market value. That's standard industry practice, you know. Crunching the numbers, your take-home pay is 5,460,000 gun. Stunned by the blatant robbery of a fee, Dojun interjected sharply, "Hold it, I'm the one doing the life-threatening work here. You're just a middleman sitting behind a desk and you think you've earned 40% of my haul?" The clerk's jaw dropped, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. He quickly regained his composure, shifting to a greasy smirk. "Look, kid, you clearly don't know how the world works. Most shops take 45% off the top. I'm doing you a massive favor here. If you don't like my rates, take your rocks elsewhere. I guarantee nobody in the city will offer you a better deal." Dojun didn't hesitate, scooping his gems back into his bag. "Fine, then the deal's off." The clerk's hand shot out, pinning Dojun's arm to the table. His tone turned aggressive as he held out his palm like a street thug. "Not so fast, pal. You still owe me for the appraisal. Information isn't free and neither is the coffee. That's 300 gun for the sorting and 10 for the drink. Plus, I had to use premium towels to clean your bloody mess, and those are ruined now. Pay up 350 gun total, or we're going to have a problem." Dojun yanked his arm back and stared him down with icy indifference. "I don't pay parasites. If you want my money, come and take it." The manager let out a mocking laugh, puffing out his chest on his own turf. "You're paying one way or another. We've got rank C heroes on the payroll for specifically this." Just as the snake finished his sentence, the back door slammed open and several hulking men filed out. A man with a jagged scar across his face barked at the clerk. "What's the holdup? Why am I being dragged out here? We got another brat who needs a lesson." Dojun's eyes drifted from the clerk to the wall of muscle standing before him. Scarface loomed over him, baring his teeth in a classic intimidation tactic to crush the boy's spirit. The clerk turned as white as a sheet, diving behind the safety of the counter. A sudden sharp crack echoed as Scarface was launched through the air, crashing headfirst into the reception desk. The so-called Rank C hero was out cold, sprawled across the floor like a discarded rag doll. His two henchmen followed suit, falling to the left and right in a perfectly symmetrical display of unconsciousness. Dojun calmly brushed the dust off his palms and walked toward the counter with a steady, rhythmic gait. He leaned over the terrified receptionist and set the new terms. "My fee for this transaction is 1%. Let's make sure all our future business is this simple. I'll be seeing you again soon. A short while later, he arrived at his apartment and dropped a thick, rubber-banded brick of cash onto the dinner table. Grandma and Eunjong stared at the money as if it were a mirage. Grandma's hands trembled as she picked up the stack to feel its weight. Do-Jun, where on earth did all this money come from? He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, spinning a quick yarn. Oh, that. Years ago, I lent a buddy some cash to help get his startup off the ground. Turns out his business just blew up and he's paying me back with interest. Grandma squinted at him skeptically. You actually have a friend with that kind of money? Do-Jun offered a vague nod. Remember the neighborhood where I grew up? He's an old childhood friend. We used to be inseparable. Grandma clutched the money to her chest, her voice cracking with age. I remember. Little Eunjong's eyes went wide as she chirped. Big brother, does this mean we're actually rich now? Do-Jun gave a soft smile and ruffled his sister's hair. From this moment on, everything changes. The little girl squealed with delight, dancing around the small room. We're rich! We're finally going to have everything we ever wanted. Do-Jun watched her, his mind swirling with gravity. The final echoes of the original Do-Jun's memories surged through his mind, centering on his grandmother and his little sister. Keep them safe. Find them the most secure sanctuary possible. Those were his final words before his soul faded into the void. He caught his reflection in the hallway mirror. His features were beginning to sharpen, carrying the unmistakable lethal edge of the sword god. I closed my eyes as a dying warrior and opened them as Seo Do-Jun. The most fortified luxury estate in Korea is currently valued at 110 billion won. I'm not technically bound by a dead man's promise, but once I reclaim my true power, that kind of wealth will be pocket change. These fissures, these gates, these tiny monsters, everything in this realm is a fragile shadow of my former world, the world that was incinerated. To me, the man who reigned as the sword god, this entire world is nothing more than a playground for children. Yet I haven't even recovered 10% of my peak strength. As he sat in deep thought, a heavy pounding at the door interrupted him, followed by a gruff shout. Is Seo Do-Jun in there? Open up! He stood up before his grandmother could move. I've got it, Grandma. Stay in the kitchen, I'll handle this. With a calm hand, he unlatched the lock and swung the door wide. Stepping onto the landing, he was met by two men, one with slick brown hair and another with a bleached blonde buzz cut. The brown-haired one let out a nasty chuckle. Well, Do-Jun, a man's word is his bond, and debts don't pay themselves, right? The blonde sneered. Do you have any idea how deep you're in? You owe us a clean 48 million gun. Do-Jun sighed as the memory surfaced. These were the bottom-feeding loan sharks the original Do-Jun had turned to in desperation. The 5 million gun for Grandma's surgery had been predatory loaned into a mountain of debt. Brown hair leaned in close. We heard you made a killing at the gate today. Blonde hair held out a leather bag. Empty your pockets. We're collecting according to the terms you signed. Don't take it personally. Before he could even blink, the brown-haired thug took a bone-shattering punch directly to his jaw. The man went airborne, slamming into the concrete wall with a sickening thud. The blonde stood frozen, looking at his partner's crumpled body before yelling in a panic, "What the hell?" Do-Jun didn't waste a second, grabbing the man's wrist and twisting it until the bone groaned. I've already paid back over 9 million gun on a 5 million loan. If there's a refund coming, it's coming to me. The blonde was shaking like a leaf, forcing a terrifyingly fake smile to try and de-escalate. Whoa. Hey, are you really the same Seo Do-Jun we know? Do-Jun raised a fist, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. Tell your boss I'll be dropping by his office for a personal chat very soon. Then he delivered a swift payment that sent echoes of pain through the stairwell. A little while later, he took his sister to the Grand Mall to celebrate. They walked hand in hand into a massive, colorful toy boutique. Staring at the towering walls of fluffy plushies, the girl asked with wide-eyed wonder, "Can I really pick one? Any doll in the whole store?" Do-jun smiled warmly. "I told you, today is your day. Go ahead, pick whatever your heart desires." As I absorbed the remnants of the real Do-jun's life, the hollow, cold landscape of my soul began to thaw. Perhaps it's just pity for now, but the original Do-jun truly loved this girl more than his own life, his younger sister. If nothing else, I'll safeguard this final piece of his soul. After scanning the shelves for a while, the little girl asked timidly, "Big brother, can I have this one?" Glancing at the scrawny stuffed rabbit in Eunjong's hands, he immediately reached for the plush, oversized bear she had admired before. He tucked it under her arm and said, "I told you to choose whatever makes you happy." Eunjong let out a bright giggle and rubbed her head in bashful joy. Once they finished shopping, the two of them headed to a nearby restaurant for a feast. They were lost in the joy of sharing a truly delicious meal together. "Is that really you, Seo Do-jun? I almost didn't recognize you." He looked up to see a heavy-set girl flanked by a pair of intimidating bodyguards. She curled her lip into a sneer and asked with dripping sarcasm, "Dressed in those rags and you still have the nerve to judge others? You look like a total disaster. And who's this little brat? Is she a troublemaker just like your mother was?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly, though Eunjong remained blissfully unaware of the venom. She looked up, wondering, who is this strange lady? Do-jun remained perfectly still, not dignifying her with a word, but even when he sought tranquility, the storm refused to pass. Realizing she couldn't break the older brother, the girl shifted her cruel focus to the child. With a nasty glint in her eye, she asked, "What's your name, kid?" The girl answered with sweet politeness, "I'm Eunjong." Lacking a shred of class, the bully laughed mockingly. "So you're part of the Elso bloodline? Look at those clothes. You're just as pathetic as your mother was." "Well, nothing to say for yourself? Did the cat get your tongue? Catatonic already?" The woman kept hurling insults, but he remained an unmoving wall. Her frustration began to boil over at his lack of reaction. She turned her malice back toward the little girl. "Hey, kid, do you even know what the word harlot means?" Predicting the filth about to leave her mouth, Do-jun cut her off with a voice like ice. "You are as hideous as an orc." The insult hit her like a physical blow, leaving her gasping. The sword god had reached his limit with this woman. Pure, unadulterated disgust radiated from his features. Do-jun had been born as a secret child, raised in the shadows of poverty. At age 7, after his mother passed away, his biological father finally took him in. He endured a decade of cruelty and being treated like dirt, only to be tossed aside completely once his stepmother bore a legitimate son. He was thrown onto the streets and forced to survive with a grandmother and a half-sibling he had never even met. What kind of iron will did he have to possess to survive such a heartless existence? But the old Do-jun was gone. The sword god stood tall, looming over her as he barked, "We spent 12 years under the same roof, and yet every part of you, from your face to your hollow soul, still makes my skin crawl. Even with that thick skull of yours, there's no fixing you. You're nothing but a jealous girl who hates anyone more beautiful or talented than yourself. You're drowning in your own pathetic sense of inferiority. You aren't even worth the dirt on this little girl's shoes. At least she has the heart to worry about her brother's well-being." He let the truth fly, holding nothing back. He glared down at her from a position of absolute power. His stepsister's eyes rolled back in a fit of uncontrollable rage. The two bodyguards watched in stunned silence. "What did you just dare say to her?" Just as the situation reached a breaking point, a sophisticated woman approached. "Do-jun, it's been a long time." The girl immediately fled to her like a wounded animal. "Mother!" "Mom, do you have any idea what this lowlife said to me? He told me—" The woman cut her off with a sharp, low command. "That is enough! Step back. Where did you learn such unrefined behavior? Seo Do-jun, are you holding up? No matter how busy you are, you really should visit the estate once in a while." The sword god felt a wave of nausea, thinking, what a snake. You were the one who made his life a living hell for 12 years. She continued her facade of maternal concern. "Your father loses sleep worrying about you." He found her performance sickening. "We aren't on speaking terms, and we both know it. Get out of my sight before I lose my patience." Her mask crumbled. Her face turned as cold as a frozen tomb as she turned on her heel and stormed out. Her daughter stared, dumbfounded. The girl was reeling, her mind racing. Is this truly the same Seo Do-jun, the coward who would stay silent even if he were slapped in public? Terrified by the change in him, she grabbed her bag and scrambled after her mother. "Heezu! Mom! Wait for me!" They had completely soured a perfect afternoon. He said firmly, "Let's go, Eunjung." The little girl looked downcast. "Okay." The sword god gazed into the distance, deep in thought. The old Seo Do-jun, the boy who took every blow in silence, is dead and buried. The sooner they realize they're dealing with a god now, the better for everyone. The luxury sedan carrying the mother and daughter sped off into the distance on the highway. The stepsister finally found her voice again and hissed, "Mom, why did we just walk away? We should have had that lowlife beaten to a pulp." Do you have any idea what he said to me? While Heezu touched up her face powder, she dialed Director Lai. He answered instantly. "Listening, ma'am." She interrogated him with a voice like ice. "Why is Do-jun still breathing?" Director Lai rubbed his hairless scalp and confessed the grim reality. "The report stated Kanglu ditched Do-jun inside a live fissure. He was supposed to be dead." Heezu snapped, screaming like a banshee. "Exactly!" "So explain to me why he's standing in front of me?" Director Lai stammered. "My deepest apologies. I'll launch a full investigation immediately." The stepsister's voice cracked, her face turning ghostly. "Supposed to be dead? Mom, what are you talking about?" Heezu didn't even blink. She stared blankly into the distance as her daughter fell into a stunned silence. The girl became even more frantic. "Mom, what does that mean? What did you do? Did you actually try to have Do-jun murdered?" Heezu didn't bother turning around, asking with chilling detachment. "Don't tell me you've suddenly developed feelings for that boy." Her hidden panic was exposed. She scrambled to find an excuse. No, that's not it. But if grandfather or dad ever caught wind of this..." Heezu lunged, covering her daughter's mouth and leaning in until they were nose to nose. With a gaze that could freeze blood, she whispered, "Let me handle the dirty work. You keep your mouth zipped." The daughter trembled, too terrified to make another sound. Heezu's expression was more bitter than hemlock as she thought, "You dare lecture me, you useless piece of trash, no matter the cost. I will erase you from this world once and for all." 15 years ago, the sky cracked open and spatial fissures appeared everywhere. Monstrous tides poured out like a breaking dam and humanity was slaughtered in the streets. The world we knew spiraled into absolute pandemonium. But in the darkness, heroes rose. It was their strength that pulled humanity back from the precipice. And in the aftermath, a mysterious treasure was harvested from the fallen beasts. Magic crystals. These crystals instantly rendered old fuels obsolete. Every nation scrambled to turn fissures into stable teleportation gates. Today, the global economy breathes through gates and heroes. To put it plainly, if you want to be a player in this new world, you have to wear the mantle of a hero. He stopped in front of a modest office building and muttered, "Found it. HCSI Hongdae Umbo Corporation." Do-jun strolled inside as if he owned the place. With a soft click, he pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the den. Moon Chang-seop was leaning back, finishing off a cigarette. The blonde and brown-haired thugs stood behind him like guard dogs. He barked, "Who the hell do you think you are, crawling into my office after laying a finger on my men?" Do-jun observed him coolly before speaking. "The more I look at the numbers, the more I realize I'm being cheated." Chang-seop roared, "Cheated? What are you yapping about?" He laid out his terms clearly. "I believe I'm owed a massive settlement, spiritual, physical, and financial, for the hell you've put me through." Hearing this, Moon Chang-seop's gears started turning. That pathetic, moping kid is gone. Given how he trashed my boys, he definitely triggered an awakening inside that gate. He leaned across his desk, trying to use his bulk to intimidate the youth. "Looks like you got a little taste of power and think you're a big shot. Let me show you what happens to awakened trash who forget their place." As he signaled, a swarm of enforcers marched out from the back rooms. Every one of them looked like a career criminal. Moon Chang-sop straightened his jacket, acting like a kingpin. Those guys were cocky too, but after their awakening, they peaked at D rank. Listen closely, kid. I have a mountain of D ranks on my payroll. They'll bury you before you can even beg for mercy. It was obvious that diplomacy was no longer on the table. As the man tried to dismiss him, Do-jun's voice anchored him to his seat. I'm not finished with you yet. A thug in glasses lunged forward, eager to impress. What? You little punk, you think you can talk to the boss like that? Do-jun casually plucked the glasses off his face and tossed them aside. He followed the movement with a lightning-fast jab to the man's jaw. The thug hit the floor like a sack of bricks. The entire room went dead silent. Then, as he began dismantling them one by one, he added, You guys aren't just bottom-feeding loan sharks. I know all about your forged documents and black market dealings. To make real money, I'm going to need a few heroes under my thumb. After the first 3 collapsed, the next attacker tried a wild swing but hit nothing but air. He took a heavy counterblow to the skull and folded instantly. At this moment, Do-jun looked like an avatar of vengeance. His eyes were predatory and terrifying. He reverted to a calm, businesslike tone as he issued his final demand. Clean up this mess and wipe the slate. No loose ends. I expect it done by dawn. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining thugs broke into a cold, panicked sweat. Chang-seop was paralyzed, his mind reeling in shock. This level of violence. He isn't D rank or even C rank. Could I be looking at a B rank monster? Do-jun grew tired of the silence and pressed, Keeping quiet? Chang-seop panicked and blurted out, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll take care of every single detail. Just as the man thought the nightmare was ending, Do-jun gripped his shoulder again. One more thing. Did Hong Hee-ju give the order to have me killed? The moment the name was uttered, that woman's face flashed vividly in Chang-seop's mind. Do-jun gave him no room to breathe. He tightened his crushing grip as the man hesitated. The sheer force applied to his collarbone forced an agonizing scream from his lungs. Chang-seop cracked and shrieked, It was Hong Hee-ju! She's the one! She said she wanted you to drown in debts until you took your own life. That's what she wanted. Please, just let me go. Having extracted the truth, Do-jun released him, whispering darkly, Suicide, is it? So that was her motive for trapping me inside that gate. Chang-seop frantically tried to distance himself from the plot. Trapping you? I swear on my life I knew nothing about that. I'm serious. If you were dead, I'd never see a penny of that money. Why would I kill my own payday? I'm telling you the truth. Seeing that the man was on the verge of collapsing, Do-jun believed him. He paused in deep thought for a second before uttering a name. Kang Chan-hu. He was the one who physically pushed me in. Find every scrap of info on him by sunrise. Chang-seop's voice shook as he replied, Yes, sir. Do-jun walked out, leaving the gang to exhale in collective terror. The sword god gazed up at the infinite blue expanse. Subconsciously, the memories of the original Do-jun surfaced. Please ensure Grandma and Eunjong find a home in the safest sanctuary possible. Was that truly your only wish? Very well, I shall grant it for you. The following morning, holding a freshly forged identification card in his hand, he arrived at the Central Gate headquarters and checked in. A cold, robotic voice chimed, Hero credentials confirmed. Warning, your current rank is below the suggested threshold. Please proceed with extreme caution and reconsider your entry. Do. Jun glanced at the plastic card, annoyed. That hack at the office should have just set me to A rank. He stepped inside anyway, ignoring the persistent warnings. Level insufficient, level insufficient. Bamseom Gate, rank B, scale D, terrain underground tunnel. Requirement, rank A. Solo entry is strictly prohibited. It's a rank B dungeon, but its cramped scale D layout makes solo raiding a nightmare. The narrow, tunnel-like corridors only permit one fighter at a time. Without at least rank A power, a stroke of bad luck here is a death sentence. You would find yourself completely isolated, surrounded by hundreds of predators in a suffocating, pitch-black void. Before him loomed a titan-sized serpent with shimmering, iridescent scales. In this lethal silence, Do-jun actually grinned. He pulled on his combat gauntlets and whispered, Perfect. The serpent flicked a tongue that was as hard as steel and dripping with lethal toxins. Do-jun didn't even blink as he reached out and snatched a magic crystal from the air. Witnessing its kin being butchered right before its eyes, the golden snake hissed in a murderous frenzy. After finishing the first one, Do-jun noted calmly, "Black-fanged serpent. Highly toxic. A mere scratch can shut down the nervous system." He vaulted into the air and landed with bone-shattering force, his movements spinning like a lethal hurricane. Moving like a flickering shadow, he tore dozens of deep gashes from the beast's skull down to its tail. By the time he stopped, he had literally carved a path straight through its midsection. With the threat neutralized, he noticed his gauntlets were sizzling with acidic snake venom. Judging the wear and tear, he thought, "This repair will cost me 300 gun." A chorus of hissing erupted. Do-jun glanced over. This time, the entire nest had arrived for a bloodbath. He threw himself into the swarm of venomous predators. The heat of battle set his blood on fire, and soon crimson was spraying alongside the green bile of the serpents. It was a literal deluge of gore. Moments later, Do-jun stood alone in the quiet tunnel. He reached into a carcass to find his reward, but paused, confused. No magic crystals at all? The core was empty. He reminded himself, in my old world, these black-fanged serpents had a drop rate of less than 3%. Looks like I'll have to slaughter a few hundred more. He pushed through the tunnel and emerged into a vibrant, hidden forest. He spotted a pile of bleached skeletons nearby, radiating a heavy aura of decay. He peered into the hollow eyes of the remains. Is that an S-rank boss hiding there? Seeing a serpent 4 times the size of the others, he dropped his bag and muttered, "I was just wandering, and yet I stumbled right into the jackpot. Now things are getting interesting." He launched himself upward, fist cocked back. Better wrap this up quickly. I need to get home for dinner. But this time, he was thrown back with force, a sharp, stinging jolt racing through his wrist. Noticing his clear handprint imprinted on the serpent's scales, he thought in disbelief, the strike did nothing. Before he could pivot to a new plan, the tail whipped around with lethal speed. It lashed out like a massive, heavy scourge. He was sent crashing into the stone wall. That tail flick was deceptively quick and cunning. Do-jun sat motionless for a second to regain his senses. Only when the king serpent bared its glistening fangs and lunged did he drag himself back to his feet. He threw himself to the side, cheating death by a fraction of an inch. Immediately after the dodge, he pivoted sharply and bolted toward the king serpent with explosive speed, closing the distance instantly. He practically soared through the air, delivering a punch that finally caused a section of its armor-like scales to fracture. Judging by his intense focus, he had finally acknowledged this beast as a worthy adversary. Facing a foe with such overwhelming defenses, he couldn't help but reflect. As I feared, this is a different league from those smaller snakes. Its hide is so dense my bare fists are useless. What's the move? If I had even a fraction of my true power back, this thing would be dead in seconds. Amidst the tense standoff, a faint metallic glint caught his eye. Do-jun scanned the debris and spotted a discarded ancient blade. Could this be... He paused, weighing his options. Accepting the gamble, he wrenched the sword from the ground and whispered, "It's a rusted relic, but it'll have to do. A sword's edge is only as sharp as the soul of the one wielding it. I'll be borrowing this for a moment." To avoid the serpent's snapping jaws, he funneled every ounce of leg strength into a massive vertical leap. Simultaneously, he flooded his sword arm with spiritual energy. His pupils narrowed to sharp points. With cold, merciless precision, he declared, "Consider it a privilege to be slain by my hand, you wretched beast." His fingers locked onto the hilt. The king serpent let out a deafening hiss, unhinging its jaw to swallow the sword god whole. He sharpened his focus so intensely that his irises seemed to merge into a single point of light. In one fluid motion, he cleaved the monster's head in two, even as the brittle blade shattered into 1,000 pieces. Do-jun remained frozen in his follow-through, lips tight as the silence returned. He finally let out a long, heavy breath and muttered, "If that single strike hadn't landed perfectly, I'd be the one on the floor right now." He gazed at his hard-earned spoils. Suddenly, pressurized black venom erupted from the carcass, spraying the area. Do-jun salvaged a sharp bone fragment to serve as a makeshift weapon and inspected it. A bit short for a long sword, but it'll cut deep once I put an edge on it. Either way, this was a massive step up from that Namsan gate. A successful hunt. By the time he emerged from the dungeon, night had fully blanketed the city. Do-jun reflected. I underestimated the time a rank B gate requires. I need to get my strength back, and fast. I just hope my old comrades never see me in such a pathetic state. The following morning, at the same shop he had visited before, a veteran hunter tossed his loot onto the counter. The clerk tallied the items for a moment and announced, "A decent haul of crystals. Our commission is 40% as per the rules." The hunter scoffed, clearly annoyed by the price. He tried to haggle. "Come on, 40% is daylight robbery. I'm a regular here. Give me a loyalty discount." The clerk, busy sorting the cash, began his usual lecture. "You know we're the most competitive shop on the strip. The Gate Center charges 5% just for the paperwork, and we offer a clean deal with no paper trail, meaning no taxes for you. In the long run, you're walking away with a much bigger slice of the pie." The hunter conceded with a pout, counting his bills. "Well, fair point. By the way, what's with the black eye and the bandages?" The clerk let out a frustrated sigh and slumped his shoulders. "Don't even get me started. Some lunatic stormed in here, trashed our security detail, and decided I needed a facial rearrangement too." The hunter tucked his wallet away, talking non-stop. "That's your problem, relying on those C-rank pretenders. You need real skill, not a badge. Ranks are just numbers for bureaucrats. Real power is forged in blood. A kid who guards doors for a living is nothing compared to a hero who stares death in the face every single day." The clerk thought, "If you're done talking, get out. You're giving me a headache." The hunter gave a cocky wink and a grin. "We've been through a lot. If you need a real pro to handle things, just give me a shout." He turned to leave just as our protagonist stepped through the door. Seeing that terrifying face return, the clerk reflexively jumped back in sheer panic. He pointed a trembling finger at Do-jun and shrieked, "That's him! That's the monster who did this to me!" The hunter turned around, eyeing Do-jun with disbelief. "Wait, this kid? He looks sharp, sure, but he's the one who wrecked your shop? Hey, kid, you the one causing trouble? You call yourself a hero but bully civilians? Don't you know the first rule is to protect people, not punch them?" The clerk smirked, relishing the brewing confrontation. "The man you just insulted has been a pro for 7 years. He's got a massive web of contacts, from rookie sidekicks to legendary elites. You're digging your own grave by crossing him." Do-jun merely glanced back and replied, "Try worrying about your own survival before you start handing out life lessons." Those words poured gasoline on the fire. The cashier leaned in, practically vibrating with excitement for a violent fallout. Do-jun didn't show a flicker of fear. He challenged, "Or were you planning to step up and settle the score yourself?" The hunter's blood boiled with fury for a split second as his knuckles turned white. You little... Are you asking for a death sentence?" "Wait. The top killer of heroes isn't a monster. It's a grudge with another hero." His 7-year survival instinct suddenly overrode his pride, switching to full retreat. "Catch you later. I just remembered I'm on a tight schedule. I'm out of here." Seeing his backup vanish into thin air, the cashier turned into a statue. Do-jun leaned over the counter and asked, "You don't seem particularly fond of me, do you?" The cashier's face went pale, too terrified to even breathe an answer. Do-jun slammed the backpack, overflowing with magic crystals, onto the glass. Then he commanded flatly, "Value the haul." The sight of the shimmering gems sent a wave of pressure through the room. What is this? High-tier crystals? Who is this monster of a man?" The cashier's greed eventually overrode his fear, and his fingers flew to the calculator. Then he gasped in pure disbelief. "A grand total of 150 million gun." Hearing the number, Do-jun felt a quiet surge of annoyance. "I spent the entire day grinding and only walked away with 150 million? Staying outwardly stoic, he demanded, "Give me the 150 million. The cashier stammered, "Wait, we still have to dock the commission fee." The moment he met that razor-sharp gaze, he thought, "Did I just sign my own death warrant?" Fortunately, he recalled the previous terms, exhaled in relief, and corrected himself. "No, that's wrong. 1% commission. That leaves 148.5 million. Pay up, right now." The cashier screamed internally, "What?" "The standard fee is 40%. Are you brain dead?" Outwardly, he only managed to wheeze, well, payouts over 100 million need a green light from the boss. Do-jun stared through him and ordered, "Then go get that approval this instant." The cashier dialed the phone with trembling fingers, whispering, "Yes, sir. The situation is getting out of hand." Seeing the owner pick up on the other end, Do-jun snatched the device away. He spoke with cold authority into the receiver. "You heard the man. Tell him to move the funds to me immediately." The shop owner replied with forced politeness, "I understand perfectly." "Please pass the phone back to my employee." Do-jun didn't care for the pleasantries. He hurled the phone against the wall with enough force to shatter it. Feeling the heat of the ruined phone and the weight of his boss's "just pay him" order, the cashier swallowed his pride and moved with lightning speed. "Yes, sir. Right away." He lugged several heavy bags of cash out to the counter. "Next time, let's try to keep our business civilized." The cashier wept inside. Since when does a civilized deal only benefit the guy with the scary eyes? 10 minutes later, the shop owner finally sprinted through the front door. He asked in a panic, "Hello? Why were you ignoring my calls? What exactly happened here?" The cashier, looking like he'd aged 20 years in an hour, said, "Hey, boss, consider this my resignation. I'm officially done with this place." Seeing the phone still embedded in the drywall, the owner's heart sank. The cashier just gave him a hollow, gloomy stare. The owner immediately reached out for reinforcements. "Hello, Hyunju-jeon. It's your uncle. I need you to come down here. I've got a situation." On the other end of the line was a young woman so striking that every pedestrian nearby stopped in their tracks. As she strode by in elegant black heels, a crowd naturally began to form around her. She carried the effortless aura of a world-class icon. "Is that Hyunju-jeon? It really is her." Amidst the gasps of awe, Ju-jeon arrived at her uncle's shop. The doorbell chimed, followed by the shop's automated greeting. "Welcome!" The cashier saw her and nearly fell over in shock. "Oh my God, it's actually Hyunju-jeon!" Ju-jeon slid off her sunglasses and gave him a playful wink. "The one and only." The cashier's brain was spinning. He thought, Hyunju-jeon, South Korea's legendary 4th S rank. I knew she was related to the boss, but what's an S rank doing in a place like this? Ju-jeon, reading the confusion on his face, offered an explanation. "My uncle called. He says some rogue hero is bullying the staff and forcing bad trades for magic crystals." "Mind giving me the full story?" Meanwhile, Do-jun and Eun-jong were back at their house in the yard. The little girl was preoccupied with her dolls while Do-jun focused on refining his combat forms. "Even if I hunt non-stop, breaking the 100 million mark is a struggle. At this pace, I'll never reach my goal. I need to be powerful enough to solo S-rank gates, and I need to do it yesterday. Reclaiming my peak strength is the only path, but compared to my homeworld, the mana in the air here is incredibly thin. Even if I drain 10 units of mana daily, it could take 3 years, or even a decade to recover. It would be easier if I had decent gear, but the equipment here is pathetic. I can't even find high-quality scrap metal." While he was lost in worry, a sudden spike of killing intent hit him. The little girl, playing happily, looked up as her brother suddenly sprinted toward her. He scooped Eun-jong up and made a mad dash for the door. "Eun-jong, listen to me. You stay inside the house and don't come out." Do-jun hurried the girl inside and bolted the door behind them instantly. Startled by his sudden intensity, Grandma asked in a daze, "Do-jun, what's gotten into you?" Suddenly, the entire building began to sway violently. Grandma lost her footing and cried out, "An earthquake! It's a massive earthquake!" Eun-jong was gripped by terror and began to shriek at the top of her lungs. Utilizing his razor-sharp instincts, Do-jun realized the truth. This is no tectonic shift. Above them, the sky had bruised into an ominous pitch-black void. Worse still, the fabric of reality was splintering, cracks racing across the air like a shattered mirror. A massive rift tore open right in the middle of their yard. A fissure. Grandma stammered in fear, Do-jun, what is happening to the world?" He barked a strict command. "It's too dangerous out there. Do not leave this room no matter what." With that, he dove headlong into the glowing rift. Neither his grandmother's cries nor his sister's screams could stop him. "Do-jun, big brother!" At that exact moment, over at the Seoul Hero Association, a staff member stared at a blinking monitor and yelled, "Director, a fissure just ripped open in the Mapo district." The association manager paused, his face darkening as he issued orders. "A fresh fissure after 63 days of silence. The White Lion Guild is the closest response team to Mapo. Get them on the line now. Mobilize every available hero in the vicinity. Pinpoint the exact coordinates," a subordinate shouted back. "It's centered in the garden of a private home." The senior manager let out a hollow, bitter laugh. "A residential area? We're in trouble. If a civilian wanders into an unstable fissure, they're as good as dead." His temples began to throb with stress. And if a non-hero perishes inside, a 10-day monster cataclysm will erupt from that breach. If that happens, the heart of Seoul will become a graveyard. The manager pressed for more info. "Do we have eyes on whoever went inside?" A blonde agent checked the data. "A man named Seo Do-jun, a resident of the house. His grandmother claims he jumped in to protect his family." "So, a commoner. Statistically, what are the odds of a monster wave occurring when an ordinary person enters a new fissure?" The blonde agent hesitated, whispering, 99.9%. The horrific probability sent a wave of hopelessness through the room. Meanwhile, Hiju was absolutely livid, taking her rage out on her staff. She snapped, unable to process the news. "Awakened? You're telling me that loser Do-jun has powers? Are you out of your mind?" Director Lai stood his ground. "He hasn't filed his paperwork with the association yet, but there's no doubt he manifested abilities during that last gate incident." Hiju's fury reached a boiling point as she hissed, "What the hell is that incompetent Kang Chan-hu doing? I told him to finish the job. Why did he make it this messy? He's already pocketed the payment." Manager Lai added a threat for the mercenary. "If Do-jun isn't dead, Chan-hu owes us 10 times the blood money we gave him. Actually, there's no need to call him." "Why not?" Director Lai turned pale as a ghost. "A new fissure just opened in Mapo, literally on Do-jun's doorstep. Intelligence confirms Do-jun has already vanished inside the rift. The media will be all over this within the hour." A cruel smile finally touched her lips. She smirked. "So I won't have to deal with that piece of trash ever again?" Director Lai nodded slowly, most likely. The news soothed her ego, but her bitterness remained. Hiju gave a low, chilling command. "Watch the site. Don't stop until you've confirmed his corpse." Director Lai bowed his head. "As you wish, ma'am." Elsewhere, Do-jun was navigating the surreal dimension within the fissure. He found himself standing in a prehistoric jungle of lush emerald greens. The raw majesty of the landscape resonated deep in his soul. He was visibly shaken. "It can't be. This is the Partisusa forest. The very sanctuary where I trained as a young boy. The curve of the trees, the familiar scent of the grass, even the way the wind whispered. The air was heavy with a massive flow of mana. Even the clouds looked like they belonged to his old world. If my memory serves me," he let out a vibrant, triumphant laugh. "I knew it. The great world tree. An ancient, sentient spire that serves as the heart of all pure mana. The previous world fell into ruin because this pillar was incinerated, causing the mana cycle to collapse into chaos. To see the world tree standing here in peace, it's a miracle. I don't know how this is possible, but I can finally reclaim the power I lost." Overflowing with newfound hope, Do-jun sat down and began the rigorous process of cultivation. He lost himself in the profound energy of this high-level sanctuary. He sat in deep meditation within the sanctuary of the world tree's roots. One day passed, then 2, then 3. He abandoned the need for food or sleep, focusing every fiber of his being on his spiritual rhythm. He refined his energy relentlessly until the arrival of a shimmering full moon. Do-jun snapped out of his trance-like state, sensing the predatory approach of a Volcana hunting pack. Do-jun gazed down at his ancient enemies, his eyes cold as he prepared to collect the debt from those who had once burned his world to ashes. They charged like lunatics, hurling themselves toward the world tree. Do-jun instinctively reached for his hip, lamenting, "A water element blade would make this a lot easier." But the Volcana pack wasn't about to give him a moment to breathe. Dojun surged his mana and hardened his resolve. Fine, it doesn't matter, I'll pulverize every last one of them. An aura of brilliant blue mana cloaked his form as he extended his palm. He unleashed a wave of raw mental energy to strike down the intruders. The Volcana caught in the blast, clutched their skulls, letting out shrieks that could shatter glass. Dojun's gaze sharpened, pinning them down with a terrifying stoic intensity. Watching him dismantle their kin with such ease, the Volcana grew hesitant, no longer daring to rush him blindly. Mana release, a technique where highly condensed energy is discharged as a gas and then detonated. This style is honestly a bit clumsy. It's been ages since I've had to vent this much mana at once. The beasts kept their distance, shifting their strategy to long-range bombardments. Through the thick, hazy air, a barrage of mana projectiles came raining down on his position. Just as the glowing spheres of energy were inches from his face, they dissipated against a shimmering mana shield. Hovering effortlessly in mid-air, Dojun whispered, "I've confirmed the world tree remains untouched. Now let's see what this body can really do when I cut loose." He rolled his neck, loosened his shoulders, and dove straight into the heart of the Volcana swarm. As he closed in, the Volcana roared in defiance, but he didn't give them the chance to fire another shot. He silenced their muzzles for good. Beams of pure mana shot directly down the Volcana's open throats. The energy destabilized them from the inside out, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Two unlucky beasts were vaporized instantly in the resulting blast. Where they once stood, a magic crystal spiraled out of the dissipating smoke. Dojun walked right past the loot, muttering absent-mindedly, "Verification complete. As long as I wipe out this entire pack, I'll eventually find the immortal embers, won't I?" If I recall correctly, the drop rate here is quite generous. Let's see how much I can squeeze out of this lot. Driven by the hunt for immortal embers, Dojun entered a state of lethal focus, systematically destroying and perfectly dodging every counterattack. He completely lost track of the hours passing by. He finally retreated to the hollow of the world tree to tally his gains. Buried in a mountain of crystals, a golden seed pulsed with light. This golden seed was his true prize. He picked it up, eyes gleaming. Immortal embers, finally. Holding the rare artifact once more felt surreal as he crushed the seed in his fist. A living flame erupted within the hollow of his palm. Dojun poked at the fire with childlike curiosity, watching it dance. "I need more mana from the world tree, but my physical vessel can't handle the strain yet. My best bet is to consume these embers, and attune my mana to the fire attribute after swallowing a single immortal ember, and shadows of his past as the sword god stirred in his heart. Back then, this was effortless, but now it takes a grueling 10 minutes just to digest one." He flexed his arm to gauge the new power. He looked down at the remaining golden seeds scattered at his feet. He thought with grim determination, "I'll keep absorbing them until my body hits its limit." High above the city, the massive fissure pulse intensified. Media crews and frantic reporters swarmed the perimeter, joined by a terrified public. Seong-gu clenched his jaw and hissed a curse. "God damn it!" He stared at the sky, his frustration peaking. "This is all that lunatic's fault. How did it come to this?" Hyun-gu checked his watch, his tone deceptively calm. "He claimed he went in to save his sister. Yet look at the chaos out here. Nothing's improved. Sounds like a hero story, doesn't it? He probably heard the myths about easy awakenings in fissures and jumped in like a fool. If he wanted to end it, he should have done it quietly instead of dragging the whole city down." He listened to a whisper from a nearby aide and asked with a smirk, "And what's the chairman's take?" Seong-gu snapped back, "The usual. Just sit tight and wait." Still, even he was confused. "But why the delay?" Hyun-gu lowered his voice. "Word is, fissures just tore open simultaneously in the US, China, the UK, Turkey, and Switzerland. It's a global outbreak. That's why the chairman is tied up. This is unprecedented, though rumors say the other countries managed to stabilize their rifts immediately." Seong-gu's brow furrowed so deeply it looked like a scar. "So we're the only ones drowning in this mess? It's all because of that one arrogant brat. That brat who crawled in there? Just wait until he shows his face. I'll cave his head in myself, you'll see." Outside the jagged rift, a somber, low-frequency hum began to vibrate through the air. A news anchor's voice cut through the tension. "It has been 28 days since the Mapo fissure manifested. The Hero Association has officially declared a Level 1 alert for an imminent monster cataclysm. A grainy, censored photo of a young man appeared on the broadcast. If Resident S, the individual who first entered the rift, does not emerge within 48 hours... A hand reached out and abruptly killed the TV. Moon Chang-seop, exhaling a thick cloud of cigarette smoke, drifted into deep thought. So you're telling me this Resident S is actually that Seo Do-jun kid? Director Kim Aon-gu bowed respectfully. The overhead lights glinted off his spectacles. Yes, I've run the cross-checks. It's definitely him. Director Kim, Moon's primary strategist, provided the one-month briefing. What are the odds the boy makes it out in one piece? He ran the numbers instantly. For a normal human, it's binary. 1% at best. Realistically, less than 0.1%. A dark, predatory smirk stretched across Moon's face. A normal human? Don't make me laugh. At his words, the henchmen in the back nodded frantically like clockwork toys. The suits at the Hero Association are completely in the dark. He leaned his chin on his palm and coolly tossed out a theory. What if he actually awakened his powers? Aon-gu pivoted and immediately adjusted his hypothesis. Even if he did, it all depends on his rank. Honestly, it's impossible to tell from here. Moon Chang-seop let out a long sigh, sinking into his leather chair. Fair enough. Being a street brawler is a far cry from surviving a living nightmare like a fisher. His next directive caught Aon-gu off guard. This Seo Do-jun, he still has family, right? Put a leash on them. The order brought up images of the little girl, Eun-jong, and her grandmother. What's the play, boss? Moon decided with a chilling, low tone. For the time being, kill them with kindness. He reached up and slid off his glasses, his eyes turning cold and hollow. If he dies, we harvest their organs. If he survives, we tell him we're the reason they're safe, burying him under a debt he can never repay. Scene shifts to a titanic, ancient tree. The tree was bathed in a magnificent ethereal luminescence. Do-jun was deep in a meditative trance, expanding his core. How long had he been in this timeless state? Floating in his palm was a pale amber spark of energy, known as an immortal ember. I've successfully integrated hundreds of them by now. The golden energy spiraled fiercely within his grip. I can now manifest fire element mana at will. My resistance to heat has also reached a staggering level. Do-jun's eyes sharpened as he channeled the spirit of the sword god. In terms of raw pyro affinity, I've already surpassed the peak of my former life as the sword god. His fingers brushed gently against the rough, ancient bark of the great tree. His voice echoed softly through the clearing. Just as before, glittering spores of light cascaded down from the World Tree's canopy. My gratitude to you, World Tree. Do-jun knelt down, gathering several crimson gemstones into a hand-woven basket. Hoisting the basket onto his back, he whispered a final farewell. This might be the last time we meet. Yet his eyes blazed with an iron-willed resolve. But if the end ever comes for you... Do-jun turned to depart with a faint, knowing smile. I will be your shield, no matter the cost. The scene transitions to a moonlit night. From the heart of the swirling rift, a figure finally began to step out. His feet touched the pavement with feather-light grace. Do-jun tilted his chin up, scanning the eerie, deserted neighborhood. Not a soul within a kilometer. They must have cleared the area for the expected monster breach. As he scanned the horizon of rooftops, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. There's a powerful presence radiating from that sector. Without hesitation, he blurred into motion like a sudden gust, lunging forward with incredible speed. Do-jun materialized silently behind the two men, including the one named Hyun-gu. While tracking them, he quickly gauged the situation. Those uniforms. They're the same agents from the gate. If they spot me, the questions will never end. A fierce golden flame erupted in his palm, ignited by the power of the immortal embers. In a heartbeat, Do-jun launched the fireball into the distance with surgical precision. A streak of flame carved through the night sky toward the roof of a far-off building. It vanished for a second, leaving only a tiny, flickering ember in its wake. Suddenly, a thunderous, earth-shattering detonation rocked the entire district. The agents jumped, caught completely off guard. What was that? Where did that blast come from? Seongu whirled toward the light and shouted, "Is that an inferno?" Both of them sprinted toward the raging fire with a sense of extreme urgency. By the time they reached the scene, the structure was already a roaring furnace. He stared with wide, bewildered eyes. How is this possible? Why would a fire spontaneously ignite here? Meanwhile, from the shadows, Do-jun quietly critiqued the impact of his strike. The homing accuracy of this fire mana is quite impressive. He looked at his hand, a wave of nostalgia for Kusak washing over him. Wasn't this the very flame you prided yourself on? The arrogant, godlike image of the sword god flickered in his memory. You'd be proud. After all, you were the undisputed master of the Sixth Realm's eternal flame. Yungu's eyes suddenly snapped wide, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He jerked his head back, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wait a minute. He turned toward the pulsating fissure and whispered, "The rift. Its energy signature just shifted." Seongu demanded, "Shifted? Shifted how?" In a heartbeat, the shimmering rift began to contract before vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the two agents were sprinting back toward the exact coordinates where the breach had first appeared. He immediately sensed an eerie shift in the atmosphere. What? The rift? It's gone. Seongu's rigid expression fractured into pure bewilderment. Right before our eyes. The fissure flickered like a dying candle before snuffing out completely. It's vanished! Do-jun calmly ascended the stairs through the blanket of the silent night. Suddenly, he glanced back, his eyes burning with a lethal and heavy authority. As dawn broke over the city, an urgent news alert cut through the morning air. Breaking news. The Mapo District fissure has spontaneously closed. On a massive corporate LED screen, the anchor continued the report. Exactly 29 days have passed since Resident S entered the rift. The Hero Association, fully mobilized for a monster cataclysm, is baffled by this unprecedented anomaly and has launched a full-scale investigation. Commuters on the sidewalk stood frozen, staring at the screens and gossiping intensely, never realizing the man they were discussing was walking among them. Simultaneously, a massive fire has been reported at a scrapyard near the fissure site. The crowd gathered to trade rumors. That S guy is definitely ghost meat by now, right? He got what was coming to him. Who's crazy enough to charge into a fissure the second it opens? Their words were laced with spite. Still, the guy is dead. That's a bit cold, don't you think? It's just reality. If that rift hadn't closed, all of Seoul would be a war zone right now. Do-jun paused, reflecting on the broadcast. If the gateway is gone, does that mean my connection to the world tree is severed? A shame, but perhaps it's for the best. He looked up at the golden horizon. The morning sun was radiating with brilliant intensity. Do-jun whispered to himself, I have new lives to shield now. He came to a halt in front of a weathered office that looked like it had been abandoned for a lifetime. Inside, the corridor was thick with cigarette smoke as two men talked. The man with the scarred face smirked through a cloud of nicotine. Now that the brat is fertilizer, that old woman and the little girl are basically our property. The other goon chimed in, Dead right. The boss isn't a charity. He'll bleed them for 10 times what they owe. The scarred man took a long drag. The old lady is whatever, but that kid is going to be a real beauty. The boss is already calculating the best ways to sell her off. As the words left his mouth, a voice cut through the smoke like a blade. Hey! Do-jun emerged from the shadows, stepping toward them. He demanded coldly, Where is your boss hiding? A sleek car pulled up directly in front of the dilapidated office building. A man wearing polished black dress shoes stepped out onto the pavement. Moon Chang-seop stepped out, smoothing back his hair with a nauseating air of self-importance. He wore a grin of pure relief, as if a weight had been lifted. He's finally dead. I can actually sleep tonight. Suddenly, Chang-seop turned to his assistant. Hey, Manager Kim. What's on the docket for today? Kim quickly scanned his tablet. Lunch with CEO Beach. Your evening is currently wide open. Chang Seop slid off his shades and barked instructions. Good. Call Ms. Kang and tell her I'm coming over tonight. Tell them I want fresh faces. Make sure they're top tier. The manager bowed. Understood, sir. The two of them began climbing the creaky, aging stairs of the office. But then, Moon Chang Seop's eyes nearly popped out of his head in sheer terror. The moment he reached the landing, he saw one of his enforcers being kicked across the room like a rag doll. A spray of blood hit the floor right at Chang Seop's feet. He stood there with his jaw hanging open, unable to make a sound. The goon crashed into a heap of old equipment in the corner. Do-jun stood perfectly still, watching the man gasp for air. His voice sounded like a death knell as he commanded Chang Seop, "Crawl over here like the dog you are, now!" At the sound of his name, Chang Seop's entire body began to shake, sweat drenching his collar. Do-jun hopped up and sat casually on a nearby desk. Gazing down at Chang Seop, who had collapsed to his knees, his voice turned icy. "Are you deaf?" Paralyzed by fear, the man began to crawl forward as ordered. His hair fell over his eyes, masking a face twisted with humiliation and dread. "Bark! A piece of filth like you doesn't deserve the dignity of human speech." Do-jun's voice was a low growl. He loomed over the man whose head was pressed against the floor. "I said bark like a dog now." The sound of desperate, wheezing gasps filled the cramped hallway. Chang Seop unhinged his jaw in total terror and began to bark frantically, spit flying. "Woof, woof, woof, woof!" His subordinates pressed themselves against the walls, eyes averted, not daring to intervene. Chang Seop continued his pathetic display. Do-jun watched with a look of pure disgust and ordered, "Louder, I can't hear you." Seated on his makeshift throne, his voice vibrated with suppressed rage. "To my face, you cower and swear your very soul to me. But the second you smell blood, you're the first to slide a knife in my back." Do-jun's eyes were murderous. "Moon Chang Seop, do you really think I've never dealt with rats like you before?" Moon Chang Seop slammed his forehead against the floor, sobbing, "Please, I beg you, I'll be your loyal hound forever. Just let me live." Do-jun's boot connected sharply with his chin. "Shut your mouth." Chang Seop spat out a tooth and blood, sprawling backward in agony. Do-jun shifted his gaze to Aeon-gu. "You." Addressing the man in glasses, Do-jun handed him a new destiny. "As of right now, you're the boss. You don't have to bow to this animal anymore." He leaned in closer. "A hostile takeover shouldn't be a problem for people in your line of work, right? I'm giving you the green light. Execute it." Aeon-gu bit his lip, trembling. He bowed low, trying to navigate the trap. "Our boss has deep roots and dangerous friends. If I suddenly took the throne, the fallout would be catastrophic." Sweat soaked his shirt as he pleaded in a shaky voice, "Please don't put me in this position. Please spare the boss just this once." Do-jun looked at him with a gaze that felt like a death sentence. "Why are you making this so difficult? Aren't you people the experts at vanishing folks in oil drums or crushing them into cubes at the junkyard?" he asked, his patience wearing thin, terrifying them to their very souls. "If that's the case, I'll just hurl him into a monster gate to serve as live bait." Hearing this, Moon Chang Seop collapsed into a desperate kowtow, sobbing for mercy. "I beg of you, please spare my life. I'll live out the rest of my days as your loyal hound." His henchmen joined him on the floor, heads hitting the ground in unison. "We beg of you, sir." "Please have mercy." Do-jun looked down at the pathetic display with a face full of loathing. Erasing Moon Chang Seop now would be the cleanest solution to prevent future headaches, but he let out a heavy sigh and mused, "Am I actually growing a conscience?" He extended his hand toward the man, offering what looked like a final lifeline. "Here." Chang Seop, convinced he had been granted a reprieve, looked up with a face radiating pathetic joy. Trembling, he reached out to, clasped Do-jun's hand, his mouth still churning out a mechanical stream of apologies. "I'm so sorry. I regret every single thing I've done." As he spoke, a blinding light suddenly erupted from Do-jun's palm. "From this moment on, I will serve you as my true master." The instant their skin touched, Chang Seop's hand was engulfed in a searing flash of fire. He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. As the man wailed piteously, Do-jun leaned in with a voice like a death knell. "This is your one and only final warning!" Do-jun abruptly pulled his hand back. Chang Seop's charred, blackened hand slumped onto the freezing floor like a piece of charcoal. Without a backward glance, Do-jun walked away, leaving the sounds of the man's tormented shrieking behind him. Do-jun paused at the door to issue a final threat. "If my relatives suffer so much as a paper cut, all of you are dead. Protect them with your lives 24 hours a day, forever." While rumors swirled in the shadows, the official story was set. Seo Do-jun was a ghost, a man who had vanished into the void along with the fisher. The sun beat down on a local McDonald's where Do-jun and his sister were tucked into a corner booth. The little girl was preoccupied with her meal. To the government, the Hero Association, and the nightly news, Do-jun was a dead man walking. A notification blinked to life on his smartphone screen. He stared at the digital report of his own disappearance, lost in a sea of private thoughts. His hollow reflection stared back from the window. Surfacing now would only invite a storm of unwanted attention. He looked at Eun-jong, whose cheeks were stuffed full of a cheeseburger. He gave a small smile. "Moon Chang Seop will have a new house ready for us soon, so let's take our time moving our things." The little girl savored every bite of the food in her tiny hands, crumbs dusting her chin. She looked up at him with a beaming, toothy grin. "I'm so happy we're finally moving to a nice place." Do-jun added, "You'll be able to go to kindergarten like everyone else, and next year you'll even start real school." Suddenly, Eun-jong's bright face clouded over with gloom. Do-jun's heart sank as he asked frantically, "What's wrong? You don't want to go to kindergarten?" The little girl shook her head sadly. "No." She then whispered the reason that made his blood boil. "The other kids, they always make fun of me because I don't have a mommy or daddy." Do-jun turned his head away, his jaw tightening so hard it hurt. He looked back at the fragile girl and comforted her gently. "It's okay. You don't have to go. You don't need to spend a second with those brats. Next year you can just head straight to primary school." At his promise, her mood did a complete 180. "Promise? I really don't have to go back?" Do-jun replied softly, "Not a chance." But internally his mind was racing. Maybe I should put her in an elite private academy, where no one would dare look down on her. Later, an explosive voice echoed through a hotel suite. "What? You've got my grandmother and a child living in a hotel?" Do-jun was interrogating a cowering Aeon-gu. "Are you guys serious right now?" Aeon-gu broke into a cold sweat and stammered an explanation. "This hotel is a flagship property under our firm's management. In terms of security and luxury..." Do-jun finally cut him off. "Fine, it'll do for now. It'll do for..." He pushed open the suite door. Eun-jong let out a high-pitched cry of joy. "Big brother!" The little girl sprinted across the room and collided with him in a fierce hug. Do-jun's beloved grandmother shuffled over and took his hand, tears of joy in her eyes. "Do-jun, you really did come back to us!" Eun-jong clung to his waist and began to sob uncontrollably. "Brother, brother, brother." Do-jun stood there, completely flustered, caught between the two women who loved him. He smiled warmly and looked at his grandmother. "Yes, Grandma, I'm finally home." But a question from Un. Jong pulled him back to the weight of his reality. "Big brother, are you one of those heroes now?" At the question, Do-jun asked with genuine curiosity, "Why? Would you be proud if I was a hero?" Clinging to her fries, she replied, "No. I'd actually prefer it if you weren't." Do-jun wondered why. The girl explained with a trembling lip. "Because heroes have to go into dark places and fight scary monsters. And sometimes they don't come back." Eun-jong's face was the picture of sorrow. "Our family, Grandma and me, we just want you to stay right here with us for a very, very long time." He tried to find the words, but his throat felt tight. Do-jun pressed his lips together, staying perfectly silent. Eun-jong's heart-wrenching plea echoed in his mind like a mantra. "Brother, we just want you to stay with us for a very long time." Do-jun flashed back to the blood-soaked horrors of his past life. Even in that wasteland of a world, There were those who clung to life until the bitter end. He pictured himself sitting atop a mountain of slain beasts. During those endless years of slaughtering monsters, I lost every shred of my humanity. He felt the warmth of Eunjong's hug. But now, a spark of something precious I thought I'd lost forever has returned. He pictured the simple meals I shared with the girl and his grandmother, and his resolve hardened. In this new world, I will live solely to defend this quiet, simple happiness. Above them, a scout helicopter cut through the city's skyline. Deep within the heart of the South Korean Hero Association, a fortress of glass and steel, Tae-hwa, the association's founder and a pillar of the World Hero Federation, gazed out over the sprawling skyline. Is it truly possible that we've found nothing? The assistant beside him lowered her head. I'm afraid so, sir. Every lead has gone cold. My deepest apologies. Tae-hwa let out a heavy, anxious breath. This is unsettling. A fissure that vanishes without a trace is a ghost that can strike again at any moment. She offered a tentative thought. Indeed, such an erratic variable is a nightmare. In a way, a predictable monster wave would be far easier to manage. He cut her off with a sharp, stern tone. Mind your tongue. Tae-hwa's eyes pierced hers. Our priority is the lives of the people. Be thankful we were spared a massacre today. Realizing her error, she bowed quickly. I am sorry, sir. I will choose my words more carefully. He was a titan of influence. Tae-hwa, ranked among the top 100 most revered heroes on the planet. Had he sought the presidency, he would have likely won by a landslide. Some whispered he could dismantle entire corporate empires if he chose, yet his heart wasn't in politics. He sought neither fame nor dominion. His only obsession was the protection of the public and bracing for the next cataclysm. He issued his final orders before walking off. Take your time, but do not leave a single stone unturned. She added one more update. Also, the family living near the rift site has officially agreed to sell their property. His expression softened. Understood. That is a relief. Tae-hwa's moral compass always pointed toward the citizens. Ensure they receive well above market value. If a bit of extra money can provide even a sliver of solace to those who lost a loved one, it is a small price to pay. He turned back to his workstation. Tae-hwa meticulously analyzed the stream of data scrolling across his monitor. After a moment of silence, he turned back to the girl. It's as I feared. Similar rifts tore open in multiple nations at the exact same moment. This is no random occurrence. She whispered, but haven't the US and China already stabilized their zones? He frowned. The real crisis is the UK. Tae-hwa's voice grew grim. Their elite forces are spread too thin across other fronts. They are vulnerable. Suddenly, a high-priority alert flashed red on his screen. He clicked the file, and his face turned ghostly pale. This can't be right. What in the world is happening out there? The entire facility shifted to a state of emergency as the scrolling banner confirmed their fears. Urgent. World Hero Federation issues global red alert. A catastrophic monster surge is erupting from the UK fissure. Level 5 warning. Tae-hwa stared in horror. The UK has fallen. Early the next morning at a bustling retail hub, the city was coming to life. Do-jun, carrying a heavy rucksack, blended seamlessly into the crowd of morning shoppers. He stopped before the entrance of a modest storefront. He pushed the door open and stepped into the quiet shop. A young clerk started to offer a greeting, but stopped dead in his tracks. Well, the moment he recognized Do-jun, a look of pure terror washed over him. The boy scrambled toward the back office, yelling, Boss! Boss! He's back! That guy is here! The manager lowered his newspaper and folded it with trembling hands. So the legend returns? He rose from his desk, puffing out his chest. Is it you? The one who bullied my staff into a raw deal while I was out? Do-jun let the bag slide from his shoulder. Perfect. I have a massive haul today, and I'd prefer to deal with someone who actually has the authority to sign a check. The bag hit the floor with a heavy metallic thud. The man glanced at the sack with a dismissive sneer. I assume it's more of those unrefined, low-grade pebbles from last time? He pointed to the door. I'm not interested. Get out. Do-jun tilted his head. Refusing my business? The manager gestured for him to leave. You clearly don't get it. A 1% cut is a charity case, not a business. I'm done losing money on you. Take your junk and go. Do-jun let out a short, amused chuckle. You're going to regret that decision very quickly. The manager paused, turning back with a sigh. Look, kid, even the official gate centers take 5% for a reason. The logistics and processing of magic stones are more complex than you can imagine. His face hardened into a mask of cold advice. Just walk away, take your bag, and forget this place exists. Don't come back. Instead of leaving, Do-jun nudged the bag with the tip of his boot. The contents, glowing with a fierce inner light, spilled out across the floor in a dazzling display. The clerk and the manager froze. The man's spectacles nearly fell off his face. His eyes bulged in absolute shock. The manager's pulse hammered against his ribs. Wait, is that a hero-grade crystal? Legend said collectors would burn through fortunes for just one of those. How did this kid get them? Do-jun crossed his arms, leaning back. If you're not interested, I'll find someone who is. The stone, pulsing with a deep azure hue, was unmistakable. It was a genuine hero magic crystal. The origin of these stones was tied to a notorious chemist in Mexico, Keza Da Meng, who accidentally synthesized them while trying to manufacture superdrugs. The sheer energy density of the stone was enough to fracture the air around it. These crystals were the pinnacle of power. They could ignite the latent potential within a person, forcing an awakening into hero status. Since their discovery, they became the ultimate prize for the global elite, serving as both a priceless power source and the world's most expensive luxury good. The two men stood in a trance, mouths agape at the fortune sitting on their floor. Do-jun tucked his hands into his pockets and spoke flatly. Pack it up, I'm leaving. Sensing his massive payout walking out the door, the manager's arrogance evaporated instantly. Please, sir, wait, let's talk about this. Moments later, the clerk was hunched over the counter, feverishly polishing each stone with a velvet cloth. Do-jun sipped a glass of water while the manager leaned in, his voice now a desperate whisper. My dear guest. He sat across from him, sweating as they talked numbers. Surely you see that a 0.5% fee is... Well, it's practically unheard of. Do-jun stood up, looking bored. If the terms are too high, I'm sure your competitors will be more flexible. The man lunged forward to stop him. No, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I was just curious. He wiped his brow. Why the sudden drop to 0.5%? Do-jun gave him a cold, dead-eyed stare. Because you're starting to annoy me. The manager realized he was one word away from losing everything and bowed until his forehead hit the table. I am so sorry. Please forgive my insolence. I was completely out of line. Do-jun watched him, his gaze as sharp and unforgiving as a razor. I've had my fill of apologies. Just give me a straight answer. Are you lowering the commission or not? The clerk shot him a look of pure resentment. This guy is as stubborn as a mule and has zero class. The manager finally caved, his shoulders slumping. Fine. He then launched into a frantic pitch. Look, magic stones are gold dust. If you're a whale of a supplier, we could move them at cost with no cut at all. But it's not like you're walking in here with hero-grade gems every day, right? Tell you what, sell to us now and we'll drop to 10% for... Do-jun cut him off like a razor. Too many words! He stood up, ready to walk. If the deal doesn't suit you, forget it. The manager scrambled after him, shouting, 9%! Honestly, we're bleeding money just to keep your business. Do-jun shot back, then stop bleeding. Watching him head for the exit, the man's desperation hit a new peak. 8%! If the board finds out, they'll have my head. Do-jun didn't even slow down. Then keep your mouth shut. He kept slashing the numbers to keep Do-jun in the room. 7%. I swear that's the rock bottom. Do-jun let out a weary sigh. Did I ask you to compromise your morals? 6 to 6%. I'm practically giving it away. How am I supposed to run a business with no margins? The clerk, still buffing crystals, felt his heart sink. He watched in disbelief as his boss practically crawled on the floor, head bowed in total submission. Do-jun looked down at the pathetic sight and said, I'll give you 1%, strictly for old times' sake. The manager's soul screamed with indignation, but he kept his lips sealed. This isn't a trade, it's a heist. Do-jun leaned in to play his winning card. Let me be clear about one thing. He dropped a bombshell that left both men paralyzed. I've got about 7 more bags exactly like this one waiting. The manager exploded with urgency. What are you idiots doing? Get the contract and a pen out here right now. The clerk jumped. On it, sir. Do-jun stepped back out into the fresh air. He paused to check his phone as a notification chimed with the new balance. Stoneham credit, 67 billion won transferred. He verified the digits. Staring at the screen, he calculated, at this rate, that 1.1 billion won luxury villa is basically in my pocket. He bit his lip, identifying a bottleneck. The problem is, these standard gates won't keep providing high-tier loot forever. An idea struck him. If only I could slip in and out of world-class fissures whenever I pleased. The manager stepped out onto the sidewalk. Seeing him still lingering there, the manager nearly jumped out of his skin. He looked at Do-jun, worried. What is it? Did you sense a mana surge? Do-jun ignored him, his eyes glued to a global alert on his phone. The manager peeked at the screen and exhaled. Oh, it's just the UK crisis. I thought something was actually happening here. It's just a travel advisory. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs warns of a massive energy spike in the UK. All citizens are urged to postpone travel. The embassy is working to ensure everyone's safety. Do-jun went deathly quiet reading the text. Do-jun stared impassively at the official emergency warning from the government. The screen read, Emergency alert. Ministry of Foreign Affairs reports a catastrophic mana wave in the United Kingdom. Citizens are advised to alter travel plans immediately. Embassy staff are coordinating local safety measures. Tap for details. Do-jun's eyes flickered with a hidden shadow. Then he masked his expression, pocketed the device, and turned away with a dismissive mumble. The helpless stay helpless. Amidst the swarming crowds, Do-jun walked in solitary silence, drifting back to his past. Once it didn't matter who asked. I'd have dived into the mouth of hell without a second thought. His silhouette looked untouchable and resolute. But that life is dead to me now. The scene shifts to a smoky Korean BBQ house. At that moment, a server was flipping succulent, marbled slices of beef on a sizzling grill. Eun-jong sat perched on her chair. She was hyper-focused on the meat, swallowing hard as her eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated longing. Despite the child's desperate gaze, the server took his time with the tongs. Do-jun had treated his grandmother and the girl to a proper feast today. Do-jun's grandmother was nervously scanning the menu prices. She winced at the eye-watering cost of a single serving. Do-jun, 250,000 won for a tiny 100 grams? Isn't this pure madness? Do-jun sat across from her, unfazed. He took a casual sip of water and assured her, I pulled in a massive score today. Eat until you can't move. Don't worry about the bill. Eun-jong couldn't care less about the money. The second a piece of beef landed in her bowl, she shoveled it into her mouth. The moment the juices hit her tongue, her eyes nearly doubled in size from the flavor explosion. Her face radiated pure bliss as if she were experiencing a miracle. This is the best thing ever, she squealed. Beside her, the grandmother looked at the expensive cuts with hesitation, her chopsticks frozen mid-air. Noticing her reluctance, Do-jun's expression softened into a quiet, observant gaze. Without a word, he signaled the waitress. Bring us the premium short ribs, the shoulder, chuck eye, and the strip loin. 4 orders of each to start. His grandmother, horrified by the extravagance, whispered urgently, "That's way too much. We'll never finish it. Why are you being so reckless?" Do-jun lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks and smiled. "Just focus on enjoying yourself today, Grandma. You deserve to eat the very best." She knew she couldn't win, and just let out a defeated, happy sigh. Eun-jong, ever the helper, guided a piece of beef toward her grandmother's lips. "Say-ah!" The girl was beaming as she offered the treat. She wouldn't take no for an answer. "Grandma, you have to try it. It's like magic. Hurry!" Melting under the girl's big, pleading eyes, the grandmother finally took the bite, though she couldn't help but chuckle. "You're far too sweet for your own good." As the premium beef melted on her tongue, the grandmother's eyes widened in genuine shock. She tried to maintain her composure, but couldn't help a few muffled moans of delight. The 3 of them continued their warm, harmonious meal. But in that soft, domestic moment, Ju-jeon, characterized by her vibrant purple hair and striking presence, stepped into the restaurant with an air of absolute confidence. Her elegant figure glided through the room, her sheer magnetism causing every diner to stop mid-bite in awe. Ju-jeon's voice cut through the chatter. "Mr. Seo Do-jun?" Do-jun, his mouth full, turned his head with a look of sharp annoyance. Seeing him acknowledge her, Ju-jeon approached and gave a curt professional bow. "Might I have a private word with you?" Noticing he was just continuing to chew his food, she asked with a flicker of skepticism, "Are you truly a hero?" Before she could finish the thought, Do-jun snapped coldly, "Can't you see I'm having dinner with my family?" His tone was freezing, his gaze sharp and entirely unimpressed by her status. "If you've got something to say, take a seat and wait until I've finished my meal." Getting snubbed for the first time by someone looking at her like she was street trash left Ju-jeon completely paralyzed. Staring at Do-jun with a look of utter disbelief, she emphasized, "I am Hyun Ju-jeon. Do you not know who I am?" But despite her status as a legendary S-rank icon, Do-jun didn't even glance up, giving a bored, "Is that so?" Ju-jeon felt the sting of the insult and recoiled. Who is this guy? He's completely bizarre. A long, grueling wait followed in the restaurant's lobby. Ju-jeon sat with perfect, rigid poise. Every diner nearby was craned their neck to steal a glance at her, as if they had stumbled upon a goddess. Ju-jeon's presence was so magnetic it practically pulled every man's gaze toward her like a gravitational force. A girl nearby could only watch from a distance, blushing with pure fangirl adoration. Suddenly, the quiet hum of the room broke into frantic whispering. "It's really her, the S-rank superstar, the pride of the nation. Is she actually here?" "Yeah, she's literally ranked in the top 10 most beautiful heroes on Earth." Ju-jeon ignored the buzz with a stoic face, arms crossed, waiting with grim patience. The guys nearby stared at her for an eternity, wondering, who is she waiting for? Who has the nerve to keep a woman like that hanging for so long? The local gossip only made Ju-jeon's expression grow darker as she simmered with internal rage. "Seo Do-jun, you're dead." Ju-jeon sat alone. She watched his silhouette as he laughed and shared a meal with his family. 2 months ago, he entered a gate for the first time and walked out unscathed. That must have been his awakening. Then rumors said he perished in the Mapo Rift. Her gaze tracked Do-jun's relaxed posture as he ate, looking like a man without a single care in the world. Ju-jeon was deeply skeptical, and yet here he is, acting like he just went for a stroll. She flashed back to his razor-sharp gaze, feeling her heart skip a beat. One look, one word from him, and I'm on edge. But S-rank in 2 months? The Kabimo Group spent billions mining, and it still took 5 years to produce 1 S-rank. Her face twisted with the sense of dread as she tried to rationalize it. He couldn't have hit S-rank in a few weeks. He must possess some other freakish, specialized ability. Suddenly, the screech of a chair on the floor snapped Ju-jeon out of her thoughts. Eun-jong was finally done. The little girl skipped out with her grandmother and Do-jun, looking radiant. Eun-jong beamed, "That was incredible! I'm so full!" Ju-jeon stood up in unison. She waited for Do-jun to approach, but out of nowhere, some thuggish guy's foot slammed down, blocking the path right in front of Do-jun's family. Do-jun's brow furrowed, his icy, lethal gaze sweeping over the intruder. The interloper was Kang Se-ong-gu. He smirked at Do-jun with a taunting sneer. Well, look at what the cat dragged in. My eyes aren't playing tricks, are they? How the hell did a cockroach like you survive that gate? The name hit home. Kang Se-ong-gu. Infuriated by Do-jun's silent, arrogant stare, the man stepped into his personal space, chest puffed out. I knew you were a pest, but I didn't realize you were such a slippery snake. The sight sent a jolt of alarm through Ju-jeon. She thought warily, wait, what is that lowlife doing here? At that moment, Do-jun didn't flinch at the threat. With his hands buried in his pockets, he didn't offer a single word, projecting nothing but pure, unadulterated contempt. Unwilling to cause a scene in front of his family, Do-jun brushed past him, treating him like a ghost. He turned his attention to Ju-jeon, who was standing awkwardly nearby. Hey, you said you needed a word with me. The sudden pivot made Se-ong-gu spin around. When he saw who it was, his jaw dropped. Hyun Ju-jeon, what the hell? Do-jun continued to treat Se-ong-gu like invisible trash, looking Ju-jeon in the eye. How about this? I'll give you your meeting, but first, look after my family for a bit. Ju-jeon stammered. Wait, what do you mean? Do-jun gestured behind him, giving her a quick, non-negotiable signal. Just hail a taxi and make sure they get home safely. He didn't wait for her consent, adding, I've got business to attend to first. Ju-jeon watched the atmosphere between the two men turn lethal. In a flash, Do-jun's eyes ignited with a terrifying, bloodthirsty intent. His voice dropped to a sub-zero chill. I have a debt to collect. Seeing the provocation, Se-ong-gu didn't hold back. He bared his teeth like a rabid dog, ready to settle things under the pale moon right outside the restaurant. Ju-jeon gently guided Eun-jong toward a car, reassuring the elderly woman, Don't worry, everything is fine. Please, step inside. The little girl looked back with wide, worried eyes as Ju-jeon waved her off. And you too, sweetheart. See you later. Ju-jeon plastered on a fake smile as the car pulled away. The vehicle began to move, taking Eun-jong and the grandmother to safety. The second the car was out of sight, a violent commotion erupted inside the restaurant. Do-jun's face was a mask of cold fury as he faced his enemy. A massive, angry red welt bloomed across Se-ong-gu's face. He whipped his head back in a rage, screaming with murderous intent, You piece of trash! Do you have any idea how dead you are? A waitress tried to intervene, her voice trembling. Sir, please, you can't do this in here. Without looking, Se-ong-gu backhanded her. As she cried out in pain, he snarled, Shut up and stay out of this! The waitress collapsed, and he roared at the other diners, Everyone out! Get lost! A moment later, Se-ong-gu lost all control, shrieking at the top of his lungs, You want to die that badly? You want to see the afterlife tonight, you bastard? While he was mid-rant, a hand blurred through the air, aimed squarely at Se-ong-gu's jaw. In the blink of an eye, Do-jun moved like a lightning strike. Se-ong-gu didn't even have time to blink before the impact sent him reeling. He clutched his face, groaning as he slumped onto the floor. Do-jun loomed over him, his face shadowed with malice. Kang Se-ong-gu. He spoke with quiet, terrifying precision while Se-ong-gu stayed pinned to the ground, blood spattering the tiles. You left me in that hellhole to rot, didn't you? Do-jun's eyes, burning with a lethal fire, looked down at him. Our accounts aren't settled yet, are they? Se-ong-gu slowly dragged himself up, spitting blood. What's a bastard abandoned by his own father going to do? Did that little stepmother of yours tell you to come kill me? He reached into his pocket and calmly pulled out his phone, and then Do-jun tapped the record button on his phone, calmly preparing the evidence before he spoke. Repeat those words, he demanded, his teeth grinding with a lethal edge. A faint haze of mana rose from him as he scoffed. What kind of pathetic stunt are you trying to pull? Se-ong-gu's temper flared, his clenched fist suddenly erupting into a roaring blaze. You piece of trash! He lunged forward with a flaming punch, snarling a vicious curse. Your mother was a disgrace! Rot in hell, Seo Do-jun! Se-ong-gu threw his entire weight into a high-speed charge, aiming for a killing blow. At the critical millisecond, a shadow of cold calculation flickered in Do-jun's eyes. Dojun raised a hand to catch the inferno-charged fist. A blinding flash erupted, leaving Cheon-gu paralyzed with shock. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as he realized he caught my strike with his bare hand. Dojun loomed over him, his outstretched palm glowing with a deep, pulsating azure light. With a single blast, he sent Cheon-gu flying like a rag doll. Dojun's eyes ignited like lightning as he closed the distance. The restaurant became a chaotic swirl of dust, debris, and the suffocating smoke of battle. The waitress cowered in the corner, her fingers fumbling over her phone. "Police? What's the number? 11? 11? Suddenly, the device was snatched away. Jujon stood over her with a dazzling, composed smile, holding the phone out of reach. "Don't panic, I'll take full responsibility for this situation." The employee's legs turned to jelly. With tears streaming down her face, she stammered, "Ms. Hyun-Jujon, oh, thank God." In the background, Do-jun was mercilessly breaking the man. Jujon approached the volatile scene, her mind racing. Even for a B-rank hero, I didn't expect Kang Cheon-gu to be dismantled this easily. She narrowed her eyes as she walked closer. Could this man be A-rank? Or perhaps higher? Even an elite A-rank usually struggles to crush a B-rank this thoroughly. She finally called out, her voice cutting through the violence. "Seo Do-jun." She paused, then added firmly, "Enough! You're one hit away from a murder charge." Hearing her intervention, Do-jun knit his brows and looked down at his bloodied knuckles. He stood up, casually stretching his wrist as he turned back toward Jujon. She studied him with a mix of intrigue and worry. "Do you have any idea who Kang Cheon-gu actually is?" He stopped and tilted his head, his cold, empty gaze meeting hers. "I know who he is. Why? Does it change anything?" She let out a frustrated sigh, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. "It changes everything." Jujon began to lay out the stakes. Kang Cheon-gu's cousin is Kang Dong-bit, one of the few S-rank heroes in this country. Do-jun lowered his chin, looking at her with total indifference. "I'm aware. Are you trying to scare me?" Seeing his utter lack of fear, Jujon was stunned. He knew the whole time and still didn't hesitate. This man is either a genius or a complete madman. As Cheon-gu lay broken on the tiles, she warned him, "He's been a tyrant for years because he's untouchable. Seo Do-jun, you've just painted a massive target on your back. If you think an S-rank like Dong-bit will show mercy, you're dead wrong." A faint mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Do-jun's mouth. Jujon looked at him with genuine skepticism. "Kang Dong-bit, are you really not afraid of him?" Do-jun stepped into her personal space, his voice low and dangerous. "No, I'm just getting tired of this. You seem to have spent a lot of time digging into my business." His expression darkened as he stared her down, his intensity nearly overwhelming. Jujon stood her ground, her lips pressed into a thin, defiant line. The crushing aura between them made the hidden employee sob in fear. "You said you'd fix this, not make it worse!" Finally, Jujon broke the stalemate, exhaling softly. "I apologize for the ambush. I'm only here because my uncle requested a personal favor." Her voice turned professional and commanding. "You've been selling your magic crystals to Gasson Stoneham. I want you to sell them to me instead." A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face. "In what quantity?" She dropped an astronomical figure without blinking. "I'll buy every single gram you can produce." A slow, dangerous smile spread across Do-jun's face. "You realize we're talking about an immense fortune, don't you?" She gave him a knowing, slightly mysterious grin. An S-rank hero's bank account is more than capable of handling it. Stepping over the unconscious Cheon-gu, he whispered a counteroffer. "I can sell to you, but I have a price beyond money." Jujon's eyes narrowed. "What is it?" His gaze was hooded, casting his face in shadow. "Nothing too taxing. For the great Hyun-Jujon, this favor should be child's play." Suddenly, the scene cut away to a luxury office as a bottle of expensive liquor shattered against a wall. Hee-ju was screaming at her staff, her face twisted with rage. "He was supposed to be dead! They told me he was erased by the Mappo Fisher!" Trembling with fury, she snatched another bottle and hurled it past her director's head. The director flinched, his voice shaking as he tried to defend himself. I'm sorry, ma'am. Even the Hero Association had him marked as deceased. She wasn't interested in excuses. Enough talk. How do you plan to fix this disaster? He swallowed hard, beads of sweat on his brow. Actually, there's more. His voice wavered as he delivered the final blow. Seo Do-jun has already found Kang Cheon-gu, and he's already taken his revenge. Hee-ju froze, her eyes wide with shock. Kang Cheon-gu? Why would that lunatic go after... His next words struck Hee-ju like a lightning bolt. It's possible Seo Do-jun is already onto us. A single cold bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek. She averted her eyes, her mind racing through the fallout. If the chairman or my husband gets wind of this, I'm finished. As long as the traces are erased, we're safe. But if the press catches a scent, the group's shares will tank instantly. Hee-ju snapped her head toward the director, her finger pointing like a blade. Kill the story now. Lean on the publishers. Tell them if a single word gets out, Group T and Group W will pull every cent of ad revenue and blacklist them forever. The police, too. Buy their silence immediately. He bowed with practiced subservience. The authorities and the media have already been neutralized, madam. After a heavy silence, Hee-ju exhaled a long, weary breath. Excellent work, Director Lee. He leaned in closer, his voice a cautious whisper. But as you're aware, that only treats the symptom. I have further intelligence that requires your attention. The director's next revelation made her pulse spike. Kang Cheon-gu's cousin is none other than Kang Dong-bit. Shock froze Hee-ju's elegant features. Are you talking about the Kang Dong-bit? She mentally scanned the profile of the man. Kang Cheon-gu was well known as the bottom-feeding scum of the Hero Society. In public, Dong-bit would share a table and drinks with him like a doting brother. The world assumed he was the man's protector. In reality, he was using his younger cousin as a pawn for his darker ambitions, letting Cheon-gu handle all the blood and filth. The director added the final piece of the puzzle. If Cheon-gu is silenced by the law or the press, Kang Dong-bit will lose his favorite tool. I believe he's already beginning to mobilize. She leaned in, her voice low and sharp. We need to secure an audience with him. Set up a meeting at once. The director nodded sharply. I'll arrange it this instant. Pausing, Hee-ju added a final venomous request. And director Moon Chang-seop of HCS Kaito, he actually chose betrayal, didn't he? The report was blunt. Yes, he's currently playing guardian to Do-jun's family. Her face contorted with malice as she rasped, Get Prosecutor Park on the line. If he thinks he can switch sides and walk away, he's about to learn how expensive betrayal really is. Scene shifts to a tactical squad preparing for a dungeon breach. Currently, South Korea is scarred by 37 active fissure zones. Security details meticulously vetted every member of the raid team. 5 of these sites are stabilizing into permanent gates. Elsewhere, monster hunting is strictly reserved for association-sanctioned heroes. An officer held up a clearance card. Kim, he grunted. S-rank hero Hyunju-jeon, identity confirmed. Good luck in the rift. The team moved in unison, crossing the threshold into the unknown. Do-jun followed at the rear, scanning the distorted environment. Only one way in. They recognize an S-rank like Ju-jeon, yet the security remains this suffocating. Shin In-ju, the A-rank leader of the Carnation Guild, smirked. I never thought I'd see the day you'd be the one itching to hunt in a zone like this. Ju-jeon shifted her gaze, masking her true motives. I had a gap in my schedule, that's all. She stole a glance toward the back of the line. Her eyes landed on him, trailing behind with a quiet, observant intensity. She remembered Do-jun's bizarre ultimatum. One condition. Sneak me into the fissure zone, and I'll sell you my entire stockpile of magic crystals at market rate. This is simply the fastest way to make a profit. As they marched, Ju-jeon couldn't shake the memory. He's willing to gamble his life in this hellscape just for a quicker payday? The man is insane. Ahead, the exit opened into a surreal landscape of blinding sun and lush emerald fields. Even without my uncle's push, I need those hero crystals. This deal works for everyone. She maintained a cool silence, but In-ju was clearly burning with curiosity. Come on, spill it. Who's the mystery guest? Jujon sighed, sounding exhausted. Just an associate. Inju's voice took on the playful, gossiping lilt. Just an associate? Do you really expect me to buy that? He's a total boyfriend candidate, isn't he? Jujon shut the idea down instantly. Drop it, seriously. I'm just clearing a debt I owe him. Inju's eyebrows shot up. A debt? Since when does the great S-rank Hyunjujon owe anyone anything? Do-jun walked in silence, tuned out of the team's idle chatter. It's a long story. Suddenly a violent gust of wind tore through the meadow, forcing the team to dig their heels in. He felt the shift in the air immediately. The squad snapped into a lethal combat formation. A soaring eagle, a monstrous avian beast, plummeted from the sky with predatory fury. Inju's pupils contracted. She was stunned by the suddenness of the ambush. It was a Caucasian. Springing into action, the leader barked orders. Inju Jujon front line! Senho pin down its legs! Without warning, a dark blur lunged ahead of the formation. Without a single word of warning, he charged head-on toward the massive, feathered nightmare. Jujon's team stood frozen in shock as they watched his suicide run. Seo Do-jun! His fist tightened, a terrifying surge of power coiling around his knuckles. One shot. The others instinctively cursed. Damn it! We barely stepped inside and things are already going sideways. As the giant raptor dived for the kill, the heroes scrambled to intercept. Jujon whirled around, her face grim as she shouted, Inju, with me on defense! Senho, take out those claws! But Do-jun was already gone, a human projectile soaring in the opposite direction, leaving the veterans in the dust. In a heartbeat, the earth erupted into a storm of shrapnel and white smoke. With effortless speed, Do-jun materialized directly in the monster's path. A brilliant, lethal spark of fire flickered in his hand. His expression turned to stone. The Caucasian never even saw the strike coming. Do-jun had pulverized the adversary with a devastating punch, launching it backward through the air. A heartbeat later, he touched down gracefully amidst a swirling vortex of grit and wreckage. The display of raw power left Jujon utterly speechless. She stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. Now Do-jun stood with casual ease before the mangled carcass of the colossal avian nightmare. Though the beast lay broken on the turf, its eyes were pinned wide in a state of absolute horror. The spectacle left Seongu reeling. He stammered in total confusion. What in the world? It folded from a single hit? Before the echoes died down, Do-jun hoisted his boot. His voice boomed across the clearing. Not finished yet. He brought his heel down with bone-crushing force on the monster's skull. Stripped of all mercy, his tone turned sub-zero. This is what a proper execution looks like. Do-jun's cold efficiency left the onlookers even more rattled. They couldn't pull their suspicious glares away from him. Suddenly, Inju turned to Jujon with a desperate, pleading look, her voice trembling as she asked, Who on earth is that guy? After a tense beat of silence, she offered a cautious reply. Just someone whose strength is unconventional. Hearing that understatement, Inju snapped. She grabbed Jujion's shoulders, shaking her while shouting, What? You call that an answer? How many heroes can delete a Caucasian with one strike? Facing the outburst, she calmly adjusted her frames and spoke with flat indifference. If it's just about killing it, you could manage that too, sis. Inju's shock deepened into frustration. She began pestering her relentlessly. How can you say that? That was an aerial dogfight. It took a direct hit to the face before it could even twitch and plummeted instantly, all from one punch. Those words resonated in Jujon's mind like a clap of thunder. A moment later, a shadow of dread clouded her eyes. That monster bird was no easy prey. Gazing at Do-jun's silhouette, a chilling thought took root. Just who is this man? Breaking the silence, Jujon cleared her throat. Sis, I think it's time for a pivot in our strategy. She reached a swift conclusion under the bewildered stares of her team. I'm heading deeper into the heart of the zone. Suddenly, Do-jun, busy harvesting parts from the Caucasian, chimed in, Hey! He didn't mince words as Jujon looked on, startled. I have zero intention of splitting the loot with anyone who didn't pull their weight. Do-jun extracted a glowing red core, casually tossed it into his pack, and added nonchalantly, I'm not looking for handouts, understood? Hearing his brazen confidence, Jujon made a judgment call. I don't think your skill level belongs in the shallows. Are you coming to the core with me? At her words, the corners of Do-jun's mouth curved into a subtle, dangerous arc. He met her gaze. His voice held a rare note of genuine intrigue. Now you're talking. Before Do-jun could even react, Ju-jun turned and bolted. She tossed a challenge over her shoulder. I know the layout, so I'm leading. If you don't want to be left behind, keep up. In a flash, she vanished, leaving him standing alone in a cloud of settling dust. Ju-jun blurred forward, moving with the grace of a high-speed projectile. Do-jun lingered for a split second, watching the girl's receding silhouette vanish into the foliage. Immediately after, he coiled his muscles into a high-tension sprint. Before long, only Inju's remaining crew stood at the scene of the slaughter. Watching the two shadows disappear, Inju's voice drifted out. If Ju-jun is a speeding bullet, then that man is a blinding flash of light. Moments later, a teammate asked urgently, Guild leader, aren't we giving chase? She scoffed in reply, Can any of you even breathe at that speed? The man sighed defeatedly. Not a chance. We'd be dead weight. Exactly. From the depths of the verdant forest, their voices faded. Well, looks like we're just the backup dancers today. Let's just wander the perimeter and farm some minor mobs. Yes, ma'am. The rest of the group gathered around the Caucasian's remains with morbid curiosity. Surveying the pulverized beast, one member mused, Everyone keeps hyping us up as A-rank legends. Inju was the one lost in those dark thoughts, her face pale with realization. But compared to an S-rank, we're just ants. And Ju-jun, she's met her match. Those heavy thoughts weighed on her spirit. Meanwhile, the man in question was already miles away. Ju-jun was pushing her physical limits, sprinting at maximum velocity. Suddenly, she stole a glance over her shoulder. Seeing nothing but empty air behind her, she felt a surge of relief and considered dialing back her pace. Abruptly, Do-jun's calm, familiar voice whispered in her ear, Is this really your top gear? The shock caused Ju-jun to stumble, sending her tumbling to the ground with a sharp cry of alarm. Panic gripped her heart as a terrifying realization set in. What? He caught up? Speed is my identity. I'm the second fastest in the country. Do-jun's steady footsteps came to a graceful halt a few paces ahead. He looked back with an indifferent, mocking gaze. You're much slower than advertised. You were running like you were desperately trying to shake a tail. Ju-jun bristled. Who said I was trying to lose you? However, her lungs were burning as she fought for air. I would never. The two now stood before the shadow of a gargantuan mountain. Do-jun broke the silence, asking softly, Hey, what's the story with that peak? At the question, Ju-jun's eyes sharpened with newfound intensity. She cleared her throat and replied, That place right there, she emphasized her words as she stared at the looming horizon, is the throne of the Fisher's boss. The boss, huh? Ju-jun didn't hesitate to drop a warning. Ever heard of the KSIN? A 20-meter winged terror. Don't be an idiot and rush in. It takes a minimum of 3 S ranks just to survive an encounter. Hearing the stakes, Do-jun's face lit up with genuine delight. That beast drops an imaginary grade stone, doesn't it? She snapped back, Yes, it's a tier below peak grade, but are you even listening to my warning? Without giving Ju-jun another chance to protest, his feet moved forward with instinctive, predatory intent. Witnessing his reckless advance, she gasped in horror and shrieked, Don't tell me you actually intend to hunt that thing! Do-jun offered no reply. Instead, he catapulted himself forward like a bolt from a high-tension crossbow. The sight left Ju-jun rooted to the spot, her face pale with dread. I didn't bring you here to commit suicide. My God, what is he thinking? The moment her paralysis broke, she scrambled after him, her piercing cry cutting through the air. Get back here right now! Within the dense forest, only the blurred streaks of their pursuit remained. A thick wake of dust churning up from the forest floor. Nightfall rapidly draped the landscape in shadows, burying the zone in an oppressive, terrifying silence. Ju-jun's eyes were wide, flooded with a cocktail of shock and disbelief. A single haunting thought flickered in her mind. Wait, that image of the Caucasian falling. The memory of his previous kill replayed in her mind, forcing her into a spiral of doubt. Is this really the same man? Is this actually happening? Meanwhile, on the other side of the ridge, Do-jun was methodically scanning the terrain for anything with a razor edge. Ju-jan suddenly turned back, her expression hardened by grim resolve. The Xizon isn't just a monster. It's a living catastrophe. She recalled the legend of Park Hae-jeon. His muscular, imposing figure appeared in her mind, an S-rank titan renowned for his obsession with the Xizon. He was a man who never hesitated to charge into the fray. Even so, he had led a literal army of 30 A-rank elites on his maiden hunt. Hae-jeon had thrown everything he had at the beast. The outcome was a massacre. Every single A-rank hero was slaughtered, leaving only Hae-jeon to crawl back on the brink of death. He had returned with his veins bulging and dark, his face a mask of total collapse. Afterward, Park Hae-jeon, still radiating an aura of majestic defiance, recruited another S-rank powerhouse and 200 A-rank soldiers for a blood-soaked vendetta. Violent, flickering memories of that historic clash flooded Ju-jeon's consciousness. In that nightmare, a cluster of lethal blue tentacles had whipped out with blinding speed. The beast had coiled those appendages around its prey, pinning them with crushing force. Seizing that narrow window, Hae-jeon and his surviving comrades lunged forward, pouring every ounce of their power into a final strike. A heartbeat later, the monstrosity before them unleashed a final agonizing shriek that shook the earth. The vision began to fade into darkness as the beast's massive form disintegrated into nothingness. Hae-jeon and his men were overcome with a manic ecstasy. They roared with triumph, having finally conquered the Xizon. The sky cleared to its original blue, yet the victory was hollow. Nearly the entire strike force had been wiped out. Snapping back to reality, Do-jun stood up slowly, his voice calm. The Sweet Life Guild that Park Hae-jeon built, it's been 3 years since that war, and they still haven't regained their former glory. He suddenly fixed Ju-jeon with a gaze as sharp as a surgical blade. However, his next remark was so blunt it left her stunned. You're fully aware that you did absolutely nothing to help, right? Ju-jeon felt a wave of suspicion wash over her. She whispered to herself, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have called it a lie. The image of Do-jun casually dismantling the behemoth played on a loop in her head. The Xizon, the most feared predator in the rift, her face contorted with a new level of fear, was ended by this man with a single, effortless blow. Do-jun was now turning a glowing red artifact over in his hand. He studied the item with a detached, pensive curiosity. Do-jun tossed the prize into his rucksack and spoke tonelessly, I think I've outgrown the need for a tour guide. He turned to vanish into the woods, leaving Ju-jeon gasping in surprise. From here on out, I'm operating solo. Suddenly, she found her voice. Wait, are you just going to leave the rest of it? Besides the core, the beak and talons are priceless research materials. At those words, Do-jun's steady stride came to a halt. He looked back over his shoulder, his voice thick with indifference. It's not worth the manual labor. Ju-jeon was floored. She simply stood there, her mouth slightly agape. Before she could argue, Do-jun turned his back for the last time. He left her with one parting thought. Instead of wasting hours butchering a corpse, I'd rather hunt 10 more crystals. Take the remains if you want. Call it your tip for the directions. As he disappeared, she spotted something glinting in the grass nearby. After a long pause, she whispered to the empty air, I don't want it. The orange glow of twilight rapidly washed over the entire clearing. Do-jun's massive backpack sat heavily on the ground back at the camp. Inju's entire squad stood around it, staring at the bag in a heavy, respectful silence. Finally, the pink-haired scout spoke up. He borrowed that oversized rucksack and brought it back overflowing with high-grade crystals. Is this guy even human, sis? Another teammate chimed in immediately. That haul, our whole guild would have to grind for 20 hours straight to match it. Honestly, it looks like 3 days' worth of non-stop work, and he did it in a few hours. Ju-jeon sat nearby, a silent observer to their bewilderment. Just who or what is he? A staggering realization took hold of her. Not just high-tier quality, but that sheer volume? Inju's face paled as she felt a chill of absolute dread. If Ju-jeon's report is accurate, then he, standing alone without a shred of enchanted armor or battle gear, can solo a Xizon. The final image burned into her mind. Du-jun standing like a god on the mountain peak. That vision alone was enough to crown him the strongest hero in Korea, perhaps the world. Suddenly, Inju whirled around, her features slack with pure astonishment. Do-jun had reappeared, effortlessly hauling 2 massive rucksacks with him. Under the paralyzed gaze of the group, he casually dropped one bag, which hit the earth with a heavy thud. Do-jun, then, began rummaging through his gear amidst the frantic whispers of the bystanders. Good grief. He's back with another mountain of loot. If we told anyone the truth about today, they'd think we'd lost our minds. The voices belonged to the black-haired girl and the pink-haired scout standing nearby. To be clear, we have to keep this a total secret. Who would even believe a story this insane? Point taken. Abruptly, someone broke away from the group and approached the pair. Ju-jon and Do-jun stood there, locked in conversation under the skeptical and prying eyes of the rest of the squad. The gossip mill started churning at full speed. Hey, do you think those 2 are an item? Must be. When Ju-jon brought him along, I knew he was special. It takes a man of that caliber to stand beside her without fading into the background. As soon as those words landed, the other scout chimed in. They certainly make a striking pair. Just looking at them, they're clearly a power couple, talented and stunning. And yet, Inju was busy running her own mental calculations, her brow furrowed in thought. Hold on a second. That doesn't look like a romance blossoming to me. Meanwhile, Ju-jon and Do-jun were still deep in a heated exchange. The man wasn't showing her an ounce of traditional chivalry. It was shocking to see someone treat an S rank like a regular person. The moment he shoved the rucksack toward her, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Oh? The sight of Do-jun simply turning his back to walk away left Inju floored. She couldn't stop herself from wondering, what just happened? He's just leaving? Without even a formal goodbye? Meanwhile, Ju-jon just let out a soft hum to dismiss the awkwardness. But the questions didn't stop. Inju leaned in close and whispered, what about all those other bags? Did he seriously just abandon his haul? Only then did Ju-jon clear her throat, her voice low. I warned him that if word got out that he took down a Xizon, he'd be a global celebrity overnight. Her explanation left the other woman even more dazed. And yet he just brushed it off like it was a chore, handed me the loot to deal with, and walked away. She couldn't help but judge his eccentricity. Does a person that disinterested in fame actually exist in this world? Ju-jon remained silent, her expression gradually clouding over. A sudden intrusive thought made her face flush a deep crimson. Is there truly someone that remarkably different out there? The first light of dawn broke over the skyline of the ultra-modern city. Embossed upon the polished glass facade were the bold, sleek letters of a high-end training center. A heavy sandbag was being pummeled by a sequence of 3 thunderous, unrelenting strikes. Hae-jon let out a guttural growl, channeling every ounce of his explosive power into a final lunge. With a sickening rip, the sandbag burst open, shredded by the sheer force of his impact. His eyes flickered with a volatile mix of simmering fury and deep-seated irritation. Hae-jon glared at his reflection, his voice dripping with self-loathing. Damn it, look at me. I'm a shadow of my former self. It's pathetic. Park Hae-jon, S-rank legend and leader of the Sweet Life Guild. The assistant trailing him offered a confident, reassuring smile. Stay focused, guild leader. They say the longer a frog stays low, the more explosive its leap will be. He continued the shameless flattery. Hae-jon's ego began to swell once more. The more you endure these lean times, the more legendary your comeback story will become. Grabbing a towel to wipe away the sweat, he nodded in silent agreement. Exactly. I'll make every person who looked down on me choke on their words. The man bowed low, layering on more praise. Indeed. Every drop of effort you invest now will turn into a violent explosion of power. One final remark from the assistant made him pause in satisfaction. When that day comes, the entire world will be forced to bow at your feet. It seemed the sycophant knew exactly which buttons to press. Besides, when it comes to the Xizon, is there anyone alive who knows its weaknesses better than you? The man offered him a bottle of water with a fawning grin. History will record you as the hero who took down the Caucasian with the smallest team ever. The association might even grant you exclusive mining rights. He-John took the bottle, fully embracing the surge of pride. That's a fair point. He quickly recovered his arrogant demeanor and replied firmly, "No one understands that winged nightmare better than I do." He glanced at the framed accolades and awards cluttering his desk, his voice softening. But compared to 3 years ago, this guild has shrunk to a shadow of its peak. He-John looked at his subordinate with a sharp smirk. Even so, I'm still the only one capable of grounding that monster bird, right? Taking the cue, the man doubled down on the worship. Absolutely. Who else but our guild leader could pull off such a feat? Their synchronized laughter echoed through the hollow training hall. The scene transitioned to a classified personal dossier belonging to Do-jun. Kang Dong-bit raised an eyebrow, scanning the document with predatory interest. Seo Do-jun? This is the guy? Kang Dong-bit, S-rank powerhouse and cousin to the disgraced Kang Cheon-gu. His aide bowed slightly, delivering a respectful report. Yes, sir. A few months back, Kang Cheon-gu tried to dispose of him by dumping him into a live spatial gate. Startled by the turn of events, he asked, "And he didn't just survive, he actually triggered an awakening inside the gate?" The aide replied carefully, "That appears to be exactly what happened." Dong-bit signaled him to proceed. "Keep going." Continuing with his findings, the employer for this particular contract is Hong Hee-ju, vice director of Group T and daughter of Group W. Dong-bit kept his eyes on the file, asking coldly, "Why is a high society socialite gunning for a guy like this?" "There's a deep-seated reason, sir. Rumor has it, Seo Do-jun is an illegitimate heir to Group T. He was brought in at age 7 but discarded 6 years ago when Hong Hee-ju bore her own son." A cruel smile touched Dong-bit's lips. It was a look of cold amusement. So he's a blood relative, yet that tycoon family treated him like a stray dog? He rose slowly from his seat, his eyes gleaming. So what was Cheon-gu's fee for such a delicate family matter? The assistant's voice was soft and measured. 30 billion won. Dong-bit scoffed, clearly unimpressed by his cousin's pricing. Is that all? Dong-bit reached for a golf club, testing its weight. But he got wiped out anyway, didn't he? The aide answered with grim precision. Yes. The official report says he was just beaten, but his entire body is covered in catastrophic burns and his vision is gone. He's essentially a vegetable. He positioned the club behind the golf ball with a relaxed air and whispered, "Truly a beast." With a single effortless stroke, Dong-bit sent the ball gliding perfectly into the cup. His features suddenly twisted into a mask of pure malice. If I were in his shoes, I would have severed his limbs and pulverized his skull. Meanwhile, his aide pressed on with the briefing. And upon hearing the next piece of intel, Dong-bit's focus shattered, causing him to botch his swing. Hyun-ju-jeon intervened on Seo Do-jun's behalf during the incident. The ball veered off course, rolling shamelessly past its target. He lunged toward his subordinate, eyes bulging with shock. "Hyun-ju-jeon? Why would a star like her lift a finger for a nobody? What's the angle? Are they together?" The assistant recoiled, his voice thin and trembling with terror. "It's a total mystery, sir. All we know is that her personal testimony was the only reason the whole mess was swept under the rug." Dong-bit didn't waste another word. He seized the man by the collar and roared, "Find out exactly what those two are to each other. If they aren't family, there's a transaction behind it. Dig it up by any means necessary." The terrified aide scrambled for the exit. "Understood, sir. I'll launch a full investigation immediately." His brow was deeply etched with lines of simmering frustration. The metal shaft of the golf club groaned and buckled under the sheer force of his grip. Dong-bit spat a curse and hurled the ruined club violently across the floor. He bit his lip, a cold sense of premonition taking root. Hong Hee-ju will be crawling to me any second now, desperate for me to finish the hit that Cheon-gu botched. After a moment to steady his breathing, he finally exhaled a long, sharp breath. "Fine, let her come." A look of predatory greed flashed across Dong-bit's face. "Money is no object when you're dealing with a tycoon's daughter." The sky deepened into a bruised indigo as the moon climbed to its zenith. Do-jun walked with a steady, unhurried pace down a desolate stretch of road. His mind was a whirlwind of tactical calculations. Just as I suspected, hunting in fissures is leagues more lucrative than those standard gates. His rhythmic footsteps were the only sound in the lonely night. It looks like I'll need to use Hyunju-jeon as my ticket inside a few more times. Do-jun replayed Ju-jeon's earlier warning in his head. If you dump Caucasian crystals on the open market, you'll be swarmed. Everyone will want to know who you are and what you can do. The media will hunt you like prey. It's a headache you don't want. Better to sit on them for now. She had closed her eyes, genuinely baffled by his lack of ego. If you're chasing the spotlight, I won't stop you. But what's your real endgame? He had simply dropped the heavy pack into her arms without a word of explanation. A self-assured smirk slowly crept onto Do-jun's face. I'll find my own way into those high-tier zones soon enough. He came to a stop in a long, dimly lit corridor. Time to recharge. This new sanctuary Moon Chang-sop setup is actually quite impressive. He turned the handle and stepped softly into the foyer. But the warmth of home was instantly replaced by a cold, predatory glint in Do-jun's eyes. He stared at the cluster of unfamiliar shoes lined up neatly by the entrance. Who invited themselves in? Suddenly, a high-pitched, sweet voice echoed from the living room. "Brother!" In the center of the room stood a squad of men in dark suits, radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. Chae-won stared at Do-jun with a stony, silent gaze. Beside them, Eun-jong looked frazzled and frightened. She sprinted over and clung to him as if for dear life. "Brother!" Do-jun's muscles coiled for a fight as he demanded, "Who are you people?" The leader cut him off with a chilling calm. "You're Seo Do-jun, I presume?" He asked the question with a face as hard as flint. "I am Prosecutor Park Chae-won from the Seoul District Office. I take it you're well acquainted with Moon Chang-seop?" Do-jun remained silent, his body acting as a shield for the small girl trembling behind him. Then the man dropped the hammer with cold, bureaucratic finality. "You are under emergency arrest. You're being charged with complicity in the illegal predatory lending schemes run by Moon's firm, HCS Kaito." He turned toward her, his presence turning sharp and lethal. "If I just eliminate Hong Hee-ju, would that settle the matter?" A monolithic skyscraper gleamed under the amber sun. Before it stood a stone pillar carved with prosecution service, a symbol of the heavy, cold hand of the law. Do-jun's wrists were locked in steel cuffs to the arms of a chair inside a stark interrogation room. His eyes darted to the corner as he sensed a presence approaching. The rhythmic click of leather soles on tile echoed down the hallway. A voice drifted through the door. "Yes, Director Lee, it's under control. Both Moon Chang-seop and Seo Do-jun are being perfectly cooperative." Chae-won held the phone tight to his ear. He pushed into the observation room. "And thank you for the help with my daughter's overseas tuition plans." He looked at the technician monitoring the live feed of Do-jun through the one-way glass. He continued into the receiver. "Give my warmest regards to Director Hong." Do-jun sat perfectly still, his hands relaxed despite the cuffs, sizing up his captor. "The reason I wore this badge." He leaned over the table, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Was to scrub filth like you off the streets." He slammed a thick dossier onto the table with a thunderous crack. Chae-won sat back, crossing his legs and waving two files in the air. "What have you been doing with your life? These charges alone are enough to rot you in a cell for 15 years. He shoved a document right into Do-jun's line of sight. "Moon Chang-seop has already sung like a bird. We have more than enough evidence to bury you." Do-jun's expression didn't flicker. He remained disturbingly poised. Chae-won's patience finally snapped, and he lunged forward, barking, "Look at that smug face! You think this is a game? You think I'm bluffing?" The prosecutor's face went white when Do-jun finally opened his mouth. "This has Hong Hee-ju's fingerprints all over it, doesn't it?" He stared at him, bewildered as the air in the room grew heavy with an invisible pressure. He stammered, Who is Hong Hee-ju?" Do-jun felt a wave of calm wash over him, thinking, "It seems Moon Chang-seop's little operation has been thoroughly dismantled. I was going to play along to keep things quiet, but since they've pushed it this far..." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low rumble. I'm not sure where you're getting your fiction from. Chaewon's eyes bulged as his face contorted with murderous intent. He loomed over Do-jun, snarling, Do you think a Korean prosecutor is some kind of joke? Your life is over, you piece of trash. Do-jun's expression turned cold, a faint golden shimmer igniting in his pupils as he returned a gaze that was far more predatory. The bravado drained from Chaewon's face instantly, replaced by a sudden, paralyzing terror. He stood there frozen, staring at Do-jun in disbelief, his jaw trembling as he ground his teeth in a desperate attempt to stay composed. Losing his grip on reality, he raised a hand to strike, his voice cracking. You arrogant son of a bitch! Suddenly, a sharp command cut through the tension, freezing his hand mid-swing. An officer, clutching a folder, pushed the door open and signaled, Prosecutor Park, a word outside immediately. A muffled shout of, What? Erupted in the quiet corridor. Chaewon stared at the reports in his hand, his face pale. Is it possible the equipment is malfunctioning? The technician didn't blink. No, sir. I've run the diagnostics twice. The hardware is flawless. Chaewon's grip tightened, crumpling the paper. His voice was thick with denial. The hero scanner registers him as a complete civilian? How? That's impossible. This is Do-jun we're talking about. The man lowered his head, looking troubled. I can't explain it. Maybe the intelligence regarding his awakening was just a rumor? Chaewon felt a pit in his stomach. But that intel came straight from Group T. They don't make mistakes. Besides, he knew Hong Heeju's name. Who is this guy really? Back in the interrogation room, Do-jun sat perfectly still, the harsh overhead lamp casting deep shadows across the documents on the table. A flicker of cold fury crossed his mind. Now I see why people despise these legal thugs. Maybe I should just burn this whole place to the ground. He continued to simmer. Then I'll take Gran and Eunjong and vanish somewhere they'll never find us. The door creaked open. Ju-jon walked in, her eyes scanning the room before landing on him. What exactly are you doing in a place like this? He let out a weary sigh and looked up. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. She planted her hands on her hips, her tone shifting to one of stern advice. Don't do anything reckless. I know you're frustrated, but brute force will only dig this hole deeper. He studied her for a beat. So, are you here to play the hero for me? She crossed her arms, looking slightly annoyed. It's not exactly a rescue mission, but... Her voice took on a firmer, more principled edge. Now that I'm certain this is a setup, I can't just look the other way. I can tolerate a lot, but watching an innocent person get framed is where I draw the line. A small, genuine smile touched his lips. So you do have a conscience. She stepped closer, dropping her voice. The Hero Association is officially intervening. They're launching a probe into the illegal deployment of heroes and that Mappo spatial rift incident near your place. His gaze sharpened. What about my family? Are they safe? She let out an exasperated huff. Do I look like your personal assistant? Since when did I become responsible for your domestic affairs? He just kept staring, his gaze unyielding. Unable to maintain the stare down, she finally shifted her eyes toward the wall. She turned toward the door, muttering, They're fine. They're being looked after, so stop worrying. The tension left his shoulders. He smiled warmly and said, Thank you. I won't forget this. I owe you one. A faint blush crept up her neck. She glanced back one last time and warned, Just stay patient. I'm going to end this as fast as I can. The morning sun bathed the city in a soft glow. Hyunju Jeon didn't just clear Do-jun's name through back channels. She leaked the evidence of Prosecutor Park's bribery and corruption to the public, ending his career in an instant. As a car cruised down the open road, the official inquiry finally declared Do-jun completely cleared of all charges. Ju-jon gripped the wheel, focused on the road, while Do-jun watched the world blur past the window. He hadn't escaped the fines for his unauthorized hero activities, but Ju-jon's aggressive defense had reduced his sentence to mere probation. A news alert flashed on the car's dashboard display. A mysterious entity has launched an assault in the UK. The creature is roughly 1.5 meters tall, resembles a mantis with 4 eyes, and possesses terrifying leaping abilities. He remarked casually, as if talking about the weather. That's a Macaxian. Jujon's head snapped toward him in shock. Wait a second. How could you possibly know that? The association only just classified that species 5 minutes ago. He didn't offer an explanation, his eyes distant as he watched the trees fly by. Names aren't just arbitrary labels. He remembered a massive crimson crystal, locked within a complex array of energy conduits. These stones hold more than just power, they are biological archives. By decoding the crystal's frequency, one can extract the monster's true name and vital data. An image of a high-tech Earth flickered. On this world, they use scanners and science. Then, a vision of a shattered, ancient planet appeared. But in that lost world, we used the old ways. Magic. A pulsing red stone emerged. Alongside a nightmare mantis. If the same beast existed in both worlds, then Do-jun had seen this horror long before Earth ever did. He leaned back and said coolly, "Taking down a Macaxian is elementary. You just need red fire ant pheromones." She looked at him with pure skepticism. Fire ants? Really? He met her gaze. Completely harmless to us, but it acts as a catastrophic neurotoxin to them. One exposure and their nervous system locks up instantly. She fell into a stunned silence, the only sound being the hum of the tires on the asphalt. Finally, she asked, her voice heavy with suspicion, "Seo Do-jun, who are you really?" He offered no answer. The car continued its rapid pace down the sun-drenched highway. She stole another glance at him, searching for a crack in his armor. He remained a statue of silence. Frustrated, she snapped, "Are you even listening to me? I asked you a question." His expression darkened as he spoke with a chilling, sudden intensity. "If I were to erase Hong Hee-ju from existence, how much of a mess would it cause?" On the other side of the city, a woman was gnawing at her nails in a manic frenzy. Hee-ju sat slumped in her high-rise office, her face a pale mask of anxiety and raw terror as she paced, unable to stop the frantic, nervous habit. A sentry stood stiffly watching her spiral with a look of deep concern. The bodyguard, clutching a dossier behind his back, whispered tentatively, "That is the current state of affairs, ma'am." Gnawing on her nails with a mix of neurosis and fury, she spat out, "Hyunju-jeon? Why does that woman keep crossing my path?" Holding the document in one hand while gesturing vaguely with the other, the guard tried to clarify, "It's a riddle, madam. No one can pinpoint the link between her and Do-jun, or how they even met." Her features contorted into a mask of pure spite as a long nail snapped under the pressure of her teeth. She screamed, "That arrogant bitch, Hyunju-jeon? What kind of game is she playing?" Hee-ju lunged to her feet, her palms slamming onto the desk with a thunderous crack. She roared, "And explain this! How is Do-jun not a hero? You swore he had awakened!" As an aura of murderous intent swirled around her, the guard stammered, "We are equally baffled, but his power is undeniable. My theory is that he possesses a gift potent enough to mask his signature from every scanner we own." Her eyes stretched wide, burning with a predatory dark light. She stabbed a finger toward him and bellowed, "Get Kang Dong-bit on the line this second. Forget 20 billion. Tell him the bounty is 30 billion. Make it happen now." Kang Dong-bit's voice crackled through the speaker with a mocking lilt. "I'm passing. 30 billion is pocket change. If you want me to move, you'll have to double it." Standing at attention with his hands clasped behind him, the subordinate gasped, "Double? Isn't that an astronomical demand, sir?" Dong-bit raised a single finger and scoffed, "You're clearly out of your depth." He kicked his boots up onto the table with arrogant ease. "For a woman as desperate as Hong Hee-ju, I am her only hope. Besides, once I deliver his head, 60 billion will feel like pennies to her." His face darkened, his eyes bleeding into a sinister crimson as he smirked. "Now that Hyunju-jeon has stuck her nose in, if I have to scrap with another S rank, that price is more than fair." The subordinate, looking pale and deeply anxious, muttered, "Hyunju-jeon. She is a monster in her own right, a truly lethal adversary." He suddenly brought his heel down on the tabletop with a violent bang. The sudden noise made the subordinate jump, his heart racing with caution. Exuding a terrifying pressure and a spark of irritation, Dongbit snarled, "Listen, you moron. Do you think all S-ranks are created equal? Someone like Hyunju Jeon is a 20-minute warm-up for me at most." The man's face turned ashen as he managed a weak, "Understood, boss." Suddenly, Dongbit's mood shifted. The lethal edge vanished, replaced by a smooth, disarming grin. "Has the Hero Association given us an answer yet?" The man replied while the image of premium whiskey chilling in a crystal ice bucket flickered by. "The word is they've frozen the rates. Apparently the financial collapse in England has tied their hands." The subordinate followed him as he paced toward the window. The association also went public saying they're hand-picking only the elite for this deployment. Dongbit cursed under his breath. "Bastards. They're making the requirements so tight I can't even complain about the pay without looking like a coward." He glanced back. "The suits in that association are the real criminals. When do we wheels up?" The man replied instantly, "The flight departs in 3 days." Under a vast blue sky, the conversation continued. "They've booked us on a joint transport with the Japanese Hero Division." Dongbit watched a jet streak over the concrete jungle. "Japan, huh? Perfect. I've been meaning to track down Tadakasi anyway." He shoved his hands into his pockets and mused, "The Macaxian is a total enigma. No one has cracked its biological code yet." Staring out at the shimmering, high-tech skyline, "If I'm the one to find its Achilles heel, my market value will go through the roof." Violet lightning tore through the sky, followed by a deafening, continuous roar of thunder. Terrified civilians scrambled for cover below as a nightmare took flight, circling above like a vulture. The beast possessed a serpentine neck flanked by lethal pincers. Its eyes pulsed with a golden light as it scanned for prey. Those brave enough to hold steel stood their ground to intercept it. They gazed up at the winged horror, their faces etched with raw dread and uncertainty. The creature let out a soul-piercing shriek and lunged with predatory speed. Its massive, scythe-like limb swung down with the force of a falling guillotine. The defenders scattered like leaves in the wind to avoid the blow. The blade slammed into the earth, shattering the stone into 1,000 fragments. A few warriors with enchanted blades leaped into the air, aiming for the beast's vitals. From the ground, a mage unleashed a torrent of arcane energy directly at the monster's chest. In a blur of steel and magic, the monster's head was cleanly severed from its shoulders. The head spun through the air, discarded by the massive, hulking torso. The headless frame buckled and slammed into the stone floor, completely drained of its life force. The victors stood over the mangled remains, cooling on the pavement. Exhausted, the heroes wiped the grime and sweat from their brows. The platinum-blonde knight turned her head, her expression shifting from relief to confusion. 2 more horrors, identical to the first, let out blood-curdling shrieks that radiated a bone-chilling aura of death. The woman's eyes went wide. Caught in a moment of vulnerability, she watched the beasts close in. The purple lightning struck again. The storm intensified, churning within the ink-black clouds as blood sprayed across the face of a nearby clock tower. Colossal monsters are tearing through the city, reducing homes to rubble and igniting firestorms. British heroes are fighting a desperate rearguard action to stop the southward march, but without data on the enemy, they are effectively blind. The invaders are pushing toward the urban centers where the lights still flicker. With the Cambridge line shattered, London is now a mere 60 kilometers away. Thick smoke and debris have choked the air, making visibility nearly zero. The monster's eyes flared with that haunting golden glow once more, cutting through the haze and soot. The golden pupils locked onto their next target. Abruptly, the golden light flickered out, leaving the eyes a dull, lifeless gray. One of the titans suddenly toppled over, sending the others into a panicked, screeching frenzy. One after another, the monsters began to drop, their life force completely extinguished. A sleek jet cleaves through the sky, dragging a long shadow across the earth below. Jujian, Dongbit, and their companions gaze out the windows, their faces pale with shock. One gasps, "My God, it actually worked." While she remains stunned, the others erupt into praise. "Ms. Hyunju Jeon, you were spot on. The red fire ant extract is a miracle. Even those Macaxians stood no chance. You're a genius." Dongbit's expression twists with a bitter envy as he fumes inwardly. No way. Since when does she have this kind of tactical insight? What is she hiding? She offers a sharp smile and glances back at her team. Enough talk. Let's go finish this. The two warriors behind her snap to attention. Understood! Gripping her blade with a confident grin, Zhu Jian leaps from the bay doors, her companions diving right behind her. A few hours later, the transport jet touches down at a high-security terminal. A sea of reporters stands pressed against the barricades, cameras poised and ready for the shot. Young journalists, swarming with mics and heavy gear, fill the lobby. Unbelievable! Look at the size of this press corps! A young reporter shouts over the din. It's hardly a surprise. It's Hyunju Jeon. She was the undisputed MVP of the entire British operation. A man in glasses grins broadly as he responds. She's the one who cracked the Macaxian code. She single-handedly pulled England back from the brink. She's a living legend. I heard the British royals are actually awarding her a knighthood. The young man's eyes widen as he points frantically. Look, there she is! A pair of polished boots steps onto the tarmac. Zhu Jian emerges with a radiant smile, trailing a violet suitcase, with Dongbit following in her wake. A blizzard of camera flashes erupts instantly. Questions are fired at her like bullets, causing her to blink in momentary confusion. Ms. Hyunju Jeon over here. How did you deduce the Macaxian's fatal flaw? Dongbit plasters on a rehearsed smile as a mic is shoved toward him. Mr. Kang Dongbit, a statement. We heard you personally neutralize the highest number of targets. Dongbit's smug face is broadcast on massive digital screens across the city. The 200-man strike force, led by hero Hyunju Jeon, returned victorious today. As the world knows, it was the bravery of our Korean heroes that saved London. The secret weapon that decimated the Macaxian swarm was a widespread aerosol of red fire ant extract. Do Jun, obscured by a low-hanging hood, stops to glance up at the news crawl. A faint, mocking smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. On the screen, the man being interviewed continues to laugh and boast with theatrical energy. Suddenly, Do Jun's eyes turn into shards of ice. One name burns in his mind, Kang Dongbit. Later, at an upscale boutique cafe, Zhu Jian sets several designer shopping bags on the table with a polite nod. A few souvenirs. Do Jun, mid-sip of water, looks up in surprise. Souvenirs? She gestures happily to each meticulously wrapped bag. These are for your grandmother and Unjong, and this one is for you, Do Jun. He reaches for his bag and starts tearing it open immediately, much to her annoyance. You couldn't wait 5 minutes until you got home? Why the rush? Do Jun pulls out an impeccably tailored suit and notes. This looks like it cost a fortune. She takes a sip of her water, speaking with a calm grace. Consider it a tiny commission for your expert advice. Thanks to your tip, I was knighted in England. Zhu Jian leans in. Compared to the intel you gave me, this is a trifle. If you asked, I'd buy you a luxury car. He folds the suit back into the bag, his face unreadable. I'll keep that in mind. Besides, you've settled your debts with me already. She fixes him with an intense, probing stare. If I asked how you knew a secret the entire world's scientists missed, you'd just stay silent, wouldn't you? Do Jun shrugs nonchalantly. Do I have a reason to talk? Faced with his brick-wall attitude, Zhu Jian can only exhale a defeated sigh. The cafe's amber lighting glows softly around them. She breaks the silence. So what's your next move? I don't expect a save-the-world speech, but if he goes after Hong Heju or Dongbit, it'll be a bloodbath. I have to steer him away from the edge. He pauses, his voice measured and slow. For now... Do Jun tilts his head thoughtfully. He looks incredibly focused. I need to find a house to buy. She blinks, completely caught off guard by the mundanity of his goal. Zhu Jian asks, genuinely bewildered. Wait, you're seriously living in a rental right now? Do Jun remains silent, offering no further explanation. The scene shifts to the dead of night, where the echoes of high-stakes revelry fill the air. At a sprawling, decadent villa, glamorous guests are lounging and laughing around a massive pool. Dongbit is submerged in the heated water, a beautiful woman draped on each arm. His brow is furrowed with dark thoughts. Hyunju-jeon, something's shifted in her. She's not the same hero I knew. Finding that weakness was too perfect, she's hiding her source. And forget the monsters. What is the deal with that brat Do-jun? Ju-jeon is lounging nearby on a deck chair. She shifts her eye mask and asks coolly, "What exactly are you implying?" Dongbit narrows his eyes. "You went through a lot of trouble to bail him out, even nuking a prosecutor's career. You even saw him turn my cousin Cheongu into a human punching bag." Ju-jeon pulls her mask off, looking thoroughly annoyed. "Kang Cheongu was the aggressor. That pathetic portal assassination failed, didn't it? Even in the restaurant, your cousin was the one hunting for a fight." He lets out a harsh, jagged laugh. "That idiot Cheongu got blinded by greed and fumbled the job. He got what was coming to him. But blood is blood. I have a perfectly valid reason to settle the score with Do-jun." Her gaze turns razor-sharp as she glares at him, a silent, lethal warning. For a split second, Dongbit flinches, visibly shaken by the intensity of her look. She lies back down and turns her back to him, her voice dripping with indifference. "Do what you want. Just don't expect me to lift a finger to help you." He's stunned by her total lack of concern, thinking to himself, "And here I thought they were actually close. I guess he's just another disposable tool to her." Ju-jeon shielded her eyes, her voice drained of all emotion. "Beyond that, I simply have no motive to step in." Back in the present, Dongbit mused while swirling his wine. "No motive? Even after I laid it out so clearly?" He took a brooding sip, his brow furrowed. There is undeniably something freakish about Seo Do-jun, London, England. This sector has been reduced to a charred graveyard following the monster incursions. The British Hero Association is scrambling to deploy as many squads into the fissures as possible, desperate to harvest magic crystals before the second wave hits. A bearded sentry on patrol sighed heavily. "It's a tragedy. If we had access to that fire ant extract, even low-tier D-ranks like us could crush a Macaxian." His partner nodded gloomily. "Exactly. If we'd choked off the surge at the start, this whole zone would be a gold mine for high-grade crystals. Once a wave breaks through, the rift can't stabilize into a gate anymore," the man added. "Word is the next wave won't be Macaxians, but something far worse." The bearded guard shivered. "The mystery is the worst part. We've seen entire nations wiped off the map because of a surprise shift." The man suddenly snapped his head toward the glowing rift. His teammate tensed. "What? You see something?" The man narrowed his eyes. "I have this gut feeling. Someone's coming through." The other scoffed. "The raid team just went in. They can't be finished already. It's only been 5 hours." The sentry remained on edge. "Keep your eyes peeled. There's always some greedy civilian trying to sneak in to scavenge for crystals." Suddenly, a jagged bolt of lightning arced within the fissure. The guard spun around, his face pale with shock. His companion's expression was frozen in identical terror. Stepping out from the swirling void was a mountain of a man, radiating a suffocating, predatory aura. He peered down from the ridge, his pupils burning with an eerie purple glow that felt like a physical weight on the heart. The two guards were paralyzed by the stranger's presence. "He's no hero. The gear, the scars, nothing fits the profile. Move! Signal HQ!" But the words died in his throat. The stranger extended a metallic hand, conjuring a glowing cyan sigil. The guards cried out in confusion as the circles hoisted them helplessly into the air. The guard dangling in the sky wheezed in panic. "What? What kind of power is this?" The man ignored them, walking past with the arrogance of a god. "Damn you." In a final act of defiance, the guard whipped several throwing knives at the intruder's back. The man didn't even turn. A shimmering magic circle caught the blades mid-air and instantly reflected them back with lethal speed. He spat out a single contemptuous word, "Vermin." With a sudden clench of his fist, the man unleashed a crushing force. The guards let out a horrific scream as if their very bones were being ground to dust. He reached out gracefully, his fingers dancing through the air. A crackle of purple electricity sparked, and out of the static, a smartphone slowly materialized into his palm. The display flickered to life, showing a progress bar stalled at 19.26%. Against a deep crimson background, the numbers 19.26 glared back at him. The man frowned. 10 years have passed in this realm, and it hasn't even hit the 20% mark? He stepped over the broken guards, muttering to himself, "Could this be a failure? I went through the effort of tearing open this spatial rift. I suppose I must manually increase the mana density first." One of the guards gasped out a final question. "What are you?" The man paused and looked back over his shoulder. "To begin with." He spoke while casually, brutally silencing the guard who had attacked him. With a face as cold and terrifying as a nightmare, he added, "I need to clear away the insects first." In the following scene, a region haunted by the devastating appearance of Korean kaiju. Under a vast, indifferent sky, Dojun looked deceptively calm. Yet every step he took seemed to vibrate through the very earth. As the sun hit his shoulders and the wind whipped past, he moved with a presence that seemed to hush the world. No one knew his origin, only that his arrival signaled an end to the noise. Suddenly, a series of guttural clicking sounds from the shadows caught his ear. Something massive was hurtling toward Dojun with bone-breaking velocity. The earth split open as a titanic monster lunged out, its roar shattering the silence of the zone. It unhinged its massive, grotesque jaws, ready to pulp anything in its way. But this time, the creature had chosen the wrong prey to hunt. An entire swarm emerged from the dust, yet amidst the chaos, one figure stood like a monolith. Dojun didn't flinch or seek cover. From this moment on, the humans were no longer the ones being hunted. He peered over the edge of the pit, his eyes piercing the impenetrable darkness below. What horrors were lurking in the depths? With a mere tap of his foot, the ground groaned as a surge of divine energy warped the seismic frequency. After a beat, he calculated coldly, 26 targets within a 100-meter radius. Dojun's lips curled into a smirk. A sphere of white-hot flame erupted from his palm, its heat so intense it seemed to warp the very air. "Let's see who survives the heat." A blinding crimson light flooded the fissure as a legion of fire spirits dived into the abyss like falling stars. Dojun stood at the edge, hands in his pockets, his expression as still as a frozen lake. A second later, the earth heaved, a thunderous explosion tore through the silence, and a supernova of light consumed the rift. Pure destructive power erupted as flames spiraled toward the heavens, a massive pillar of fire that pierced the clouds and scorched the sky itself. As the smoke began to clear, a rare flicker of curiosity, and perhaps a hint of doubt, crossed Dojun's face. What was that sensation? In that instant, his lips settled into a subtle, dangerous smile of pure satisfaction. Shifting the focus to the center of the thriving metropolis, a colossal skyscraper pierces the clouds, a monolith of corporate dominance and hidden agendas. The silver-haired elder, maintaining a poised composure, took a slow sip of his espresso. "Very well. Tell me, what kind of man are we dealing with?" The afternoon sun flared off the aide's dark lenses. He responded with gravity, "In all honesty, he is a remarkably prickly young man to get close to." Several officials in the room offered subtle nods of agreement. "He personally confirmed to me his status as an active combatant. Min Key, vice chairman of the Korea Hero Association." Taehwa wasn't finished probing. He fixed the assistant with a sharp, inquisitive look. "I recall reports saying our standard hero indexing hardware failed to calibrate his power, correct?" Eon-gu methodically straightened a pile of dossiers and nodded. "Yes, the sensors returned a complete blank." A middle-aged executive in a sharp black suit, his face flushed with indignation, snapped, "What a cocky brat! If he wants association benefits, he owes us transparency!" That was Park Sung-cheol, vice chairman of the Korea Hero Association. The tension in the room was stretched to a breaking point. A man nearby chuckled dryly and made a dismissive gesture. Taehwa signaled the assistant to continue. "What other secrets did you dig up?" Eon-gu held up 2 pages overflowing with fine print. He gave a slight headshake. "The trail is thin, but there are some disturbing fragments." He began to unveil the grim reality lurking behind the official reports. Seo Do-jun claims his ordeal was sparked by a lethal betrayal orchestrated by the hero Kang Cheon-gu. A violent surge of energy erupted from his palm. Do-jun threw his head back in a defiant roar, bracing himself as the behemoth's massive limbs swept down like a falling building. His gaze burned with lethal intent as his hand was swallowed by a roar of flame. Do-jun tightened his grip, his internal energy spiraling to incinerate every threat in his path. Aeon-gu added, Seo Do-jun nearly met his end inside a gate, triggering a desperate awakening of his latent powers. The creature's massive frame was pulverized, its remains erupting in a shower of gore. A bone-rattling boom echoed through the rift, scattering pulverized bone and ash into the atmosphere. Following his survival, he hunted down Kang Cheon-gu and cleared the Mapo fissure entirely on his own. The earth groaned as pillars of crimson fire reached for the sky. Do-jun's shadow tore through the battlefield like a hurricane, erasing every obstacle in a blur of motion. Aeon-gu's expression grew somber as he reached the final line of the report. To put it simply, Seo Do-jun possesses power that defies our current ranking logic. Tae-hwa crossed his arms, lost in a tactical trance. A wild stallion that might break its rider, yet a champion nonetheless. Nearby, the monster's remains continued to rain down in a bloody mist. Tae-hwa raised one crucial concern. He's applied for a high-level hero license. Which heavyweight in the association stepped up to vouch for him? Aeon-gu's face darkened, and the room felt heavy with anticipation as he whispered, It was Hyun-ju-jeon, the S-rank prodigy. Tae-hwa and Sung Cheol froze in their seats, their expressions a mixture of shock and utter disbelief. The inferno flared one last time. Do-jun emerged from the smoke, a sharp, challenging smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Reflected in the shimmering gold of a high-tier ID card, a cold, focused face came into view. Do-jun stared at the gilded card with a detached gaze, the 8th name on the Republic of Korea's S-rank roster. Behind him, the shattered ruins of a giant beast littered the ground. Acrid blood pooled in the cracks of the earth. This card grants me the right to hunt the NDT-0 fissure without interference, right? A slow, satisfied smile spread across Tae-hwa's face. It was a grin tinged with a hint of strategic madness, as if every chaotic variable was finally falling into place. When the laughter finally died down in the silent chamber, he let out a long breath. He looked at his colleagues with newfound respect. The boy has incredible spine. Indeed, his audacity is light years beyond his peers. But the calm was shattered by a sudden outburst of pure panic. Sung Cheol slammed his fist onto the mahogany table, sweat beading on his forehead as he yelled, "Are you kidding? He marched into a rank 2 fissure solo? No tank, no healers, the kid is suicidal!" Tae-hwa remained unmoving, his gaze deep and inscrutable, answering only with a heavy, contemplative silence. Aeon-gu narrowed his eyes, weighing the impact of every syllable. Sung Cheol paused, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a trembling hand. He forced out a strained, nervous chuckle, clearly rattled by the sheer scale of the situation. Trying to regain control of the narrative, he shouted with desperate urgency, "Chairman, if Seo Do-jun actually walks out of that rift alive, we have to go all in. We announce him to the world. Korea's 8th S-rank. Imagine the optics, Chairman." After his outburst, Sung Cheol slumped back into his chair, his face pulled into a grimace of silence. Aeon-gu spoke up tentatively. "There are those who fear the diplomatic backlash. Besides, he might value his anonymity. Shouldn't we consult him first?" Sung Cheol barked back instantly. "Use your head, Vice Chairman. In this era of fear, a new S-rank hero is the ultimate sleeping pill for the public." Every eye in the room shifted toward the man who held the final word. "Chairman Tae-hwa, the choice is yours." A calm, unwavering voice finally broke the silence. "I have heard both arguments, and I understand the stakes." His expression was clear of any doubt. his eyes burning with a new resolve. I want to meet this young man face to face. I need to see the fire in him myself. The scene cuts back to the front lines. Do-jun delivered a seismic kick, his body hurtling toward a Titan-class monster. The impact pulverized solid rock, and the beast was sent flying backward with a piteous, bone-shattering roar. He dived headlong into a sea of monsters, their maws dripping with hunger. His eyes remained eerily calm, his palm open as he prepared to activate a lethal sequence. Do-jun's gaze was sharp enough to cut. He swept his arm through the air as spiritual energy condensed around his fingers, preparing a killing strike that made the surrounding beasts whimper in instinctual fear. The elemental forge was summoned. His hand erupted into a localized supernova, the heat intensifying into a concentrated blast ready to incinerate the horde. The fire detonated with a thunderous crack, carving through the monster's armor like a hot blade through wax. Do-jun landed with a heavy impact, a shockwave of dust billowing out around him. Flickers of residual flame danced along his forearm. With a piercing, ice-cold stare, his entire presence radiated an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. A cataclysmic explosion drowned out the world, leaving behind only the chaotic swirl of ash and embers. The monsters' bodies buckled and disintegrated into fragments. Do-jun stood like a conquering god atop the charred remains of his enemies. The final embers pulsed around his knuckles. Framed against the twilight sky, his silhouette loomed like a majestic, unfeeling monarch. The fire finally faded from his fingertips. He let out a long, weary exhale. Do-jun looked up at the stars and thought, "As I feared, my mana consumption is too high for unarmed combat. I need a proper catalyst to channel this power." A futuristic facility with sleek, levitating architecture, anchored into the rugged concrete cliffs, shimmered under the sun. The sign read, Gassen Hero Technical Complex. Tucked away nearby was a warm, rustic weapon-forging boutique, its earthy tones a sharp contrast to the cold, industrial steel of the complex. Inside the forge, a broad-shouldered young smith sat slumped at the counter, his attention completely absorbed by his phone. A gold filigree bell with a sword-shaped chime rang out with a sharp, rhythmic jingle, announcing a visitor. The heavy door swung open. Do-jun stood in the entryway, hands in his pockets and a rugged, man-sized gear bag slung over his shoulder. The blacksmith didn't even look up, his voice a bored, mechanical drone. "Name for the appointment?" Do-jun stepped forward and dropped the massive bag onto the counter with a heavy thud. The smith still didn't bother to glance away from his screen. Do-jun spoke with a steady, polite tone. "I have the materials. I need a weapon forged." He wouldn't even look up from his game. He just shifted an eyebrow and gave a flat-out refusal. "No reservation, no service. Take your business elsewhere." Do-jun was met with a wall of total apathy. His patience began to evaporate, his expression clouding as his eyes turned sharp as daggers. He growled, "I was told most shops were swamped, but you're the one who picked up the phone, aren't you?" Still glued to his screen, the guy shot Do-jun a look of pure irritation. "Look, I said we're booked solid. No openings. Scram, there are plenty of decent smiths in this district." Do-jun lunged forward, seized the guy by his collar, and hauled him clean out of his chair. Veins throbbed in Do-jun's hand. The guy suddenly shrieked, "Are you out of your mind? Let me go!" Do-jun pinned him with a lethal stare. "Are you the master here?" The guy frantically stammered a correction. I'm just the owner's son." Do-jun leaned in, exuding a bone-chilling aura. He glared and commanded, "Get your father out here this instant. I was told this forge was top tier, which is the only reason I bothered coming." The young blacksmith scrambled away to comply, casting a baffled, sideways glance back at him. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Dad, there's a customer out here who won't take no for an answer." An old man emerged, the rhythmic slap of his flip-flops echoing against the floor. Age had done nothing to soften his powerful, athletic build. Wiping away sweat, he adjusted his cap and grunted, "Who sent you?" This was Choi Guan, a legendary artisan of hero-grade gear. Dojun gave a one-name answer, Hyunju-jeon. At those words, both father and son went pale, caught in a whirlwind of reverence and dread. Choi Guan pressed for confirmation. Hyunju-jeon actually sent you to me? Dojun didn't waste breath on words. He simply slid open the zipper of his equipment bag. He produced 2 long, amber gold organic rods with wickedly sharp tips. Choi Guan's eyes locked onto the items, and his jaw dropped in sheer astonishment once more. He stepped closer and gingerly lifted the 2 specimens, scrutinizing them as he stammered, This is impossible. The son peered over, his curiosity piqued. Pops, what are those things? The artifacts were longer than 2 handspans. The old man tried to find his voice, though his tone vibrated with the shock of seeing such a rarity. The fangs of a great abyss serpent? I haven't laid eyes on these in decades. Dojun laid out his specific demands. Craft me a blade. I don't care about aesthetics, but the quality must be flawless and the reach as long as possible. The smith hesitated. Long? You don't get it. If you try to elongate a biological material like this, the structural integrity will fail. Dojun crossed his arms, his eyes cold and judging. The old man offered a compromise. I can forge you a pair of twin medium blades instead. Dojun remained unmoved. Since it wasn't what he envisioned, he taunted, So what you're really saying is you're not skilled enough for the job? Fuse them, make it a single longsword, I need the reach. And while you're at it, max out the mana conductivity to its absolute limit. The son finally snapped, shouting in a defensive rage, Hey, I've heard enough. Who are you calling unskilled? My father crafts elite weapons with level 3 mana absorption as his baseline. Dojun suddenly went eerily quiet. He reached out and snatched a finished sword off the display rack, one that looked exceptionally well made. Bracing both ends of the steel, Dojun remarked dryly, This claims to be a level 5, doesn't it? With those words, Dojun's hands tightened, his grip turning the metal white-hot with raw pressure. A blinding radiance erupted from his palms, flooding the workshop with light and forcing the sun to shield his eyes and stumble back. A heartbeat later, to the absolute horror of the 2 smiths, he snapped the blade as if it were a brittle piece of plastic. The sword disintegrated in his grasp, sending a shower of metallic shards whistling through the air. The mangled steel clattered uselessly to the floor. The duo stood frozen, staring at the wreckage in paralyzed silence. Dojun let the final piece drop, his fist still clenched as he spoke in a low, terrifying whisper. If you intend to produce more garbage like this, do yourself a favor and retire today. The air grew heavy and stifling, as if the forge itself were on fire. The son was paralyzed by dread. Choi Guan fumed in silence, not daring to object for fear of a blow that might end him. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched lakeside forest where the lush canopy meets the water, a picture of deceptive peace. A titanic beast stirred from its slumber, bearing serrated tusks, and let out a low, guttural growl of impending doom. Its massive central eye remained clamped shut. Suddenly, the lids snapped back, revealing a bloodshot iris that pulsed with a terrifying, malevolent light. The gargantuan creature rose, its massive frame dwarfing the trees as it beat its chest and stomped, sending tremors through the bedrock. It threw its head back and unleashed a roar so piercing it seemed to split the clouds above. At that very moment, Dojun arrived with effortless poise, stepping into the shallows. He looked visibly annoyed by the racket. Still as loud and obnoxious as ever, I see. With a casual flick of his wrist, a corona of fire ignited at his chest. His gaze was already locked onto the beast's vitals. Dojun moved like a blur, ghosting past the monster's catastrophic footfall as it crushed the earth. The beast faltered, staring in confusion at the small, fast shadow charging toward it, unable to tell if it faced a man or a demon. He vaulted into the air, channeling all his momentum into his wreathed fist. A thunderous strike tore through the atmosphere, burying itself deep in the creature's thick shoulder. The monster unhinged its jaw, letting out a harrowing shriek of pain. In a blind rage, it ripped a massive tree from the earth to use as a club, its blue veins bulging with strain. Before the blow could land, Do-jun sliced through the air, shearing off both the leafy crown and the heavy roots in a single motion. Having disarmed the beast, his eyes, burning with reflected fire, locked back onto his primary target. The monster was completely outclassed. His fluid, lightning-fast movements left it with nothing but a sense of mounting, helpless terror. In a flash, Do-jun pivoted to slash the opposite shoulder, spinning behind the beast while trailing a wake of blazing spiritual energy. But the struggle was far from over. The beast possessed a supernatural healing factor. A restorative emerald glow pulsed, knitting together the shredded muscle and sealing the skin in seconds. With its physique fully mended, the creature bared its serrated fangs in a defiant snarl, refusing to back down. Do-jun, feeling zero sympathy for the beast, wasted no time and lunged with predatory speed toward its blind spot. With a mere graze of his hand, a torrential surge of white-hot fire jumped from his palm directly into the monster's hide. The output was devastating, leaving the creature's flesh scorched to a crisp, smelling of charcoal and ruin. Taking the full brunt of that solar flare strike, the monster unleashed a final, harrowing shriek that vibrated through the air. That lethal follow-through sent its massive head spinning away from its shoulders in a clean arc. Harnessing the wind's natural flow, he finished with a sweeping slash that ended the encounter with cinematic flair. The decapitated titan finally gave out, hitting the earth with a seismic thud that echoed through the valley. Do-jun straightened up, watching the dying embers drift. Wiping sweat from his brow, he muttered, "Maintaining a continuous mana blade is a real drain on the batteries." He knelt down, unhooked his rugged pack, and pulled out a heavy glass tankard with a sturdy handle. Do-jun flipped the cap. He pressed the rim against the monster's carcass to collect a full mug of steaming blood, a grim trophy for his labor. A fair trade for putting down a C-rank crawler. By the time he made it back to the forge, the moon was high, yet the workshop glowed with life. He slid the mug of thick blood across the counter to the young smith. The boy recoiled in confusion. "Whoa, what the hell is this?" Do-jun's voice was like stone. "Give it to your father. It's the catalyst needed to fuse the black snake fangs into one." The boy stared at the crimson sludge with a shiver. As Do-jun turned to walk out, the boy's voice chased him. "Wait! What actually is that stuff? Hey, don't just leave me hanging!" Neon signs danced off the city's glass towers. Stepping onto the pavement, Do-jun adjusted his pack, thinking, "The basics are covered, but for top-tier monoconductivity, I need a true rarity, and for that..." And there is only one destination on the map, Brazil. Half a world away, a luxury resort buzzed with the hum of early morning activity, its turquoise pools offering a sanctuary from the heat. On a poolside table, a phone buzzed against the marble. The caller ID flashed, "Seo Do-jun." Ju-jeon, currently wading through the cool water, climbed out to answer. Whatever she heard on the other end nearly made her drop the device. She pushed her shades up into her hair, her voice rising in disbelief. "Brazil? You're serious?" Below in the water, the other guests were splashing around, oblivious to the high-stakes conversation. On the deck, Ju-jeon and her colleague Inju were stretched out on loungers, making the most of their rare downtime. From behind her lenses, Ju-jeon's sharp gaze focused. "So the council is officially mobilizing a strike force to Brazil?" Inju, the WKF representative, took a sip of her cocktail. "Yeah, word is both Brazil and the council have waved the white flag. They're moving to total containment of the rift zone." Inju, looking stunning in a low-cut black bikini, tilted her head with a playful grin. "The monsters there are absolute savages, but the crystal yield is insane. The council is paying a fortune, so our guild signed up immediately." "You should come and bring that new guy with you." Eugene's tone turned cautious, as if probing for gossip. "You mean the 8th S rank, who's been the talk of the town?" Inju smirked. "I don't know." Then she teased, "Oh, come on. Everyone says you two are practically a duo." Ju-jeon flushed. "What? That's totally baseless." "Oh, stop it! I saw the footage of you two taking down that Caucasian together with my own eyes." Ju-jeon's face burned a deep crimson as she stammered, "Well, okay, I remember that." "Then just do it. Please?" Inju leaned in with a charming, theatrical pout. "I'll love you forever." Jujon cut her off with a hesitant sigh. "The problem is, I have no idea if he'll actually agree to go." Back at the forge, Choi Guan was drenched in a cold sweat of pure technical stress. His voice was a mix of awe and dread. Where on earth did he get his hands on this? The fusion is flawless. It's not just joined, it's cast as a single, seamless entity. Who would have guessed crawler blood was the missing link for Black Snake Fangs? Dojun stood in the corner, arms folded with an air of cold confidence. A ghost of a smirk played on his lips. Choi Guan studied the wooden template, nodding slowly. "Fine, I'll follow your specs. Stretch to the limit, we're looking at a 180-centimeter reach." Du Jun reminded him, "Make it a Claymore-style grip, but balanced for a one-handed swing. 5 kilograms is the sweet spot." The old smith looked at him from under his hat. What's with the sudden politeness? I pegged him for a total rebel, but maybe he's got some class after all. Or perhaps he simply realized how much he needs this blade. Choi Guan ran a hand over the heavy mold. 5 kilograms is a beast to handle with one hand. This isn't a weapon for short bursts, you'll feel every gram. Du Jun waved it off. "It's perfect as it is. Just build it." "How long?" Choi Guan grunted. "A month, minimum. But the monoflow, we're looking at a level 7 rating." Du Jun's mind raced. "Level 7? I wonder if that's even enough to channel my full output. I'll definitely need that Brazilian material. For now, let's get the foundation set." Choi Guan looked at Do Jun and said quietly, "As for pushing it past level 7, don't expect miracles until I see those extra materials." The smith's eyes narrowed as a wave of apprehension hit him. Is he seriously going after that? He's either a god or a dead man walking. Fast forward a few days. A sign for a restricted parking zone comes into view. A high-end luxury vehicle sat idling in the spot. Du Jun stood by the driver's side, nodding in approval. "Thanks. I'll make sure it sees some action." Jujon laughed softly. "Don't mention it. Did you think I was broke? You had the nerve to ask for a 1,000,000,001 car, after all." Du Jun smirked back. "This fits my current needs." His blunt honesty left her momentarily paralyzed. She just stood there, blinking in disbelief. She watched him inspect the car with a meticulous eye. Finally, she broke the silence. "So, what's the latest drama with the Hero Association?" Du Jun shrugged. "They want to go public with my ID. I told them they'd have to pay through the nose for the privilege." She gasped. "Pay? Chairman Natehua is a greater good kind of guy. He won't like that." "So I noticed. Negotiations hit a brick wall." She groaned in frustration. "Can't you just cooperate for once? I'm your legal guarantor. Have a little mercy on me." Her plea was silenced by the heavy, definitive thud of him slamming the car door shut. Jujon moved swiftly, pulling the door open and sliding into the passenger seat without invitation. As she clicked her seatbelt into place, she glanced over and murmured, "The association is currently drowning in logistics for the Brazil Rift Zone. Once the chaos subsides, I'll set up a proper sit-down with the chairman." Du Jun sounded genuinely baffled. "Brazil?" Jujon shifted closer, her shoulder brushing his. "That's the one. They've decided to put the entire sector under total quarantine." The air in the car grew heavy and still, charged with a sudden, unsaid tension. Du Jun met her gaze and asked pointedly, "Will you be there as well?" A deep flush crept across her face. Tiny beads of perspiration formed on her brow as her heart raced, leaving her feeling completely exposed and out of her depth. She looked away to answer. "Of course, it's my job. Why do you care?" Du Jun's striking features softened, and in a voice smooth with confidence, he replied, "Because I intend to be right there with you." The bluntness of his words sent her heart into a frantic flutter, her cheeks glowing a vibrant pink from the sheer embarrassment. Elsewhere, Hiju was a portrait of nerves, her hands shaking as terror clouded her eyes. She glared at Dongbeat, her voice trembling. "What? You're shaking me down for more cash already?" The corner of his mouth quirked into a smug grin. "Now isn't the time to be a penny pincher, Director Hong." She erupted in fury. "I've already funneled 30 billion into your account and you're back for seconds? When do you actually plan to get your hands dirty? I should have hired a real professional." Dongbit scoffed. "And who exactly would touch a suicide mission like this?" She sneered back. "The world is crawling with cold-blooded predators who would kill for half that price." He let out a mocking sigh, eyeing her like a confused child. "Director, you really are in the dark, aren't you? How about a little free intel to brighten your day?" Seo Do-jun is an S-rank. He's officially the 8th S-rank powerhouse in South Korea. Hiju's face crumpled in shock, sweat slicking her skin as she shrieked, "That Brad is an S-rank? You've got to be joking!" He let out a dry chuckle. "Oh, you think I'm spinning tall tales? I've spent a fortune just keeping a lid on that news. If you don't believe me, stay here and wait for him to come for your head." He turned and began a slow, deliberate walk toward the exit. Her desperate voice followed him. "Wait, stop! Is he truly an S-rank? If that's the reality, he's out of my league. I can't touch him. Fine, I'll pay whatever you want. Just make sure he's erased." Dongbit's smile turned truly predatory. "It's about more than just the paycheck now. Think of it as an investment in a very lucrative partnership, Hiju." Pushed past her breaking point by the news, she screamed, "Anything! Just kill him!" Suddenly, Dongbit's pocket buzzed with a sharp ring. Hiju watched him with mounting dread. He went silent, his lips pressed thin as he scanned the message on his screen. Dongbit's voice cut through the silence. "It looks like your lucky star is finally shining, Director." Hiju blinked, confused. "What are you talking about?" His smirk widened. He turned the screen toward her. "The perfect chance to eliminate Seo Do-jun just fell into our laps." Meanwhile, in the plush business class of a luxury airliner, Ju-jeon sat with a poise that radiated grace and authority. On the screens, the internet was exploding. The elite strike team and top-tier S-ranks are touching down in Brazil. This is the biggest international op in history. Kang Dong-bit and Park Hae-ryu have joined the fray. The campaign has officially hit the 5th floor separation stage. The arrogant Kang Seong-ho sat nearby, arms folded tightly. "I heard Seong-ho is in on the Brazil job." The Busan sidekicker? He basically dragged his entire guild to the top on his own back. Dong-bit Guardian? That guy's a shark when he smells a payout. Brazil must be paying out the nose. Park Hae-ryun, showing off his sculpted physique, was literally lifting weights in the cabin. Hae-ryun is only there for the gold, guaranteed. Deal heel 93, his guild is underwater and they're desperate for a win. Ju-jeon gazed out the window, lost in thought. She was oblivious to the digital praise. Hero Heiji, 77, Ju-jeon is participating? She's practically a national treasure at this point. Gangnam number, 1. You have to strike while the iron is hot, obviously. I'm at 99. Is the rumor for real? One mid-tier essence from there can set you up for life. Dongbit turned in utter disbelief to watch Do-jun, who was busy slurping down a bowl of instant noodles. The comments section continued to scroll. The Bang Tea. Seriously, though, who is this Seo Do-jun character? Social media was reaching a fever pitch. Sassin Super, he's a total wild card. Brazil is his big debut. Dehazo, he looks like a kid. They probably brought him along as a mascot. I wonder if he's actually got teeth. Sogang STT. If the rumors about S-rank are true, we're about to see a show. The plane sliced through the clouds, a vessel of clashing ambitions. Kang Seong-ho remained a mask of stony calm. Hae-ryun's eyes sharpened, narrowing as he focused on his goal. Ju-jeon kept her expression locked behind a serious professional mask. Dongbit continued to stare at Do-jun, his eyes wide with baffled shock. Do-jun simply sat there with his cheeks full of food, chewing away under the deep shadow of his black hooded cloak. The aircraft began its long, final descent toward the Brazilian coast. A sea of skyscrapers rose to meet them, finally Brazil. The scene shifted to a high-tech command center where flags snapped in the wind and heroes from every corner of the globe stood gathered. The Brazil Hero Association headquarters. An emergency briefing was underway. An editor announced, The Korean expedition has just touched down at the terminal. A colleague responded with a grin. Fantastic! Out of all the allied nations, they're the first to arrive. An official scrawled notes, his brow furrowed in the heavy silence. Some of these heroes didn't even check into their hotels, they went straight into the field. Talk about a hurry-up culture. He stammered, but the official looked up sharply. His eyes were clouded with gravity. I'm terrified the Koreans will stumble onto that information. A veteran commander leaned back, arms crossed. His gaze was icy and guarded. No secret is safe forever. We must keep them under a tight leash until this operation is concluded. The officers nodded in unison. Understood, sir. The commander let out a quiet sigh, his hand tightening into a fist as he struggled to maintain his composure. The mood turned even darker as the final casualty report was read aloud. Brazil's premier hero, Moja Issei, has been eliminated by an unidentified assailant. The meeting room went dead silent as a new detail emerged. It wasn't a monster. The black box footage clearly identifies a human silhouette. One man looked completely lost. He muttered to himself, "The fissure near the Santa Gym. What in God's name happened there?" In the grand auditorium, a suited presenter stood with a laser pointer, highlighting a glowing, dangerous zone on a digital map. Down in the seating area, Joo-jeon stared at her phone, her brow knit in worry. She tapped out a quick text. "Where are you? The briefing has already started." Do-jun's response was peak indifference. In the middle of the lecture, she texted back skeptically, "The airport? We literally just touched down and haven't even cleared the terminal. The front line is hours away. Where could you possibly be?" His reply was a cold 3 words. Santa Gym, Brazil. Joo-jeon's heart skipped a beat. She was paralyzed by the sheer audacity. Santa Gym? He marched into the most lethal rift zone on the continent, and he went in solo? The instructor continued his briefing at the digital map, tapping red alert zones as logistics routes flickered on the screen. The auditorium was a tomb of silence. The air was thick with looming dread. Following a 48-hour tactical orientation, the veterans would be deployed to their designated sectors. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Bomb Hotel, a 5-star oasis where international flags snapped in the breeze under a scorching tropical sun. Joo-jeon gripped her suitcase handle, yanked the door open, and slid into a bright yellow taxi, her expression set in grim determination. Just as she was about to pull the door shut, a firm hand clamped onto the frame. She looked up, her gaze instantly sharp and defensive. Her teammate Dong-bit stood there, his grip unyielding as he pinned her with a calculating stare. He put on a mask of mock innocence, acting like a worried friend. "Going somewhere? The mission briefing hasn't even concluded." Joo-jeon's eyes narrowed into slits, her face a mask of cold apathy. "I have a personal matter to attend to." Dong-bit leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "And where exactly is this matter?" Faced with his persistent prying, Joo-jeon's voice dropped to a glacial whisper. "Santa Gym." The taxi roared to life, disappearing in a blur of motion. Dong-bit remained on the curb, unnervingly calm as if he had anticipated this very move. His pupils contracted at the mention of that name. A cursed territory shrouded in dark legends and whispers that even veteran mercenaries avoided. Santa Gym? The restricted zone that the Brazilian Hero Association strictly blacklisted? The scene cuts away. A jagged, sun-bleached wasteland stretched out, defined by parched cliffs that looked like rotting bone. Skeletal trees stood guard like silent phantoms. This was the threshold of the Santa Gym fissure. Do-jun and Joo-jeon's strike team moved like ghosts into the heart of Santa Gym. Not a soul spoke. The only rhythm was the frantic crunch of boots on the dehydrated soil. Every set of eyes scanned the horizon for movement. The group pushed through the silence, their footsteps echoing like drums in the hollow valley. Finally, Joo-jeon's voice sliced through the tension. "We've trekked this deep into hell, so at least explain the urgency." Do-jun replied with a bored shrug. I'm the one who's been waiting here. Weren't you the one trailing behind schedule? Do-jun's bluntness was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Ju-jon exploded in frustration. Unbelievable. If you had coordinated with me beforehand, there wouldn't be a waiting period, Mr. Seo Do-jun. She squinted at him, trying to read his intent. Forget the excuses. What is the real reason you've come to this graveyard? Do-jun answered instantly, his voice echoing with finality. The heart of the blue clover dragon. Ju-jon's jaw dropped at the sheer insanity of it. She cried out, A dragon heart? You're risking an international incident for a material? Do-jun, his resolve like granite, shot her a sideways glance. Is there any better reason? She tilted her head, baffled by his priorities. With a sudden mischievous smirk, she asked, By the way, Mr. Seo Do-jun, are you aware that I'm 3 years your senior? Do-jun didn't even blink. And why should that be relevant right now? Ju-jon huffed in irritation, launching a verbal assault on his lack of etiquette. Their bickering filled the desolate forest. It's not about why. It's about basic respect for your elders. Inju watched them with a look that was equal parts annoyed and bored. Do-jun snapped back. I've been nothing but civil. You're the one making a scene. The expedition of warriors continued into the maw of a territory where a single mistake meant death, their petty arguments echoing against the peaks. Are you trying to make this awkward? Then start using honorifics. No way! Good Lord, he really has Ju-jon wrapped around his finger. The levity vanished instantly as the ground began to groan. A young hero scanned the vibrating rift, his voice trembling with anxiety. Hey, is it actually safe to just charge blindly into a high-level fissure like this? Another scout laughed nervously. We have the legendary Hyunju-jeon leading the charge. Keep your pants on. As the group approached the shimmering rift, a whisper of doubt rippled through the ranks. I know she's a titan, but the guy taking the point looks like he just finished high school. A sharp laugh cut him off. Shang Qian spoke as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke on earth. A rookie? He turned back to educate the skeptics. He smirked, his voice dripping with hidden meaning. There are greenhorns, and then there are anomalies. If that's Seo Do-jun, you're looking at a legend in the making. The two skeptics turned ashen. He's really that dangerous? The constant chatter finally broke Ju-jon's focus. She scowled, glancing toward the front. Hey, are you even paying attention? Do-jun pivoted his blade into a perfect defensive guard, eyes locked on the horizon. He growled, Shut up, you're too loud. Ju-jon's gaze turned razor-sharp as she studied his back. Mr. Seo Do-jun, tell me the truth. Did you come here with the intent of single-handedly purging this entire zone? Do-jun's response was a curveball of pure logic. I'm here for harvesting materials. Why would I waste energy sealing the source? Dongbit stood frozen in shock. Materials? That's all this is to you? Suddenly, the mountain itself seemed to scream. Out of a massive cloud of debris, a monstrous clawed limb swung down, the razor-sharp talons tearing the air apart with a cold, lethal pressure. A thunderous impact rocked the area. Light erupted as the strike slammed into a shimmering barrier. The defending soldier gritted his teeth, his entire body convulsing under the weight of the horrific, crushing force. Immediately following the blow, the earth heaved. Seong Cheon spun around, his eyes bulging as he felt the structural integrity of the rift destabilize. He bellowed a desperate warning, Eyes up! Defensive formation, right now! Seong Cheon's knuckles turned white as he gripped his weapon, his eyes glowing with a feral mix of adrenaline and terror. His breath hitched in his throat, his vocal cords paralyzed by the sheer scale of the threat. A primal roar tore through the fog as a titanic silhouette emerged. Massive obsidian wings unfurled, and golden eyes sliced through the swirling dark aura like burning blades. The dragon exhaled a pressure that caused the bedrock to shatter. This wasn't a mere beast. It was a true dragon from the abyssal plains. Xiangqian gasped. The data didn't do it justice. This thing is a god-tier nightmare. Paralyzed by the dragon's suffocating aura, one teammate whimpered in panic, "Wait, this is suicide! We're outclassed!" Without a second's hesitation, Seo Do-jun stepped into the line of fire, his voice ringing out like a command from a general, "Step back!" His hand closed around the hilt of his sword with absolute certainty. Veins stood out on his arm from the sheer intensity of his grip. The cold steel pulsed with a faint rhythmic hum, as if the blade itself was hungry for the coming clash. Standing in a halo of blinding spiritual light, Do-jun was a study in lethal focus, a masterwork of steel waiting for the perfect millisecond to strike at the heart of the world. The words of his mentor echoed in his mind. The blue clover's heart is too volatile for bare hands. Take my finest blade. Let it be the vessel for your harvest. Silently, he raised the sword, his icy gaze locking onto the dragon's throat. The moment the steel caught the light, the slaughter began. A single, heaven-rending slash cleaved through the atmosphere. The sound was like the sky tearing open, a shockwave that flattened everything in its path. Do-jun lunged, his punch carrying the weight of a collapsing star, his eyes burning with a predator's instinct. Amidst the spray of blood and blurry afterimages, it was clear this was no ordinary human strength. The massive dragon bellowed, its scales shimmering with defensive magic, but it was caught in a crossfire of relentless strikes. Light debris and kinetic energy swirled into a vortex designed to break its will. The evil dragon flared its wings, its golden eyes filled with a cold, ancient malice. A violent surge of spiritual mana erupted from its core, radiating outward like a shockwave. The aura spilled over, obliterating the terrain and sending massive boulders flying. The very fabric of space seemed to warp around the beast, making it the center of the world's destruction. Xiangqian let out a wild, ecstatic laugh. I knew it! That's the legendary power we were looking for. As the weapon flashed in Do-jun's hand, the survivors stood paralyzed, their faces a mask of awe and terror. They couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that such a catastrophic output came from one man. What in the world was that? As the blade descended, carving through rock and bone with equal ease, the squad screamed in sheer disbelief. That kind of strength is just cheating. Do-jun stood amidst the carnage, his back to the chaos, blood dripping slowly from his edge. Behind him, the severed hand of the Titan lay in a heap of shredded meat. Embers popped and crackled in the gloom of the forest. Do-jun leaned his weapon against a trunk and sat in solitude by the flickering campfire. While the fire danced, the frantic whispers of the team behind him were impossible to miss. Did you see that? Mr. Seo Do-jun put that blue clover down in one move. I lost count of the bodies. He moved like a ghost through a graveyard. The purple-haired scout leaned in, his voice a hushed, terrified secret. Keep it quiet, but the word is he did the same thing to the Caucasian. His companion gasped. He took out that sky demon too? Is there anything he can't kill? Do-jun sat unruffled, gazing into the dancing flames while the chatter behind him persisted. He's clearly in a league of his own. In front of him, a skillet sizzled with 2 slabs of emerald-hued meat, slowly browning over the crackling campfire. He shifted his gaze toward Ju-jun as she approached and asked, Are the blue clover dragon hearts packed and ready? She glanced at the supply crates he was pointing to. He added flatly, Check for yourself and you'll see. Ju-jun looked back, her mind racing with suspicion. What on earth does he intend to do with those dragon organs? And that steak you're searing? It definitely isn't prime rib. What is it? His casual revelation struck Ju-jun like a bolt of lightning, her eyes widening in sheer horror. It's blue clover dragon flank. It's surprisingly tender. Want a bite? Ju-jun clamped her hand over her mouth, recoiling from the pan in disgust. We have perfectly good rations. Why would you resort to eating a monster? Do-jun shrugged her off, skewering a piece of the sizzling meat. Suit yourself, he muttered before taking a hearty bite. She watched from behind, stunned by the sight of him calmly savoring the exotic meal. Inju caught sight of the scene and froze, her jaw dropping as she stared at the peculiar feast. Her face paled as she gasped, "Is that even safe for human consumption? We have a mountain of food, yet you choose to eat that thing." Suddenly, a pair of steady hands gripped chopsticks and delicately lifted a morsel from the hot skillet. Seeing her friend fixated on the strange meat, Inju shrieked, "Jujon, you aren't actually going to taste that, are you?" Jujon turned to the panicked girl and countered calmly, "Well, the rumors say it's quite nutritious." To Inju's absolute horror, Jujon opened her mouth and took the leap. The emerald meat, looking more like poison than protein, disappeared past Jujon's lips. A moment later, Jujon's eyes lit up in pure shock as she thought, "Wait a second. This is actually delicious." Inju immediately closed the distance between them, hovering over the pair. She leaned in close to him, whispering a question that made Dojun pause mid-chew. "Seo Dojun, what's your angle? How did you charm Jujon? She's a fortress who's never had a boyfriend and doesn't fall for cheap tricks. Spill it. How did you convince her to actually stomach monster meat?" He looked down, his expression unreadable. A secret to romance? Memories of his time at the Imperial Academy surfaced. He wasn't even 20 then. The image of the young sword god staring into the eyes of a beautiful noblewoman became vivid. Lady Maisie Jiren, the Count's daughter. The vision shifted to him walking hand in hand with a stunning white-haired beauty. The elegant Lady Leslie Lyon in her prime, the lavender of the empire. The montage ended with the fierce silhouette of a girl standing as the final shield against a tide of monsters in a crumbling world. Inju's voice snapped like a whip in his ear, dragging him back to the present. "Hey, Earth to Dojun, I'm asking for your dating tips." Dojun turned to face her as she stood with her hands on her hips, demanding an answer. With a sudden, mock-serious intensity, he replied, "The honey doesn't go chasing the bees." Inju heard the line and turned into a human statue. A heartbeat later, she recoiled in disbelief. "Good grief. That is the most cringeworthy thing I've ever heard." Inju lunged forward and smacked Jujon's back so hard that she choked on her food, her chopsticks clattering to the ground. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern metropolis. Days into the Brazil mission, inside a high-end penthouse, Dongbit's informant arrived to deliver his findings. That's the full brief on their movements. Dongbit swirled his red wine, his voice dripping with boredom. "It makes no sense. The official operation hasn't started. Why go rogue so early, and with Seo Dojun of all people? Even Inju and her Camellia Guild are tagging along. Santajim is a wasteland for profit. There are no high-value monsters there." The assistant quickly added, "The local Brazilian authorities only gave one warning. The area is a death trap." Suddenly his phone buzzed. "Everything involving that brat Dojun is a headache, honestly." "Director Hong, what a surprise. What can I do for you?" Hiju's voice came through sharp on the other end. "Is Seo Dojun dead yet? When are you actually going to do your job?" He let out a smooth laugh. "What's the rush, Hiju? Did something ruffle your feathers?" She snapped back immediately. "My father saw the news about Dojun reaching 5th rank, so now he's demanding I bring him into the family fold." Dongbit leaned back, mocking her. "Even the T-Group chairman is getting involved? No wonder you're losing your cool." Hiju lost it. "Cut the jokes. What is the strategy?" Dongbit walked toward a massive wall map. "To keep a partner happy, you have to know how to provide results, right? Rest assured, Seo Dojun isn't walking out of Brazil alive." Hiju sounded mollified. "I like the sound of that." He circled a spot on the map. "Understood. Get off the line, Director. Assistant, contact the Taka Syndicate." The assistant responded instantly to the final command, "The city." By now, a name was circled in blood-red ink on the map. Now that Seo Dojun has isolated himself in the wilderness, the kill will be easy. Deep in the jungle, Dojun continues to lead his squad through the dense overgrowth. Jujon studied the map with a worried frown. "We're entering the heart of the rainforest. The legends say the monsters here are nightmares." He glanced back. "Like what?" She immediately envisioned a colossal, terrifying predator. "The Lin." Dojun gazed serenely at the horizon. "The Lin? So those pests have made it here too?" Jujon turned to him, startled. "You've encountered the Lin before? He didn't slow his pace. Naturally, he tossed back over his shoulder. Jujon watched him march ahead, a look of weary resignation on her face. Of course, he'd act like it's no big deal. I'm not going to argue, but you need to wear these. Dojun looked down at the small plugs in his hand. And what are these for? Jujon brushed past him, demonstrating how to use them. She began her lecture. Earplugs. One howl from a Lin and your brain turns to mush. You just claim to be an expert on them. His response was a shrug that left her speechless. I'll pass, he said, stepping back out into the brush. Jujeon hissed in a panic. Stop being reckless. The Brazilian Association flagged them as top-tier mental hazards. But her warnings fell on deaf ears as he continued his steady advance. The veil of night slowly descended, swallowing the silent forest in shadows. Dojun remained at the front, navigating the dark terrain with eerie precision. A pair of tufted ears twitched in the darkness, tracking every movement of the group. As the full moon climbed higher, a lithe, fur-covered silhouette emerged, its eyes shimmering with a predatory glint. The rest of the team felt a chill of pure dread crawl up their spines. A high-pitched, bone-chilling shriek suddenly tore through the air. Inju and the others clapped their hands over their ears in agony. It's a Lin! Brace yourselves! Block the sound! While the others buckled, Dojun stood like a statue, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto the source. He pivoted toward the creature, which was perched high under the silver moonlight. The Lin threw its head back, letting out a jagged, vibrating howl that seemed to shake the very leaves on the trees. The sheer volume of the scream forced Jujon to press her palms tighter against her head. Behind her, Inju and the squad were doubled over in pain. Yet Dojun just watched, his expression as cold and unmoving as stone. She peered at him through the haze of noise, stunned. Why isn't the frequency affecting him? Dojun reached down and calmly retrieved a jagged stone from the forest floor. He ignited his spiritual fire, the stone in his fist beginning to glow white-hot as he scanned the canopy. With a whip-like motion, Dojun launched the projectile. The stone transformed into a streak of fire, cutting through the atmosphere like a comet and whistling toward the Lin on its branch. Jujon and Inju gasped as the monster barely dodged the projectile and went scurrying into the deeper brush. Dojun didn't hesitate for a second, bolting after the fleeing creature. Inju scrambled to follow, her mind spinning. Did he just scare it off? Jujon was equally baffled. The deafening shrieks had vanished instantly. After a brief, intense sprint, he skidded to a halt. The team arrived moments later, breathless. Under the heavy silence of the night, Dojun stood tall, facing a glowing sea of eyes, a massive pack of Lin. The scout he had wounded was at the center, baring its needle-sharp teeth in a silent snarl of fury. It glared at the intruders, its pupils bleeding a sickly, hypnotic yellow light. The creature's gaze locked directly onto Jujon's eyes. She gasped, her body locking up as if her muscles had turned to lead the moment their eyes met. Jujon drifted into a trance. Her pupils began to dilate and glow with that same eerie yellowish tint. Before the hypnosis could take hold, Dojun stepped into her line of sight and gently shielded her eyes with his hand. His voice was low and steady, cutting through her panic. It was never about the sound. Jujeon blinked, the yellow light fading from her vision. He explained calmly, the Lin's howl is just a distraction. The real trap is in their eyes. Dojun's fingers brushed the hilt of his blade. Keep your eyes shut for a moment. Trusting him completely, she squeezed her eyes closed. Dojun walked with a predator's grace toward the waiting pack. His blade began to pulse with a fierce, incandescent red. This should be just enough, he mused. With a fluid, circular motion, he ignited a massive ring of fire that wreathed him in flames. He looked like a god of war, the forbidden arts of the Vanjian lineage. Dojun's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. First style, Kili Adamila Jizo Zaka L. From a single spark, a grand destruction was born. Flames swirled around the edge of his sharp steel. Looking heroic and detached, he swept his blade upward toward the sky. A massive churning ball of fire coalesced at the very tip of his sword. The pack of Lin, sensing the overwhelming power, dropped their heads and pressed their bellies to the dirt in a show of total submission. The solar sphere grew in intensity, casting a blinding light that turned the night into day. The teammates stood paralyzed by the spectacle. What kind of magic is that? The heat is absolutely terrifying. Du Jun's expression turned cold as iron, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. He released the strike. The flaming sword launched like a heat-seeking missile, screaming through the air. A magnificent ring of scarlet fire expanded across the sky, diving straight into the heart of the cowering Lin pack. The creature watched the inferno barreling toward it, its gaze glazed and vacant, completely unable to process the impending doom. Only when the searing heat brushed its skin did the Lin snap awake, its eyes bulging in a final paroxysm of terror. In a heartbeat, the entire pack was swallowed by a vortex of unrelenting fire. Colossal pillars of flame tore through the forest, turning the silent night into a chaotic hellscape. Inju and Jujian instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the blistering intensity of the blast. Spotting a change in the chaos, Jujian's eyes widened. A massive, focused streak of fire was carving a trench through the earth. It left behind a charred, obsidian scar. Trees on either side were vaporized into nothingness in an instant. On the blackened ground, a Lin collapsed, its charred body still emitting wisps of smoke as it lay motionless among the embers. The rest of its kin shared the exact same gruesome fate. The squad stared at the devastation in paralyzed silence, their jaws hanging open. Jujian, drenched in cold sweat, managed a weak, stammering, "No way! This level of power shouldn't even be possible." Among the smoldering remains, a single Lin was still wheezing, clawing at the dirt as it tried to prop up its broken frame. Dujun approached with slow, deliberate steps. With his blade held loosely at his side, he walked toward the struggling survivor. It glared up at him, its pupils pulsing with a desperate, hypnotic light to ensnare his mind. But Dojun didn't even flinch. Showing zero hesitation, he delivered a clean, vertical slash that split the Lin down the middle. Its body fell open like a hollow shell. The creature remained in a daze, thick blood erupting from its maw as life faded. The Lin's dying eyes reflected Dojun's silhouette as he whispered with glacial indifference, "Don't bring your petty arrogance into my sight." Dojun reached down and plucked out the wide-open eye. "I'll take this. It might prove to be a useful tool later on." Dojun stared down at the carnage, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the dark. Inju and Jujon watched him, their previous doubts replaced by a heavy sense of awe. Inju finally found her voice, whispering in pure admiration, "This is madness. Is he even a human being? He might actually be more powerful than Asia Alphonse. He might even rival Ken Lester." Ken Lester? The man heralded as the strongest hero on the planet? That's a stretch. Nearby, aquatic monsters lurking beneath the surface prepared an ambush, baring serrated teeth at Dojun's group as they rippled through the water. Dojun's group scanned the new threats. They clearly haven't read the room. Then again, the undead are famously brainless. The moment the words left his lips, the monsters lunged from the shadows, a fatal mistake for them. They were met with a thunderous impact from Dojun's fist. However, a single punch was far from enough to satisfy him. He promptly introduced each one to the crushing force of his boots. He looked down at the writhing pile with a dangerous predatory glint in his eyes. Then, Dojun's silhouette blurred, moving with the lethal speed of a lightning strike. He shredded his way through the entire pack like a gale through dry leaves. He sent them off with parting gifts. Severed heads and mangled torsos scattered across the clearing. Dojun punctuated the end of the skirmish by stomping the remains deep into the muddy earth. Witnessing the raw brutality, the onlookers stood frozen and bewildered, their knees nearly buckling from the shock. The forest echoed with the fading, pathetic roars of the dying beasts. Gradually, a heavy silence returned. Now walking in a quiet moment alone with him, Jujian finally spoke up. "Where did you master that sword technique?" The hilt of his weapon clicked into the scabbard with a familiar mechanical snap. A fragmented memory of his previous life flickered across the back of Dojun's mind. He asked casually, "Why? Are you looking to become a disciple?" Jujon froze. "You'd actually teach me?" He looked at her, weighing the thought. In this relatively peaceful world, what would she do with such lethal knowledge? He replied, "If you mastered it now, what would you even use it for?" Jujon, feeling belittled, thought, "Stop talking down to me. I'm an S rank too." She snapped back petulantly, "I could at least use it once before I kick the bucket, or are you just being stingy?" Dojun cast a sidelong glance toward her, She refused to look away, meeting his gaze with stubborn resolve. Finally, her shoulders slumped. Fine, whatever. I guess that's all I am to you. Inju stepped in to play peacemaker before things got awkward. You two, knock it off! Let's move through the rift! The team responded instantly. Understood. The group hurried toward the shimmering portal of the fissure. Inju thought to herself, we didn't lose a single person thanks to Do-jun. At this rate, we can cut our mission time in half. With a final thought, she squeezed through the energy field and stepped into the unknown. The moment she crossed over, a voice shrieked in a fury, I'll gut you! She blinked, startled. Was that Japanese? The shouting intensified. How dare you filthy trash stand in our way? Inju instantly recognized the sharp, grating tone of that voice. At that moment, Do-jun was still shielding Ju-jon in his arms as a new figure cut through the crowd. The man speaking was Mizumata Takashi, an S-rank powerhouse and the ruthless leader of the Empire Guild, a group with deep Yakuza roots. Mizumata swaggered toward Do-jun, sneering, I was finally having a decent brawl with the Fist King today, and you have the nerve to crash the party? Since the man had crossed the line, Do-jun didn't hold back. He hissed, Scram before I rearrange your face. Are we clear? Your little squad is an eyesore. Stunned to hear him trading insults so fluently with Mizumata, Ju-jeon whispered, Since when do you speak Japanese? Do-jun shrugged, looking a bit awkward. I know a few phrases. Privately, he mused, Actually, the original Do-jun was the one who hit the books. Mizumata, practically vibrating with murderous intent, barked at his men, What are you mongrels waiting for? His goons surged forward instantly. Who do you think you're talking to? Get on your knees and apologize. Do you have any idea who our boss is? If you think you can just... Do-jun's lethal gaze silenced them mid-sentence. I don't care about your resume. Get lost. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. The tension between the two factions stretched to a dangerous breaking point. Inju's mind raced. The Empire is one of Japan's top 5 guilds. They're basically a pack of undisciplined thugs with criminal ties. No matter how elite Do-jun is, this is a headache we don't need. Hoping to de-escalate, she stepped into the fray. Everyone, let's just take a breath and talk this out. Mizumata brushed her aside with a dismissive wave. Move. This isn't a place for a girl to play hero. Inju's expression instantly soured. A girl? Do-jun's team fired back at the insult. You idiots, how dare you disrespect our leader? You've got a death wish. Inju quickly reined them in. Everyone, stand down! She then introduced herself with forced professional calm. I am Dong Inju of the Camellia Guild. It would be in everyone's best interest to settle this without blood. Mizumata laughed it off. Camellia? Never heard of it. Is it a flower shop? If you're so eager for a thrashing, don't worry. I'll get to you eventually. With a rough shove, he tried to wrench Ju-jon away from Do-jun's side. Do-jun moved like a shadow, stepping in to block the path instantly. Seeing Do-jun close the distance, Mizumata threw a heavy hook. I said move, brat! I've got a little demonstration for you. Since I was already planning on putting you in the ground, why don't you just stay still and embrace the end? Do-jun thought to himself, a demonstration? You're really trying to bait me with that amateur stuff? Since the man was begging for a fight, Do-jun obliged. A bone-shattering punch connected squarely with Mizumata's jaw. That token of affection sent the guildmaster hurtling backward over 100 meters. Watching their supposedly invincible leader get launched like a rag doll, Mizumata's subordinates were struck with sudden, paralyzing fear. Do-jun gestured for his own team to stay back. Relax, everyone. He threw the first punch, so let's just call this an aggressive self-defense lesson. This is a private duel. How about we clear out the background noise to keep things tidy? Mizumata shook off the cobwebs and barked at his men to retreat as his muscles began to swell with dark energy. His features twisted into something increasingly monstrous and feral. Ju-jon, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of worry, not for Do-jun, but for his opponent. Do-jun, please try to leave at least half of him intact. Takashi's men gasped, their eyes wide with shock at what they saw coming. Ju-jon, Inju, and Seong-cheon all watched with frantic, stunned expressions. Do-jun launched himself into the air and came down with a heavy stomp right on Takashi's skull. The impact drove the man's face deep into the dirt, leaving him pinned and whimpering in agony. Without a moment's pause, Do-jun sent him tumbling away with a vicious kick. Takashi clutched his shattered nose, his mind reeling. Damn it, how is he this fast? Who the hell did I just pick a fight with? This is nothing like the intel I was given. This guy is a monster. Do-jun looked down at him. Under that cold, predatory gaze, Takashi's spirit broke. I'm a dead man. He scrambled to his feet, trying to flee into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, Do-jun was already standing in his path. Do-jun growled, Who gave the order to pick a fight with me? I already have a pretty good guess. But I want to hear it from you. Do-jun hauled him up by the hair, leaving the Yakuza boss trembling and blubbering. Please, mercy, I'll tell you everything. Do-jun's eyes remained as cold as a winter tomb. Mercy? You're asking the wrong person. Then he slowly cocked back his fist. A final, devastating blow landed, sending a shower of teeth and blood across the pavement. Jujion's entire group stood frozen, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief at the raw display of power. Do-jun casually rolled his shoulder and massaged his arm after flattening Takashi into the pavement. Inju breathed out a sigh of shock. I knew he'd win, but I didn't expect a complete one-sided annihilation. Do-jun placed a heavy boot on Takashi's head, pinning him to the earth like a trophy. Watching the carnage, Inju gripped Jujion's sleeve in a panic. He's going to execute him at this rate! Jujon, do something! She stared in horror as Do-jun's heavy boot repeatedly slammed into Takashi's skull. Jujon finally intervened, her voice sharp with concern. Do-jun, that's enough! If you don't stop now, he's coming home in a casket. He didn't even pause, answering with chilling indifference. Then I'll deal with the fallout. Jujon physically hauled him back, meeting his gaze with a fierce frown. Deal with the fallout? How? You can't just hand-wave a life. It's better to avoid a mess you can't clean up in the first place. Do-jun looked back at the broken man on the ground. I've dealt with enough lowlifes like him to know they never change. Erasing them is just more efficient. Inju stepped in as well, placing a steadying hand on his arm. Don't let trash like this ruin your record. Walk away. Jujon added, He's already paid a price he won't soon forget. Inju turned her fury on the remaining thugs, shouting, Unless you want to share his fate, start talking. Give us one good reason why we shouldn't finish this. The three survivors dropped to their knees, instantly hitting the dirt. We're done. We won't cause any more trouble, we swear, they shouted in unison. Do-jun's expression remained stony. He loomed over them, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Just kneeling. Not good enough. Put your foreheads into the pavement. Without a second's hesitation, they slammed their heads against the ground, obeying like terrified, well-trained pups. Do-jun leaned in closer. I heard that in your world, a mistake of this magnitude usually costs a few fingers. Should we follow tradition? The thugs began kowtowing frantically, the sound of skin hitting stone echoing as they sobbed for mercy. Please! We'll do anything, just let us keep our hands! He laid out his final terms. Admit what you are. Say, I am a worthless piece of filth, and I am deeply sorry. Then maybe I'll let you go. The leader gritted his teeth, his pride crumbling into the dirt. I am a worthless piece of filth. I am deeply sorry. Inju watched the total humiliation in stunned silence, while the local onlookers began to jeer and laugh at the fallen S-rank squad. Even the massive brute groveling on the floor stammered out, I'm filth. Do-jun finally looked satisfied. The scene shifts back to the Brazil Association headquarters. A high-ranking official sat in his office, his brow furrowed as he pored over the latest field report. He looked up from his papers, his skeptical gaze landing on Inju and Jujon, who were waiting across from his desk. He straightened the stack of documents, his mind racing. Is this some kind of joke? Am I supposed to take this as fact? An S-rank titan like Takashi was beaten into a coma, and the report says it was the work of a single individual? The physical evidence of Takashi's broken body is right there in the infirmary, but the sheer scale of the defeat is still impossible to wrap my head around. Our organization, the Jang, officially requests Korea's full cooperation in stabilizing the Santa Jim fissure. He finally cleared his throat and spoke. If this account is indeed accurate, the Brazil Association has no grounds to intervene further. We'll leave the disciplinary actions to the Korean and Japanese hero associations. You'll be notified of their verdict. Inju nodded formally. Understood. He paused. You were deployed near the Santa Gym sector, correct? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Inju didn't miss a beat. No, sir. Everything was completely standard. Jujon wondered. Standard? Since when? The official nodded. Very well. However, one name keeps appearing in every single witness statement, Do-jun. Why isn't he present for this debriefing? Inju faltered for a second. Well, Jujon cut in smoothly with a fabricated excuse. He had some urgent logistical matters to settle personally. The official raised an eyebrow. Logistical matters? In a hospital zone? Down in the sterile hospital corridor, the sound of pained groans echoed from the recovery rooms. Takashi lay in his bed, his eyes darting around the room, filled with a primal, lingering fear. His gaze landed on a figure standing at the foot of his bed, Do-jun, casually holding a bouquet of hospital flowers. Do-jun spoke in a low, soothing tone that was somehow more terrifying than his shouts. Relax. I'm just here for a friendly visit. He pulled a glowing blue orb from his pocket and pressed it gently against Takashi's bruised forehead. His voice turned cold and commanding. Now give me the truth. Every single detail. The room fell into a heavy, unnatural silence as the air grew thick with mana. Takashi's eyes went vacant, his voice monotonous as if under a spell. Because I am nothing but human garbage. I deliberately provoked the Korean delegation for my own greed. Do-jun looked down at the hollow shell of a man, his mouth twisting in a silent scowl. He turned on his heel and walked out, leaving the S-rank hero to keep chanting his new mantra. Gangsters are the lowest form of life. The lowest form of life. Do-jun stepped into the hallway, his hands curled into tight, vengeful fists. The news of the international incident traveled like wildfire. Digital headlines across the globe screamed, Japanese S-rank Takashi decimated in single strike, as videos of the aftermath went viral. A new wave of sentiment was rising, not of fear, but of absolute reverence. Support for Do-jun's blunt brand of justice was reaching a fever pitch online. The world finally had a name for the anomaly, Hero Seo Do-jun. Back in Korea, Na-tae-hwa scrolled through the data. He hasn't just broken the news cycle, he's dominated it. Every single outlet is talking about Seo Do-jun. His advisor, adjusting his spectacles, asked, But is it confirmed that the Japanese Association has dropped the assault charges? Na-tae-hwa nodded slowly. Surprisingly, the victim himself, Takashi, insisted on it. It's bizarre. Normally, that man would be screaming for blood and a lawsuit. It's a clear sign that the Japanese side is terrified of what a real investigation might dig up. The advisor looked confused. What exactly are they trying to hide? Na-tae-hwa's jaw tightened. I haven't connected all the dots yet, but someone is pulling the strings. Soon, the entire world's attention will be locked on Do-jun. I fear the global hierarchy of heroes is about to be turned completely upside down. T-minus 24 hours. Just one day remains before the high-stakes operation to seal the Brazilian Rift Zone begins. The South Korean vanguard arrived ahead of schedule to adjust to the local climate and terrain. They are now aligning their tactics with international elites who arrived in the following deployment waves. The teams coordinated through large-scale joint drills while fine-tuning their own specialized strategic maneuvers. A gala was held on the eve of the mission to bolster morale. Naturally, the man of the hour was Seo Do-jun. Amidst the festivities, Do-jun was seen holding court with a circle of influential figures. Inju observed him from across the room, thinking, the story of him dismantling Takashi must have circled the globe by now. Every conversation in this room centers on him, yet he isn't showing off in the slightest. He's the real deal. Looking at him, doesn't it make the rest of us feel a bit like background characters? Inju realized Jujon had been staring into space, completely silent. She sighed, thinking, she hasn't heard a single word I've said. What could possibly be making her look so tense? Inju followed her gaze to see what was wrong. A short distance away, Do-jun was engaged in conversation with a strikingly elegant woman. The stranger was gazing at Do-jun with an expression of pure, unadulterated fascination. That was Gloria Tyler, the top-tier USS rank hero who consistently wins world's most beautiful hero polls. Inju gave Jujin's arm a sharp, stinging slap, snapping her out of her trance. Inju hissed, "Stop moping! Why are you just standing here like a statue? Go over there!" Jujin stammered, "Wait, me? Go where? Do what?" Jujin's eyes flickered in Jujin's direction. Flustered, she began a hesitant walk toward him. Jujin's face flushed a deep crimson, and she found it impossible to meet Dojun's eyes. Finding her bashful reaction endearing, a genuine smile spread across his face. Just as Jujin reached them, Tyler turned to depart. "How intriguing. I'll be seeing you, Cassio." Jujin blinked, confused. "Who's Cassio?" Dojun took a slow sip of his wine before answering, "That would be me." Jujin's eyes went wide. "You actually have a Western name?" Dojun clarified, "It's the name I went by long before I was known as Dojun." Jujin studied him, wondering, did he grow up overseas? I didn't see anything like that in his official file. Why has he kept this part of his life a secret from me until now? From the shadows of the balcony, a pair of eyes watched the two of them with cold intensity. The observer fumed silently. That useless coward Takashi couldn't even manage to put a dent in a brat like that. In the end, it seems I'll have to get my own hands dirty to finish the job. He leaned in closer to hear Jujin's warning. "You need to stay on your toes, Dojun." He drifted past them like a ghost to better catch their conversation. "I know you're incredibly powerful, but these people don't care about honor or fair play. Takashi has some very dangerous associates, and the most notorious one is—" Dojun cut her off mid-sentence. "Save your breath." Jujin stared at him in a stunned 5-second silence. "What do you mean, save my breath? You need to know who—" Dojun scoffed. "They're just clones of Takashi. Loud, weak cowards who use intimidation because they have nothing else. They aren't worth a single second of my concern. Not even a moment." Standing in the corner of the ballroom, a man overheard every word and began to tremble with suppressed rage. His gaze turned predatory, overflowing with a desire to kill. In stark contrast, Dojun wore a smirk that was nothing short of mocking. The man's knuckles turned white as he glared at Dojun, cursing under his breath, "That arrogant piece of trash. I am going to tear him apart with my bare hands." Night fell, and a blanket of stars shimmered above the Brazilian landscape. Inju looked up, her expression turning somber. "I've never felt an energy quite like this." Arriving at the Santa Gym Rift, she continued, "The entrance to this fissure feels so incredibly oppressive and dark." Xiang Qian gave a confident grin. "What's with the long faces? We've got 2 S ranks leading the charge. Let's just go in and wrap this up." Inju nodded, trying to shake the feeling. "You're right. What could possibly go wrong?" "All right, team, move out!" The squad responded with a sharp, unified, "Sir!" The group reached the shimmering, unstable threshold of the rift. Noticing Dojun standing perfectly still as if hesitating, Jujin looked at him with concern. She leaned in and asked softly, "Is something wrong?" He whispered back to her, "You don't feel that oppressive weight?" Jujin blinked in confusion. "Feel what exactly?" She leaned over to check with Inju. "Hey, are you sensing anything weird?" Inju looked equally baffled. "Not a thing." "Are you saying your instincts are picking up a signal right now?" Dojun scanned the horizon, his brow furrowed with growing concern. He could literally feel the spiritual energy in the air thickening, becoming dangerously concentrated. The forest fell into a deathly, unnatural silence. High above them, a hidden observer watched a gauge climb. The spiritual saturation had already hit 23.61%. The figure muttered coldly, "It won't be much longer before we hit the 30% threshold. It'll save us a lot of trouble if these pests just wither away and die right here." The squad began to groan in discomfort. "My limbs feel like lead. It hurts. The air is so thick I can't even catch my breath." Dojun analyzed the sensation. "This isn't normal mana. This density is far beyond anything I encountered in the Patiswa wilds." Jujin stole a glance at him, her heart sinking. "I've never seen Dojun look this unsettled before. There is definitely a lurking threat here that we haven't seen yet." Dojun's eyes remained locked on the shadows of the path ahead. Inju raised her voice to steady the ranks. "Keep your heads, everyone. Don't let the pressure get to you." This must be a unique environmental hazard of this rift. Just because you feel sluggish, don't you dare drop your guard for a second. Jujon, hold the flank. Mr. Dojun, stay sharp on the perimeter. Jujon nodded firmly. I'm on it. Inju barked out more orders. We maintain this formation until we identify the source of this mana surge. Dojun, are you with me? He gave a curt nod. Understood. Inju commanded, prioritize survival. The mission is to seal the breach, stay on high alert, and watch each other's backs. Move out! The entire team responded with a thunderous roar of agreement. Every hero moved with cautious precision, eyes darting through the gloom, as Dojun crossed the threshold into the Santa Jim breach. Meanwhile, in Manaus, the sprawling gateway city to the northern Brazil rift, the French and Brazilian strike teams were facing a nightmare. Without warning, the expedition was ambushed. Heroes were collapsing, skin turning blue from toxins as they coughed up blood. The air was filled with a terrifying, high-pitched droning sound that seemed to come from everywhere. Swarms of venomous insects blotted out the sun, diving toward Inju's allies. They were killer bees, vicious, hornet-like monsters known for their aerial aggression. Watching his seasoned comrades fall one by one to the poison, a survivor in Do-jun's unit was gripped by disbelief. This is impossible. These bees are supposed to be low-tier fodder. Monsters that even a green C-rank hero should be able to swat out of the sky, right? The swarm was relentless, leaving the heroes completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and speed. The clearing became a graveyard of heroes, paralyzed and dying on the forest floor. A veteran scout watched in horror as even A-rank elites were butchered in a one-sided slaughter. A massive hornet leveled its metallic needle-sharp stinger. It launched itself like a high-velocity round straight at his chest. He swung a desperate punch to crush it, but the insect dodged with supernatural grace. He cursed his own sluggishness. Damn it, I'm moving through molasses. Normally, I would have swatted that bug into a pulp. As the hornets tore through his friends with savage efficiency, he wondered if anyone would actually make it out of this hellhole alive. Suddenly, a heavy blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at Inju's neck. Brutish black orcs emerged from the foliage, wielding jagged, blood-stained iron. Seong-cheon gritted his teeth. This doesn't add up. Since when were black orcs this fast and powerful? The frontline heroes lunged forward, trading blows with the hulking beasts. Another warrior charged in to press the advantage. A black orc met him with eyes burning like smoldering coals. The beast hoisted a massive, wicked-looking battle axe high above its head. It swung the heavy iron down with lethal intent. But Jujon blurred into motion, parrying the strike just in time to save the man's life. He gasped out a thank you, and she warned him sternly, "Keep your focus. Don't let your guard down for a second." The guttural war cries of the approaching orc horde grew deafeningly loud. Jujon took flight, soaring toward the nearest brute. The orc roared and swung its axe in a wide, desperate arc. A swirling purple aura suddenly wreathed the monster, a manifestation of Jujon's speed as she danced around its guard. She delivered a punishing, concentrated kick right into the orc's ribs. The beast spun around, howling in pain, but Jujon had already vanished like a phantom. She reappeared directly above the orc's head, her leg cocked back like a loaded spring. Like a falling meteor, she drove her heel down, crushing the beast's skull into the dirt. Blinded by agony and rage, the orc swung its axe wildly at the air in front of it. In its blind fury, the blade bit deep into the chest of another black orc standing nearby, killing its own ally. The beast's fury surged to a boiling point, its eyes glowing with a feral, vengeful light. Jujon seized the opening, pivoting on one foot to deliver a devastating roundhouse kick that launched the black orc across the clearing. The creature let out a guttural howl of agony, coughing up a thick spray of dark, syrup-like blood. Witnessing the impact, the squad was struck by a sudden realization. Seo Do-jun is so terrifyingly elite that I almost forgot. As an S-rank herself, she's a force of absolute destruction. The black orc shrieked in a high-pitched, bone-chilling tone of pure suffering. But before it could even catch its breath, it was met with a lightning-fast, bone-shattering punch from Do-jun. Do-jun neutralized the massive black orc in a literal heartbeat, leaving it sprawled and motionless. Inju's mind raced with worry. If the entrance is already this grueling, even with 2 S ranks on point, clearing this sector is going to be a suicide mission. As the orc lay broken on the ground, Jujon noticed Do-jun studying the air around the body. She walked over, asking, "Spot something?" He murmured, "Look closely. Do you see those dark, vibrating ripples in the air?" She squinted. "Ripples?" He nodded grimly. "You have to focus your senses to perceive it. What could this be?" "This energy. It's the catalyst. This is why these things are suddenly manifesting such abnormal strength." Do-jun's gaze darkened as he analyzed the flow. Why is dark mana permeating a rift of this grade? The revelation sent a wave of shock through the team. Both Inju and Jujon's faces twisted into masks of confusion and dread. A heavy silence reclaimed the area following his words. Elsewhere, under the shadow of a dark moon in a god-forsaken wasteland, a monstrous entity was thrashing violently, attempting to tear through a dimensional barrier. Small groups of heroes were frantically attempting to suppress its awakening with everything they had. But the creature was relentless, refusing to bow to human shackles or stay confined. Everyone involved could feel the tide turning. The situation was slipping rapidly out of their control. Their only hope was to find a way to obliterate the source before it reached full maturity. This chaotic cycle of violence had to be severed right here, at any cost. The atmosphere felt more volatile and unpredictable than any mission in recorded history. Whispers of doubt began to circulate among the ranks regarding these unprecedented anomalies. The predators lurking in the nearby swamps had also mutated into unnaturally powerful killing machines. It became clear that raw human muscle and standard tactics were no longer enough to push them back. If the rate of mutation continued to climb, the human defenders would reach their breaking point within hours. A single strike managed to shred reinforced combat plating? That's not just strong, that's a death sentence. What kind of cosmic nightmare is unfolding beneath our feet? Even with my instincts dialed to the maximum, I can barely track their movements. A blue-haired hero rocketed into the sky, unleashing a torrent of elemental power to hold the line. The beast below roared in defiance, refusing to yield to the aerial bombardment. But the girl was tactical and sharp. She realized that if the low-level swamp creatures had evolved this far, then the core of the fissure must be harboring something truly catastrophic. Is there a hidden resonance within this rift? She remained lost in thought, her brow furrowed with a deep, lingering anxiety. Could it be that this isn't isolated to Brazil? What if rifts across the entire globe are undergoing this same dark evolution? Back at the Manaus Fissure Zone, a desolate and unforgiving expanse of twisted earth, a young scout was sprinting through the brush, his lungs burning as he raced against a ticking clock. His face was a mask of sheer panic, drenched in a cold, sticky sweat. Those were veteran S ranks, and they were wiped out by just a handful of Valkyries? How is that possible? The purple-haired hero spun around, her eyes widening at the mention of those high-tier entities. The moment Do-jun turned his head, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. Exactly. You have to be hyper-vigilant around anything tainted by that black magical energy, the dark mana. You mean that oily black mist we saw on the darkwood trees? Now it's infecting the swamp beasts, too. Is that the secret behind their power-up? The energy vortex continued to churn in the distance, a spiraling abyss with no visible end. It was like watching a concentrated dose of raw, corruptive power being forced directly into the monster's veins. Jujon was doing her best to coordinate the chaos. Is this like one of those RPGs where the mobs get a massive buff from a caster? He let out a heavy sigh. Stop treating this like a game. It's life or death. Mana is the fundamental boundary. It's the only thing that separates a hero from a corpse. With every passing hour, the creatures were becoming more bloodthirsty and feral. Do-jun's resolve hardened. He wanted to shatter this entire dimension and end the nightmare immediately. The tactical situation was deteriorating into a complete catastrophe. To think this world once functioned without the concept of mana, it must have been a beautifully peaceful era. He only mourns the fact that this fragile tranquility is already slipping away. To be honest, he wishes this chaos could have been avoided entirely. Do-jun's deepest desire is for the world to reset to its former uncomplicated state. Regardless of his wishes, he has poured every ounce of his soul into this fight. Do-jun is determined to grind every threat into the dust beneath his boots. He intends to prove that this world is worth saving and deserves its serenity. He stands as the most fearless warrior to ever step onto the battlefield. His comrades could only watch him, their faces radiating pure awe and devotion. Jujon still had one burning question. So basically, it's that dark mana variety that's supercharging the monsters. If I had to put it in layman's terms, it's like someone injected the local wildlife with an insane dose of illegal steroids. She voiced her skepticism. But how are you so well versed in this, Dojun? To him, the answer was elementary. He found it baffling that they were so in the dark. Leaving the marshlands behind, the Camellia Guild moved forward, clinging to the dire warning, extreme lethality zone. They intentionally killed their speed, creeping forward with maximum caution. The heavy silence of the area filled everyone with a gnawing sense of dread. Suddenly a hand shot up, signaling the entire column to freeze in place. The target had been spotted. Dojun had stumbled upon the bait cocoons. One look at their pulsating shape was enough to confirm their grisly purpose. Everyone stay sharp. The predator that laid these is definitely lurking nearby. However, one voice rose up to challenge the danger. Dojun sensed a much more catastrophic threat. The real nightmare is actually right here under our noses. It's a miracle we spotted it this early. What are you getting at, Dojun? Are you some kind of mystic now? You're saying this pile of webs is the real threat? Dojun was about to give everyone a front-row seat to true terror. Those pods suddenly detonated with violent force. Exactly! Creatures tainted by dark mana can pilot these like marionettes. If we don't incinerate them now, they'll flank us and tear us to shreds in seconds. Now there is nothing left to do but hunt it down. Dojun is still working to reveal the grim reality to his team. It has swallowed dark mana to turn these husks into its personal puppets. If we don't strike now, we'll be surrounded and slaughtered before we can blink. We just need to put this monstrosity in the ground and we're home free. The team hung on his every word, their focus absolute. They were mesmerized by Dojun's composure. Despite the unprecedented horror, he didn't even flinch. The more they observed him, the more enigmatic he became. I used to think he was just exceptionally gifted, but this level of power feels like it transcends the human limit. Jujan leaned in, placing a soft, curious hand on his shoulder. Tell me the truth. Are you some kind of reincarnated legend living out your second act? The question nearly made Dojun burst out laughing. A second life? My second time around? I suppose you could describe it that way. How much more ground do we need to cover to reach the rift's heart? The girl, with the short hair, checked her map and reported, Clear this timberline and we're at the halfway mark. Dojun made a sudden, unilateral call. I'm ending this rift today. Even Jujian was staggered by the sheer audacity of his claim. A teammate chimed in on the reality of the situation. If anyone can do it, it's you, Dojun. But the rest of us are tapped out. The swamp battle drained everyone's tanks. Dojun surveyed his weary companions. He had no desire to push them past their breaking point. Then stay here and recover. I'll settle this quickly and be back before you know it. With that, Dojun vanished into the dark woods alone. His mind was set, and his will was iron. There was no turning back now. The others watched his fading silhouette, stunned. How does he still have that much explosive power in reserve? Dojun had plunged deep into the sunless heart of the forest. His senses were dialed to the maximum, scanning for the slightest ripple in the air. Dojun blurred through the undergrowth at high speed, analyzing the tactical landscape as he moved. His eyes were sharp and predatory, filled with extreme vigilance. This stretch of woods was oppressive enough to paralyze a lesser warrior with fear. Suddenly, shimmering strands of spider silk crisscrossed his path. Dojun paused to confirm if this was the source he needed to eradicate. He felt a grim satisfaction that finally, after all the tracking, he had found the beast's lair. Dojun immediately unsheathed his blade, the steel catching the dim light. The arachnid adversary pulsed with an aura of overwhelming, dread-inducing power. In a blur of motion, it dropped from the shadows, hovering directly over Dojun's head. Sticky, shimmering spider silk began to weave through the air in thick, suffocating layers. The creature was clearly attempting to shatter his focus and trap him in a web of distraction. Dojun centered his mind, knowing that a single lapse in concentration would be fatal. For a tense moment, the sheer force of their clashing spirits seemed perfectly balanced. Refusing to yield, Dojun stood his ground, engaging the beast with nothing but his trusty blade. Exhaustion began to gnaw at his muscles, yet he pushed forward with every ounce of his will. Dojun glanced at his hands and let out a quiet breath of relief. Thanks to the mana heart technique that filters dark mana, my stamina remains surprisingly steady. Dojun emerged from the shadows, returning to a group that was visibly shell-shocked. Jujun and the others gaped at him. The mere idea of a solo victory against such a monster was almost impossible to process. What was even more baffling was his appearance. He didn't show a single bead of sweat or a hint of fatigue. Dojun addressed the squad. "The forest is clear of monster signatures for now. Take 5. Grateful, everyone gathered to kindle a roaring campfire. As the aroma of searing meat filled the air, the hungry heroes found their mouths watering instinctively. Dojun, however, remained intensely preoccupied with his task, his focus razor-sharp. A young woman approached him tentatively, her voice barely a whisper. Would it be okay if I tried a piece of that?" Dojun gave a curt but friendly nod, offering her a portion without a second thought. Her companion looked on with skepticism. "What's the sudden interest in monster flank?" She shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe this stuff is the secret to his insane power." Hearing that, another teammate scrambled over eagerly. "Slide me a piece too! If there's even a chance it's a buff, I'm in. Pull up a log, it can't hurt to try." Even the wounded pair nearby, busy with their bandages, couldn't help but stare longingly at the feast. Dojun had seen this coming from a mile away. "The truth is, this meat is just protein. No magical stat boosts here. Still, I can't help but respect that raw hunger to get stronger." Feeling a rare surge of generosity, he decided to grant them a small parting favor. As the two began to eat, a strange, warm tingle began to radiate through their limbs. The girl's eyes lit up, convinced the elixir was working as she felt a sudden rush of vitality surging through her. Dojun suppressed a smirk, quietly amused by their enthusiastic reaction. "All right, let's talk shop. We're on the doorstep of the Rift's core, but everyone's running on fumes. Let's retreat, regroup at the hotel, and finish this tomorrow." Dojun had mentioned sealing it today, but a teammate pointed out, "Our packs are already bursting with loot, aren't they?" Dojun sensed a shift in the air and turned to Jujun. "You're on board with a retreat too? Look, I won't lie and say I'm fresh, especially since the dark mana is buffing these things to high heaven." Dojun studied the map, his mind racing. The original strategy was to milk the rift for every rare resource possible. The goal was to hoard high-value assets like blue crocodile hearts and other exotic materials you just can't find back home. But the sudden intrusion of dark mana had flipped the script. In this game, an unknown variable is a harbinger of disaster. This corruptive energy left a bitter taste in his mouth and a nagging sense of urgency. He suddenly emptied his satchel, a shower of brilliant diamonds clattering onto the ground. "Take these and head back to the hotel, get some real rest." Before they could even protest, Dojun turned on his heel, leaving them blinking in confusion. He paused for a split second to look back, offering a final reassurance. "I'm going to close this rift. I'll see you shortly." Deep within the core, the monster was still unleashing waves of pure, unbridled destruction. Dojun threw himself into the fray, exerting every bit of his strength to hold the line. He was determined to ensure this nightmare wouldn't breach the world again. Suddenly, Dojun's eyes locked onto a sight that was truly skin-crawling. He immediately shifted his stance, his blade poised and ready for a lethal strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, burying his sword deep into the creature's hide. As the beast dissolved, he reached into the remains and retrieved a gemstone of staggering brilliance. Even from a distance, the group could only marvel at the sheer elegance of his combat prowess. The short-haired girl bit her lip, worry etching her face. "Do you really think he'll be all right out there alone?" Jujeon waved off the concern, though her eyes lingered on the trail he left. "You saw him. He said his piece and took off like a rocket. The guy's a battery that never runs out." The girl noticed the subtle tension in Jujeon's posture and teased, "So why the long face? You're totally worried about him, aren't you?" Jujeon quickly looked away. "Worried? Please. It's just, hearing that we're supposed to be in the same S-rank tier as him, it's a little humbling, don't you think? Truly, there isn't a single soul on this planet who could ever stand as his equal." Dojun remains locked in combat, pouring every ounce of his soul into the fray without a moment's reprieve. He has pushed the battle to the brink, reaching the final moment where he can finally finish that beast. Dojun's only focus now is to bring this violent encounter to a swift and decisive end. He tightens his grip on the hilt and drives his blade with lethal precision straight through its skull. The monster, pushed past its limit, has descended into a state of absolute blind fury. Finally, a faint sigh of relief escapes Do-jun's lips as the tide of battle turns. Seeing his unshakable composure, the monster erupted in a fit of savage, desperate rage. Do-jun continues to channel his internal reserves, pushing his capabilities to the maximum. He intends to vaporize the creature entirely using the sheer intensity of his gathered energy. Before the beast could even register a counterattack, it met a swift and agonizing end. To these creatures, Do-jun is an ancient nemesis, a mortal enemy with whom no peace is possible. Even with two colossal titans standing in his way, they were both dismantled by him with effortless grace. With the threat neutralized, Do-jun successfully retrieved the rare diamond he was hunting for. Meanwhile, both girls have finished packing their gear and are ready to move out at a moment's notice. Everyone is lugging massive, overstuffed backpacks as they prepare for the trek ahead. The group sets off once more, resuming their journey through the treacherous terrain. Deep in the core, Do-jun continues to plunge his steel deep into the monster's flailing body. He is determined to ensure its total annihilation is as agonizing as the law of the forest demands. When Do-jun enters the fray, he displays a level of cold ruthlessness that is simply unmatched. He will ensure they endure every possible ounce of suffering before they draw their final breath. Do-jun went as far as to extract the creature's vital organs for study. He placed the specimens into a glass jar, his expression devoid of even a flicker of mercy. He quickly twisted the lid shut, sealing the contents securely inside for transport. Dark blood is saturating the ground, pouring from the jagged wounds of the fallen monsters. The pile of diamonds he has managed to amass is growing larger with every passing minute. In a very short time, he is poised to become the most successful collector in history. To harvest such a bounty from a single specimen is a stroke of incredible luck. Do-jun hoists his heavy gear back onto his shoulders, adjusting the straps for the long haul. He prepares to set out for a new destination to continue his relentless hunt. At the Hero Association headquarters, the air in the Situation Room is thick with tension. The staff are all sporting looks of sheer panic as they scan the monitor arrays. A localized signal has started pulsing from a small sector once again, signaling a new event. It appears that a fresh wave of high-level danger has manifested in that specific zone. The anxiety on the faces of the officers present is palpable as they analyze the data. But moments later, a cheer erupts from the trio of analysts. The rift is sealed, and it was rated as a high-risk sector. Which unit was assigned to that coordinates? It's a South Korean squad, the Camellia Guild. However, the woman beside him checked her logs and frowned. Wait, the report says they checked out 10 minutes ago. They claimed they had barely entered the rift's mouth. What does this mean? How can there be such a massive discrepancy in the timeline? Roughly 10 minutes prior, the twin-headed monstrosity clawed its way back to its feet. Do-jun hadn't anticipated such a surge in its power. Had the dark mana triggered a forced evolution in the beast? Even more concerning, the creature's gruesome wounds were knitting back together at an impossible speed. He can feel their raw physical power vibrating through the air, even more potent than before. Do-jun's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a strange focal point. Is that the rift's core over there? Time to wrap this up and get back to civilization. The two-headed titan roared in defiance, refusing to let its domain be taken so easily. Do-jun's hand moved in a blur as he drew his sword for the final showdown. The beast met him with its own natural weapons, fists like massive boulders of muscle and bone. Do-jun realizes that this particular clash is escalating into a grueling test of endurance. But he has no intention of backing down, regardless of the odds stacked against him. The embers are beginning to ignite with a fierce, radiant glow. The beast remains fixated on its plan, cocking its massive fists for a crushing blow. Do-jun senses the shadow of imminent danger creeping closer. He realizes he must find a definitive way to end this skirmish before it spirals out of control. The ancient spellbook awakens, arcane energy surges and spills along the razor edge of his blade. The monster writhes in agony as it absorbs the full, devastating impact of the strike. It's as if 1,000 jagged shards are tearing through its hide simultaneously. Paralyzed by the searing pain, the creature can no longer mount an offensive against him. Do-jun is a man of deep, enigma-filled layers. Shocked? Brace yourself, because this is just the prologue. With a fluid motion, he whips his sword back into a striking stance. The monster lunges in a desperate attempt to catch him off guard from behind, but before it can connect, his blade is already buried deep within its midsection. The two-headed titan tries to retaliate, but its strength has completely evaporated. Do-jun finds a grim amusement in baiting them. My turn to take the lead now. His next move remains a mystery to everyone watching. Invisible tendrils of flame bind the two monsters, leaving them trapped in a cycle of unending torment. Their physical forms buckle under the extreme heat, beginning to fracture and split apart. The temperature climbs toward a record-shattering peak, turning the air into a furnace. The creature never imagined it would face such a catastrophic reckoning. Panic sets in, and it tries to scramble back to preserve what's left of its life. The monster attempts one last overhead smash to crush its tormentor. Instead, its leg is sliced clean through with surgical precision. The forest echoes with its relentless, ear-piercing shrieks of misery. Dojun's aura is expanding, growing more formidable with every passing second. He focuses on unleashing the absolute zenith of his latent power. The intent is to establish an untouchable perimeter, a zone of death no monster can enter. And just like that, he has systematically dismantled every threat in his path. Dojun exhales slowly, sliding his sword back into its sheath with a satisfying click. The rift's core finally materializes, pulsating and growing. He strides toward it, devoid of fear. Standing at the epicenter, he notices the dark magic hasn't dissipated at all. If the core isn't the source, could this corruption be bleeding in from somewhere else? That implies a puppet master is pulling the strings. Saturating an entire dimensional rift with this much dark energy is a feat far beyond the reach of any ordinary sorcerer. We're talking about a demon lord or an ancient high mage. If one of them is truly walking the earth, then humanity might already be facing its final curtain call. He can't quite piece the puzzle together yet. But if the source is external, simply sealing this hole won't stop the rot. He whispers to himself that he'll have to find a more permanent solution. Dojun winds up and drives his fist into the core with the force of a falling star. Remarkably, a jagged fissure begins to spiderweb across the surface of the orb. The core then shatters, exploding into countless shimmering fragments. The mystery still lingers in his mind. I need to dig deeper into this. Meanwhile, over at the Hero Association's Central Command Center, the director's hands begin to shake as he scans the latest intelligence report. Regardless of how impossible it sounds, the data on the page is undeniable. Some of these rifts were so lethal, they required a triple-nation coalition, yet they still ended in near-total wipes. Yet a single Korean guild didn't just close their objective. They brought everyone home without a scratch. The aide clarifies the grim reality. Urgent distress signals are flooding in. Most international teams are in full retreat. I'll compile a post-mortem report as soon as the dust settles. The director's anxiety only deepens. Every one of those failed raids was led by an S-rank. How did they fail this spectacularly? The only win on the board is the Korean squad led by Seo Dojun, though calling them a squad feels like an overstatement given he did the heavy lifting. He stares at the paper, his confusion growing. What are we missing? How did the Koreans manage to shut it down when everyone else was slaughtered? The dimensional rift was successfully stabilized and sealed shortly after their departure. It's practically inconceivable. Who exactly was responsible for the closure, and where is Jujon stationed at this moment? The officer provided an immediate status update. She's due at headquarters to deliver her full debriefing shortly. He couldn't restrain his impatience. Bring her to me the second she arrives. From the precise moment Jujon and her unit exited the rift zone, it took them roughly an hour of travel to reach the Central Command Center. In that short window, Dojun had already finished collapsing the first rift, and was currently infiltrating a second. The heart of this particular anomaly is submerged deep beneath the waves. He took a breath and plunged into the depths. All right, time to dive in. He sounded incredibly skeptical after listening to the account. Do you honestly expect me to buy that story? Jujon stood firmly by her statement. If we're talking about that man, then even the impossible becomes a reality. But he still struggled to digest her claim. You're telling me Seo Dojun sealed a high-rank rift entirely solo? That is exactly what happened. He leaned back, lost in a whirlpool of heavy thoughts regarding the report. This is classified information, but in several other sectors, a significant number of S-rank heroes have been KYA. Jujon opened up about the debt her team owed him. Had it not been for Dojun's intervention, I fear our names would be on that casualty list as well. He looked down, his voice failing him. It's just so surreal. Even if monsters are being supercharged by this dark mana to the point of overpowering S-ranks, is Dojun truly that far beyond our known limits? However, we just received word that multiple rifts in the southern region were successfully sealed. Perhaps this dark mana hasn't contaminated those zones yet? She was quick to issue a stern warning. "Sir, don't let optimism cloud your judgment. The threat we face now is on a completely different level than anything in history." He grabbed the phone to verify the field data. "You mentioned the rift gates are changing color, right? Currently, that's our only visual indicator for these anomalies." He immediately issued a mass mobilization order to inspect every gate in the territory. "Move it!" Once the briefing was over, Jujun quietly excused herself. Her high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor, echoing her heavy state of mind. Suddenly, Jujun's phone vibrated. It was a direct incoming call from the chairman. It seemed he was reaching out to discuss some urgent, high-level business. Jujun cut straight to the point. "Has there been any sign of dark mana fluctuations within the Korean borders yet?" The reply was cold and succinct. "No such reports have surfaced. Just keep your eyes peeled and continue monitoring the situation." Jujun felt a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. Even for a seasoned S rank, a gauntlet of dark mana-infused monsters is a nightmare scenario. If even a single high-tier entity absorbs that corruption, the resulting carnage will be catastrophic. I need to mobilize every resource and prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Dojun was preparing to cross the underwater threshold. In aquatic environments like rivers or seas, the rift cores are almost always hidden in the deepest, most unreachable trenches. Since humans can't naturally breathe submerged, the pool of heroes capable of full-scale combat in the deep is incredibly shallow. There is one legendary figure, an S-rank specialist who reigns supreme in underwater warfare. He commands astronomical fees from nations across the globe to clear aquatic rifts. Thanks to his unique gills ability, he awakened upon his promotion. The pressure was palpable now. The dark mana saturation in the water felt exponentially thicker. Dojun began his descent as soon as his body adjusted to the crushing pressure. He was fully committed to neutralizing the rift anchored at the lake's lightless bottom. This works out. The dark mana should make the hunt worthwhile. Dojun continued his descent toward the abyssal floor. He focused on a steady breathing rhythm, prioritizing perfect buoyancy control as he sank. He glided calmly through the silent, dark water, descending thousands of meters into the depths. Dojun had meticulously analyzed the environmental variables before attempting this dive. His face remained a mask of iron-willed determination. After a grueling descent, he finally felt the solid ground of the lakebed beneath his boots. Dojun immediately scanned his surroundings, his senses on high alert. In an instant, he detected a colossal shadow looming directly behind him. The predator had found its mark and was preparing to strike. Dojun quickly identified the beast. It seems the dark mana has given this thing a terrifying surge of vitality, hasn't it? He decided to forgo his blade and tightened his fists instead. Dojun was set on bringing the situation under his total control immediately. He wasn't about to let some deep-sea monstrosity get the better of him. Dojun silently tracked every ripple and movement in the dark water. Hideous, mutated fish began to emerge from the darkness surrounding him. They stood as savage sentinels, shielding the beast's flanks with lethal devotion. He remained fixated, his gaze locked onto a mysterious shape shimmering in the distance. Dojun's mind immediately raced through the most catastrophic outcomes possible. The potential scale of the coming disaster was beyond his wildest imagination. Any witness to this nightmare would have been paralyzed by sheer, unadulterated terror. Defying the laws of physics, he negated the water's buoyancy to move with total autonomy. He planted his feet with iron-clad stability, as if he were standing on solid bedrock. Every strike he unleashed tore through the water with the same explosive speed as on dry land. Dojun found himself being methodically encircled by the encroaching swarm. He needed to carve out an escape route before he could even think about his next tactical play. What a nuisance. Slaughtering this many small fries is going to be a total drain. Dojun shifted his focus toward finding a gap in their formation to break free. He prepared to propel himself upward into the dark, empty chasm above. However, a new and far more lethal presence was looming directly in his path. With grim resolve, Dojun lunged toward a creature that was just beginning to stir. He still couldn't identify the monstrosity. Regardless of its name, his instincts screamed that it was a Tier 1 threat. Dojun knew he had to bring this chaotic skirmish to a rapid conclusion. He darted forward, determined to unmask the hidden horror lurking in the silt. A single luminous eye glowed with an eerie light, a specimen he had never encountered before, its stare tracking his every move. He never expected to cross paths with such a rare anomaly in a place as desolate as this. In his previous life, the legends who carved their names into history all shared a secret. They had hunted this very beast to prove their worth. With a once-in-a-lifetime chance like this staring him in the face, how could he possibly walk away? Yet subduing such a prize was going to be a monumental challenge for Do-jun. The creature suddenly flicked its tail and dived toward the deepest, darkest trenches of the lake. He immediately wound up and launched a high-pressure punch into the water. Do-jun refused to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. This species has no natural predators. It possesses the unique ability to manifest a pocket dimension and consume everything in its path. The force of the current nearly dragged Do-jun down into the abyss. He realized the situation had just escalated from dangerous to potentially fatal. Do-jun forced himself to maintain a cold, calculating composure. He wanted to end this struggle with a single, decisive stroke. But taming a creature of this caliber was proving to be a true test of his limits. It simply drifted there, its massive eye wide open and unblinking, showing no sign of movement. He gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his willpower to withstand the pressure. Do-jun weighed his options. Killing it would be simple enough, but I'd lose the chance to claim its pocket dimension. I have to suppress it using raw, unfiltered mana. That's the only way to make this virtual space mine. His silhouette glowed so intensely it appeared as if he were submerged in a sea of liquid fire. Nearby, several smaller fish began to disintegrate and rot for no apparent reason. They had been instantly withered by the sheer radiance of his surging power. Do-jun pushed his concentration to the absolute breaking point. He could feel his stamina reserves hitting zero. If he didn't succeed soon, he would be the one consumed. Do-jun reached out tentatively, as if trying to grasp the very fabric of the water. He fought with pure, unyielding grit. The more energy he exhausted, the more he was forced to siphon dark mana from the surrounding void. Do-jun decided to use both hands to tear through the opposing force. Once again, he sensed a strange, discordant ripple in the flow of energy. Do-jun couldn't afford a single mistake. He wondered if this feat was too much for his current vessel to handle. His reflection was now mirrored perfectly within the depths of the creature's massive eye. Do-jun felt he had nothing left to lose. All right, let's bet everything on this one shot. The surrounding currents were turning into a violent, high-speed vortex. Suddenly, a massive geyser erupted from the seabed, shattering the water's surface as it surged upward. The beast and the man, both were launched into the air in a singular, explosive moment. Do-jun had executed the high-stakes gamble exactly as he had envisioned it. A wave of triumph washed over Do-jun. His calculated risk had paid off perfectly. He finally held the rare prize he had been hunting in his own hands. However, the victory was short-lived as his strength evaporated, and he suddenly blacked out. The water's surface lost its initial stillness, churning violently in the aftermath. A massive, hollow vortex remained at the center as the consequences of the battle continued to ripple outward. When Do-jun regained a sliver of awareness, he found himself drifting in a rugged mountain range. A gathering of birds stood nearby, watching him with curious, unblinking eyes. Do-jun remained in a foggy state, his mind struggling to pierce through the haze of unconsciousness. The sudden approach of a nearby creature sent a sharp jolt of adrenaline through his system. Startled by his movement, the creatures scattered and took to the sky in a frantic flutter. Do-jun's eyes snapped fully open just as the winged shadows disappeared over the horizon. The memories rushed back. He realized the strain of the fight must have pushed him into a deep faint. Do-jun forced himself to sit up, waiting for the world to stop spinning and his focus to return. He flexed his fingers, feeling the steady return of strength to his weary limbs. My internal energy has expanded beyond its previous limits. That life-or-death struggle was worth every second. Another crucial detail flickered in the back of Do-jun's mind. The vivid image of that elusive pocket dimension was burned into his memory. Do-jun had risked everything for that space. It was a treasure beyond any standard valuation. He stepped back into the glowing circle, flanked by his hard-won artifacts. Quiet satisfaction filled him, knowing he had fulfilled a truly daunting objective. There was no longer any reason to linger in this collapsing dimension. Seal the gateway permanently, then regroup at the extraction point. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the South Korean Hero Association, the aide spoke solemnly. It's not public yet, but we have official confirmation regarding the fallen heroes. Tae-hwa's brow furrowed with deep sorrow. We've lost some truly exceptional people today. The aide added, the reports suggest these casualties were concentrated around the most volatile fissures. Tae-hwa mused, and Seo Do-jun managed to shut down zones of that caliber solo? His potential is even more staggering than I imagined. He continued. The world was already watching him after the Takashi debacle. This will turn that spark into a wildfire. I remember when Jujon was the star in England, but having one of our own be the hero of the hour is a point of pride. How are our domestic rifts holding up? The aide consulted his tablet. Nothing as chaotic as the Brazilian situation yet. It's possible those were just freak, isolated events that can be contained. ManHwa cut him off with a warning. Assumptions are dangerous right now. Do not pull your eyes off those gates for even a second, understood? The aide nodded sharply. Crystal clear, sir. ManHwa's expression shifted to one of concern. Actually, I have a different worry regarding Seo Do-jun. The aide looked puzzled. What's on your mind, sir? He explained, Chairman Daniel Lopez is a notorious opportunist. He'll try to squeeze every bit of utility out of Do-jun while he has him on Brazilian soil, mark my words. The aide smirked. I doubt that. ManHwa blinked in surprise. What makes you say that? The aide replied, I suspect Chairman Lopez is the one about to be bled dry by Seo Do-jun. A heavy, contemplative silence fell over the office for a few moments. Then ManHwa let out a sudden, boisterous laugh. You're right. Do-jun isn't a man who lets himself be used. Scene change. Chairman Lopez glared ahead, his face a mask of mounting frustration and stress. He finally erupted, Listen here, you can't just walk in and make such absurd demands. Do-jun met his gaze with total indifference. Absurd, you say? If that's how you feel, we have nothing more to discuss. I'm done here. The official in the sharp gray suit panicked as Do-jun turned to the door. Wait, hold on a second. Think about the innocent people of Brazil. Isn't protecting them the core duty of an S rank? Do-jun stopped and turned. Duty? I've already single-handedly neutralized 2 catastrophic threats. My debt is paid. Go preach about duty to your own heroes who are sitting on their hands. Make no mistake. Brazil's border security is your problem, not mine. If Korea's gates were failing, would you be sending your top elites to save us for free? The official stammered, Well, that's different. The aide jumped in, trying a more desperate angle. Hero Do-jun, the situation is dire. Every rift within 500 kilometers of Santa Jim is a black site now. The official added, He's right. The regions already hit are essentially lost causes. If this contagion spreads further, Brazil is looking at a total societal collapse. Do-jun narrowed his eyes, studying the man's desperate expression. Inju and Jujon traded a silent, knowing look, waiting to see his next move. Jujon intervened. Mr. Chairman, if that's the reality of the situation, the solution is actually much simpler than you think. Just agree to Do-jun's terms. When you weigh it against the survival of your country, his price is a bargain. Chairman Lopez sat in a heavy silence, calculating his next move. Finally, he exhaled and relented. Fine, I accept. For every rift you successfully neutralize from here on out, I will pay you $50 million. Do-jun flashed a satisfied smirk. See, wouldn't it have been much smoother if you'd just started with that? And as a show of good faith, please wire the $100 million for the 2 zones I've already cleared immediately. Jujon mused privately. If the public caught wind of this, they'd label him a mercenary. But the Brazilian Association is far too proud to let a single detail of this negotiation leak. She stole a quick glance at Do-jun. He was locking eyes with the man in the gray suit, his gaze sharp and uncompromising. Jujon suppressed a grin. He isn't the type to lose sleep over his reputation anyway. This is just high-efficiency business for him. Seeing her smile, Inju looked completely lost. Do-jun kept his eyes fixed on the horizon. He momentarily closed his eyes and whispered to himself, Do-jun, with this kind of capital you can finally buy that impenetrable, peaceful sanctuary you've always dreamed of. I've held up my end of the bargain. Are we satisfied now? Though the Brazilian officials were rattled by Do-jun's aggressive billing, they were backed into a corner with 0 alternatives. Simultaneously, they insisted he sign a strict non-disclosure agreement first, ensuring Do-jun's public image remained that of a selfless savior. The setting shifts to a rugged man drowning his sorrows in a bottle. Nearby, another warrior lay broken in a hospital bed, wrapped in a web of bandages. A somber crew was loading caskets onto a transport plane. The air was thick with the sound of grieving families weeping for their lost ones. Standing among the mourners were Do-jun and his weary companions. Do-jun bowed his head in a quiet show of respect. Later, back at the hotel, In-ju asked, "So are you joining our formation for the next breach?" Do-jun continued eating in silence, making the air feel thick with tension. He didn't exactly look like a team player at that moment. Suddenly, Do-jun broke the silence. "I'm just running the numbers to see which strategy yields the best results." In-ju blinked. "Results?" He clarified. "While I'm soloing one rift, your guild needs to be positioning yourselves at the mouth of the next one." In-ju asked. "And then we join forces to clear it?" Do-jun gave her a playful nod. "Now you're catching on. You're sharp." One of the members chimed in. "Wait, so while we handle the cleanup of a cleared zone, Mr. Do-jun will be blitzing the next target?" Do-jun nodded. "Exactly. That way we can knock out 3 sectors a day. I'll even split my commission on the rifts where we cooperate." The room erupted in excited cheers at the prospect. Do-jun then leaned in and whispered to the purple-haired girl, "Before I reach your position, don't take any unnecessary risks. Just keep the team safe. You've got this, right? You're an S rank for a reason." She blushed deeply and whispered a soft, "Yes." The rest of the table started nudging each other. "What's with all the secrets?" "Probably just a pep talk." "Look at Ju-jun, she's glowing. They've got to be a couple." Laughter broke out. Do-jun stood up. "Let's move out as soon as we finish our plates." The squad snapped to attention. "Copy that, Captain." Scene change. Under a brilliant, sun-drenched sky, Do-jun was trekking solo through a vast, grassy expanse. Suddenly, a dissonant, guttural sound broke the silence. A towering monstrosity lumbered into view, blocking his path. Do-jun sized it up with a confident grin. "A Cyclops type, huh? All right, let's see what you're made of." Before the words even hung in the air, he blurred toward the beast, delivering a thunderous punch squarely to its jaw. He chuckled to himself. Think of this as a quick workout for some extra spending money. The peaceful forest was momentarily disturbed as a cloud of birds took flight in a panic. The cause was Do-jun's heavy-handed strike, which sent a spray of dark syrup flying from the Cyclops. The beast reeled back from the blow, its single eye burning with concentrated malice toward him. Seeing it still on its feet after a hit that would have leveled a building, he noted, "You've certainly got a thick skull. I'll give you that." "Perfect time to take my new ability for a test drive." The monster let out a deafening roar and charged at him like a freight train. Do-jun sidestepped the rush with effortless, practiced grace. He then whipped his leg upward, planting a brutal kick right on the monster's chin. The impact shattered several of its teeth, sending more dark fluid spraying into the grass. Surprisingly, the creature was incredibly durable. Despite the brutal beating, it stood its ground as if it hadn't felt a thing. Its gaze, boiling with pure malice, locked onto him. Without warning, the creature's hide began to hiss, venting thick plumes of acrid smoke. Do-jun didn't flinch. He simply signaled a rift in reality to manifest. The second the beast swung its massive limb, it was swallowed whole by the shimmering void. The monster erupted into a series of jagged, bone-chilling shrieks. In a twist of fate, the very blow intended for Do-jun was spat back out by the spatial pocket, slamming the creature in its own skull. Do-jun analyzed the clash. The combat efficiency is underwhelming. The sheer volume of mana required for this technique is astronomical. Meanwhile, the rift plaguing the southern Manaus district had been officially neutralized. The speed of the operation sent a shockwave through the global community. The bureaucrat in the tailored suit was stunned. Wiping out a high-level rift in only 8 hours? He barked an order to his subordinate to settle the account. "Process their fee immediately." "Right away, sir." A wire transfer of $50 million was executed instantly. The aide then added with a shaky voice, "But at this velocity, Chairman, our emergency budget will exceed $1 billion in less than a week." The chairman smiled unpleasantly. "There is zero chance I'm letting that man walk away with the entire treasury." The assistant caught the dark meaning behind the chairman's cold grin. He leaned in. "Are we pausing the payments?" The chairman snapped, "Idiot! If he walks, we're defenseless. Think." The assistant stammered, "Then what's the move, sir?" The chairman commanded, "Summon every international A and S rank elite currently at the resort. We're assembling a premier strike force to challenge Seo Do-jun. Set a $10 million bounty for this squad. Burn them with greed and ego. I want them clearing those gates before Do-jun can even reach them. The aide rushed to execute the orders. The chairman leaned back, eyes gleaming. Let the games begin. It was a high-stakes race. Seo Do-jun versus the best the International Hero Alliance had to offer. The world watched to see who would claim the most victories. Suddenly, Do-eung-bio's phone buzzed with a high-priority notification. He scanned the screen with a smirk. Chairman Lopez, you old fox. So this is the game you've decided to play. His assistant chimed in nervously. The rumors about S-ranks getting slaughtered are spreading like wildfire. It's total bedlam out there. He shrugged. 10 million isn't much when split among a group, but the 10 legendary relics hidden in these rifts? That's the real jackpot. Wait, are we all being forced into one giant unit? Everyone diving in at once? The assistant nodded. Straight from the top. Do-eung-bio let out a sharp, irritated breath. If I end up in a squad with that arrogant Seo Do-jun, I'm going to lose my mind. The assistant's eyes widened as he checked the roster. Actually, Seo Do-jun's name is completely missing. Eung-bio froze. What? Hand that over! You're right. And it's not just him. Hyunju Jeon and Chung In-ju have been scrubbed from the list as well. What kind of shady business is the association pulling now? At that moment, Do-jun was calmly verifying the massive credit on his bank app. Ju-jeon asked with a hint of curiosity, Did the payment finally hit? He gave a short, cold nod. Confirmed. Ju-jeon pieced it together. The bill you're sending them must be so painful they've consolidated the foreign hunters to slow you down. Do-jun let out a dry huff. The association isn't brainless. They aren't about to sit back and watch me hoard all the spoils. Ju-jeon nodded in agreement. He noticed a flicker in her expression. Something on your mind? Ju-jeon laughed. You're too relaxed, Do-jun. The association is playing a filthy game behind the scenes. Do-jun reflected. I've already hit the financial milestones the original Seo Do-jun wanted. Money has lost its lure. From here on out, there was a far more pressing mystery that required his undivided attention. Just as the Brazilian Association had hoped, the competition between the two factions reached a fever pitch. In the command center, operators typed frantically, updating the tactical map in real time. 1500, Rift to 35 neutralized. Operation led by Seo Do-jun and the Camellia Guild. 1710, Rift C-12 cleared by the Hero Alliance Strike Force. 1 S rank and 5 A ranks sustained minor abrasions. 2 A ranks are in critical condition. Dispatch the trauma team now. 2150. Rift A037 fully sealed. Lead Hunter. Seo Do-jun. Solo completion confirmed. Do-jun stood amidst the remains of a fallen titan, his eyes scanning for the next threat. As the days blurred together, the newsroom staff were visibly drained from the relentless pace of the conflict. A producer handed a coffee to his weary colleague. Those dark circles are reaching your chin, man. The colleague groaned. I tried to power nap, but it's no use. That's the reality of this war. The rifts choked with dark mana are being blitzed, while the standard breaches are being left to rot. Agents are monitoring those ignored spots 24/7 with high-tech sensors. They have to stay in a state of constant combat readiness because anything could snap at any second. The man in glasses sipped his bitter coffee, his eyes glued to the cascading data on the monitor. Suddenly, a massive crimson alert pulsed on the screen. Before he could react, it blinked out of existence. The rift had been slammed shut, leaving the two surveillance technicians paralyzed in a state of sheer, wide-eyed bewilderment. A deafening roar erupted from the command center. Seo Do-jun and his unit have successfully neutralized every single gate. An ecstatic announcement echoed through the halls. The anomaly in Sector B41 has been completely collapsed. Relief washed over the crowd as many burst into tears of joy. The nightmare is finally over. A figure sprinted toward the executive offices with urgent speed. It was Lopez's top aide. He burst in, breathless and beaming. Chairman, we've cleared out every rift within a 500-kilometer radius of Santagem. Lopez exhaled a long-held breath and asked, So the immediate crisis is officially behind us? The assistant nodded vigorously. Precisely, sir. Every breach contaminated by dark mana is now dormant. Lopez finally relaxed into his chair. Excellent. Everyone involved performed exceptionally well. Seeing the assistant turning to exit, the chairman suddenly barked, "Wait, stay a moment. A few minor rifts remain, but taking a single day to breathe won't bring the world down." The aide looked confused and stammered, "I'm not sure I follow, sir." Lopez elaborated, "I'm authorizing a grand banquet. It's time we showed some real appreciation for the blood and sweat our hunters and agents have poured into this." At the gala, the rich, savory scent of prime cuts sizzling over glowing charcoal wafted through the air. Duongbeo stood comfortably among his peers, engaged in light-hearted conversation. On the main stage, a live band set an upbeat mood for the evening's festivities. Inju approached the head table and spoke up. "Mr. Chairman, we've come to offer our final farewells." Lopez blinked in shock. "Farewells?" Inju offered a polite smile. "Our guild is making the final preparations to fly back home." He shot up from his seat. "Back to Korea? Why the sudden departure?" Lopez's eyes darted toward Do-jun, searching for an explanation. Do-jun didn't bother making eye contact. He simply smirked and gazed off into the distance. Lopez pleaded with them to stay. "There are still countless active rift zones. At the very least, you should see this campaign through to the end." Inju firmly reminded him of their terms. "Our contract was specifically for the Sanagem region. That mission is accomplished, so we are withdrawing as planned." Lopez scrambled for a compromise. "Wait, please don't rush off. How about this? Could we at least convince Hiro Do-jun to stay?" Inju's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "At least my foot. He's clearly just trying to poach Do-jun." She turned toward her teammate. "Do-jun, what's your take on this?" Sensing Do-jun's lack of response, Lopez hurried to intervene. "This isn't the venue for business. I'd like to request a moment of your time in private." Watching the two depart, Inju turned to her friend. "Jujon, do you think he'll be swayed to stay?" Jujon replied with a trace of worry. "He's made a fortune here and bagged legendary loot like the elite crocodile heart. Honestly, he'll probably pack his bags." Inju nudged her playfully. "Oh, you poor thing. You're just terrified of being away from him, aren't you?" Jujon's face turned bright red. "No way, you're making things up, sis." The two of them began a stakeout, watching the exchange between Lopez and Do-jun from afar. As Do-jun turned to walk away, they continued their guesswork. "He's walking! He must be leaving! That's a win!" "I'm not sure—" Suddenly, they both gasped. "Wait, who is that? It's Beth Holly." Inju poked Ju-jeon, whispering urgently, "Get closer and find out what they're talking about. Move!" Ju-jeon hesitated. "What's the point of spying?" But Inju pushed her. "Go check if there's some secret romance brewing." Ju-jeon scoffed. "A secret romance in the middle of a crowded ballroom?" But Inju shot back, "You're so naive. In front of a world-class beauty like her, do you think he's even aware of anyone else? If you don't want to be pushed out of the picture, you better get in there." This left Ju-jeon standing there, stunned and speechless. Suddenly, a few snippets of the conversation between Do-jun and Beth Holly reached her ears. "Give it some serious thought, Cassio, because this represents a truly spectacular opportunity for you." Ju-jeon's mind raced with suspicion. "Opportunity? What does that even mean? Is she making some kind of scandalous proposal? Like moving in together or something crazy?" Beth Holly added smoothly. "I'll be waiting for your answer. Ping me the moment you've made up your mind." Do-jun didn't give a hard no, instead replying, "I'll need to weigh my options a bit longer." Ju-jeon looked at Beth Holly and couldn't help but admit to herself, "Fine, she really is breathtakingly beautiful." But he still looks so completely unfazed by her. Is he totally immune to her charms? No, what on earth is wrong with me? Suddenly, Do-jun pivoted to ask a favor. "Since we've crossed paths, may I ask for your assistance with something?" Beth Holly beamed. "Of course, anything." Ju-jin leaned in closer to eavesdrop. Do-jun continued, "I want to gain entry to the upcoming gold market. Could you help me secure an invitation?" Ju-jeon thought, the gold market? The elite annual auction in Vegas? Why is he targeting that? Beth Holly smiled playfully and replied, I can certainly arrange that. However, I have one little condition. You must come to my private residence a week before the market opens. Hearing Beth Holly's bold request, Joo-jeon felt her jaw drop in absolute shock. Flashes of an alluring and seductive Beth Holly played like a movie in her mind. She stared at them, her heart pounding with nerves. What exactly are you getting yourself into, Do-jun? Joo-jeon burned holes in their backs with her intense, jealous glare. Meanwhile, Beth Holly watched him with a look of shimmering expectation. Suddenly, the beauty sensed someone staring daggers at her from the sidelines. She spotted Joo-jeon, who had clearly been a silent witness to their entire conversation. Holly spoke up again. Take all the time you need to decide. But because I'm genuinely rooting for you to join me, I'll give you your gold market pass right now. This is leagues above the standard invite, isn't it? A second later, his phone buzzed with a digital VIP gold market pass. Do-jun nodded his thanks while Joo-jeon stood there spiraling. When on earth did that woman get his personal number? Suddenly, a smug voice cut through the air. Now this is quite the picturesque view, wouldn't you say? It was Do-eun-pyo. He sauntered over, casting a mocking glance at the two elite beauties from Korea and America. Aha, a stunning sight and a festive mood, truly remarkable. You're quite the player, Seo Do-jun, aren't you? Keeping two such exquisite flowers all to yourself. You must feel like the king of the world right now. Do-jun shifted his gaze to Eun-pyo. The man met his stare with a sharp, instigating smirk. Joo-jeon felt a knot of anxiety. It was clear Do-eun-pyo was fishing for a confrontation. Suddenly, he burst into a boisterous laugh, effectively making them the center of the room's attention. Do-eun-pyo put on a mask of mock civility. Honestly, relax. I'm not here to cause a scene. I simply wanted to introduce you to an old comrade of mine. Though, if I'm not mistaken, you two have already had quite the impact on each other. Do-jun watched the figure approaching from the shadows. Beth Holly's eyes widened as she recognized the newcomer. Joo-jeon's heart skipped a beat. Takashi. The man standing there was indeed Takashi, looking battered with his arm immobilized in a heavy cast. Joo-jeon's brow furrowed in suspicion. You're out of the surgical ward already? Chairman Lopez felt a wave of panic wash over him. I deliberately skipped Takashi's invitation to avoid a bloodbath. Why did they have to cross paths tonight? Do-jun observed him with cold, unreadable eyes. Takashi, meanwhile, was vibrating with suppressed, white-hot fury. Surprisingly, Do-jun broke the silence. You seem to be bouncing back fairly well. Takashi's reply was eerily polite. Thanks to you, I've had an experience I'll never forget. Do-jun nodded. As long as you're on the mend, that's all that matters. Lopez felt the air in the room turn icy. The chairman lunged into the conversation to de-escalate. Hiro Takashi, your recovery is miraculous. We didn't want to burden you with an invite while you were healing, but seeing you on your feet warms my heart. We have some very plush seating over there. Please relax and enjoy the evening. Do-eun-pyo saw his trap falling apart. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, that old fossil. I didn't spend all this effort setting the stage just to have him ruin it. He quickly cut back in. Exactly, Takashi, you really should take it easy. That souvenir Do-jun left on your body must still be throbbing with pain, right? Actually, did you ever get that apology? You took a brutal beating. The least you deserve is a formal sorry. Don't you agree? Every word he spoke acted like gasoline on the fire of Takashi's anger. Takashi's gaze remained locked onto Do-jun. Joo-jeon and Beth Holly held their breath, watching Takashi's every twitch. Do-jun let out a small, casual smile. Hey, Takashi. Rakuza are nothing but low-life thugs, aren't they? The room went deathly silent. No one expected Do-jun to lob such a verbal grenade. Joo-jeon and Beth Holly were paralyzed for a long 5 seconds. What on earth is he doing? Takashi ground his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. Do you really think this is the time or place for that? Do-jun ignored the warning completely, doubling down. Of course they are. They're absolute scumbags. Do-eun-pyo's jaw dropped as he stammered. Wait, what? Do-jun pressed on. They're just societal parasites, right? Total garbage, pure, unadulterated trash. Joo-jeon had a strange sense of déjà vu. This scene. I feel like I've witnessed this exact play before. Do-eun-pyo gripped Takashi's shoulder, hissing, Takashi, what is wrong with you? Say something! Takashi didn't say a word. He simply turned a face of such demonic rage toward Eun-pyo that the man staggered back. Then, with a trembling hand, Takashi pulled out his phone. He tapped a button, playing a recorded file at full volume. The recording boomed through the ballroom. "Takashi, about that job I mentioned, the one that needs a quick finish? Don't tell me you forgot. There's a target in Brazil that needs to be erased. I've been swamped." What was his name again? Seo Dojun? The crowd gasped in collective horror. The recording played on. "Just take him out inside a rift, easy, right? All this talking is exhausting me. Is there anything else fun to do in Brazil? Maybe I'll find some local girls to entertain me. Actually, I've been wanting to try my luck with Gloria. Or even that Hyunju Jeon, she looks single enough. It could be fun. Anyway, see you in Brazil." Do Eun-pyo stared at Takashi, his face draining of all color. Do-jun watched the chaos with an amused glint in his eye. I hadn't realized Lin's eye could be this devastatingly effective. "Kang Do Eun-pyo, you picked a fight with the wrong man. From this point forward, I'm going to make your life such a living nightmare that you'll beg for the release of death." Hundreds of judgmental eyes are now glued to Do Eun-pyo, making him flush with such intense humiliation that cold sweat drapes his face. He scowls so fiercely that the bulging veins on his temples look like they're about to burst. Suddenly, Do Eun-pyo erupts into a fit of hysterical manic laughter. A jagged voice cuts through the room. "Blast it all! Everything was sabotaged by that incompetent Yakuza clown!" Takashi stands defiantly before Do Eun-pyo. The tension between them is a powder keg waiting for a single spark. The voice sneers, "Precisely, even though he's the one who dragged us into this mess." Do-jun thinks to himself, if he keeps rambling like this, things will get ugly. Sure enough, Do Eun-pyo raises a fist. He launches a devastating blow directly into Takashi's jaw. The force makes Takashi retch up dark fluid. Already battered, the wounded man cries out as the fresh assault hits him. Do Eun-pyo seizes the chaos to make a break for it. Chairman Lopez instantly roars, "Don't let him get away! Seize him!" The security detail snaps to attention with a sharp, "Yes, sir!" and charges after the fleeing Do Eun-pyo. Ju-jun witnesses the escape and pleads with Do-jun, "Quickly, you have to intercept him!" Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, her expression turning to stone. Watching Do-jun standing there like a statue, she wonders, why isn't he moving? In that moment, Do-jun could have ended the chase effortlessly. Ju-jun asks with a look of pure bewilderment, "Why on earth did you let him run?" But Do-jun offers no explanation, remaining wrapped in a heavy, cold silence. It was a night that left the world reeling in total shock. News of the scandal tore across the globe, and the fallout for both South Korea and Japan was more catastrophic than anyone could have predicted. Both governments and their respective hero associations scrambled to manage the damage as the press dug up a treasure trove of Kang Do Eun-pyo and Takashi's past sins. Inside a private suite, the sounds of expensive furniture being pulverized echo through the walls. Hong Hee-ju screams in a blind rage, "Those brainless cretins! Those worthless, miserable bastards!" She swings a golf club like a possessed woman, smashing every piece of decor within reach. She seems determined to take out her soul-crushing fury on the helpless household items. Manager Lee stands just outside the door, bracing himself against the storm of her temper. Suddenly she bellows, "Manager Lee, get your pathetic self in here!" causing his heart to lurch in his chest. By the time he enters, the room is a graveyard of splintered wood and shattered glass. She lights a cigarette with trembling hands and snaps, "What's the word on Kang Do Eun-pyo's current location?" Manager Lee gives his report immediately. Interpol and the World Hero Alliance have a massive dragnet out for him, but so far he's managed to vanish without a trace. She spits out a curse. "That disgusting cockroach. I hope he puts up a fight and gets gunned down so I never have to see his face again." "And the cleanup? Have all the trails been erased?" Manager Lee nods. "Yes, ma'am, I've sanitized every possible connection. Starting with our hidden financial records, to the encrypted comms and even the surveillance footage. It's all been wiped clean. Is there something else weighing on your mind, madam?" Hong Hee-ju doesn't say a word. She simply hurls her smartphone at his chest. Manager Lee fumbles to catch the device and looks at her confused. "Wait, is this the phone?" She snarls back, "Are you blind? Do I need to spell it out for you?" "It's my private line. Only my inner circle and family have this number." "Shut up and read the message that just came through." Manager Lee looks down at the glowing screen. He reads a chilling threat. "Let's work together, partner. Refuse me, and the evidence goes public. Talk to you soon." He asks tentatively, "Could this be Do Eun-pyo? What kind of delusional cooperation is he suggesting? Hong Hee-ju snaps, her composure finally shattering as she shrieks, "Does it matter? The mere fact that he's linked to me is enough to burn my world down. You're all a bunch of useless, incompetent fools! Get out before I kill you!" She punctuated the order by throwing a heavy vase at his head. Manager Lee retreats from the room, thinking desperately, "If I stay on this sinking ship any longer, I'm a dead man. I have to find a lifeboat and save my own neck." The moment he crosses the threshold, he practically walks into the chest of Seo Byung-choi. The man stares down at Manager Lee with eyes as cold as a winter's grave. Seo Byung-choi is Hong Hee-ju's father-in-law and the untouchable patriarch of the T Group. Manager Lee turns a deathly shade of pale, his knees buckling with fear the instant he locks eyes with him. He stammered frantically, desperate to offer an apology to the chairman. The instant her eyes met his, Hong Hee-ju felt a jolt of pure terror. She began to tremble, starting to explain, "Father, I only wanted to—" But Seo Byung-choi cut her off mid-sentence. He silenced her with a brutal, stinging slap across the face. Hong Hee-ju collapsed to the floor, clutching her burning cheek as she shook with fear. He roared at her, "Do you honestly think I'm just some senile old fool?" She looked up, quivering. "Father, what on earth are you talking about?" Before she could even catch her breath, Seo Byung-choi struck her once again. He snarled, "Did you really believe I was blind to the fact that you hired Kang Do-eung-pyo to assassinate Do-jun? My own grandson is a top-tier S-rank hero. I will ensure Do-jun is brought back into the family fold." Hong Hee-ju froze, completely blindsided by his revelation. Seo Byung-choi added, "I've always detested that P-group lot and their arrogance over Jang Sung-ho. It seems the heavens are still looking out for me." He finished with a cold, predatory grin. "To make this work, our first priority is cleaning up the absolute disaster you've left behind." Hong Hee-ju's brow furrowed, her skin clammy with a sudden cold sweat. While the manhunt for Kang Do-eung-pyo descended into a state of total, frantic bedlam, Do-jun and his companions had safely touched down back in South Korea. Staring out the aircraft window, Do-jun mused, "This rift raid was incredibly lucrative. I've secured all the rare materials and a massive fortune to boot." Ju-jan leaned toward him, her curiosity piqued. "There's one thing I've been dying to know. Will you give me an honest answer?" He turned to her and asked, "What's on your mind?" She pressed on, "It's about Kang Do-eung-pyo. You let him slip through your fingers on purpose, didn't you?" Do-jun smirked and gave a playful reply. That was the only way to set the stage for what comes next. Back in the heart of Seoul, South Korea, little Eunji was happily devouring the hamburger she held in her tiny hands. Do-jun watched the girl with a smile and asked, "Is it tasty?" She beamed back at him, "It's the best thing ever." He took comfort in watching her eat, a look of pure joy on his face. However, beneath his warm expression, his eyes held a shadow of deep calculation. Do-jun's mind drifted back to his return. Upon arriving home and seeing his family, he had been struck with a wave of grief, noticing that his grandmother's physical condition had visibly taken a turn for the worse. Panic-stricken, he had rushed to her side, asking, "Why didn't you see a doctor? Why didn't you reach out to me?" Eunji had whispered softly, "Big brother, please don't be mad at Grandma. She said you were out there risking your life for that money, so she couldn't bear to spend a single cent of it." Do-jun reached out and gently brushed the hair away from her ear. Then he spoke firmly, "Getting medical help when you're unwell is never a waste of money." He whispered gently, "I made a mountain of money in Brazil, so put your mind at ease and just focus on getting better in the hospital. From now on, don't deny yourself anything you need or want. I want you to live in total comfort." Moved by his words, her eyes filled with tears. Do-jun immediately arranged for her to stay at the most prestigious medical center in the country. Now, visiting the clinic every day with Yoonji to share a meal became the highlight of his daily routine. The two siblings sat together, finding simple happiness in their shared hamburgers.